Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Today we I took the day off yesterday. Had some family, like I had to take my wife to the airport and get up real early, so I decided to just take a break yesterday. But we're back with a really important topic. Actually, we have several topics. But today we're going to deal with pseudo scholars. So the topic: do pseudo scholars and the need to be seen hurt the FBA community? Well, this has been influenced by several recent issues on X, but it originally came from Dr. John Henry Clark. Doctor in the 90s, I think. Dr. John Henry Clark had a very popular speaking engagement where he said that one of our biggest problems in the black community is ego starvation. And Dr. Clark said there needs to be studies done on ego starvation. What Dr. Clark basically insinuated was, given the fact that black genius was ignored and overlooked during the slave trade, and hell, even today, it have developed a deep, burning need to just be heard. Um, uh, so when I say representatives in the title, I'm really referring to people like Jesse Jackson. you know, maybe I'll specify that. But yeah, back to what Dr. Clark was talking about. Let me give you a good one. Reverend Al Sharpton. Hell, I should have put that in the invite. I don't mind. I don't mind speaking out against Dr. Reverend Sharpton because I never voted for him, but he's always speaking, you know, persuasively on our issues. You know what I'm saying? And my thing about Al Sharpton is if you're going to speak on my issues and be such a proud Black American, why do you have a perm? Like it's just. But back to the point, ego starvation goes to the way we were treated during the slave trade, like our sister Wani and our sister Nikki has brought up several times. And most of the fucking inventions in the United States of America, excuse my French, are about foundational Black Americans for which they did not get credit. Lewis Lattimore created the light bulb, but his genius was suppressed, and who got the credit for that? Thomas Edison. That's one of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of accounts of our ego being well, you know what? It's not really. Dr. John Henry Clark said ego starvation, and I agree with them. But it's not. Ego kind of insinuates like arrogance. It's just getting credit for your genius. We've been starved out of that, and what that does is build this psychology, these psychoses, and I'm gonna say his name again, like Reverend Al Sharpton, getting his ass up on stage, speaking on our behalf when nobody voted for him. But I think Al Sharpton may allegedly be associated with Meritorious manumission, which I'm gonna get into as well. I would go to a bunch of conferences in college, and I went to some conference um, with my wife and her group, and Jesse Jackson coming up on stage, could barely walk, just stood up there, stuck his chest out to be seen. People were like, "Can he leave?" Like he has nothing of substance to say. He just felt the need to step up on stage, stick out his chest, and say, "Hey, ladies, look at me." In closing, Neely Fuller calls it the "look at me" factor. Look at me. And the point of this space is to let you to identify if these "look at me, listen to me" types actually hurt our causes. What are your thoughts on this?
I agree on so many different people, but on Al Sharpton, what I will never forget is him running his mouth and associating us with the Crown Heights riot, which had nothing to do with us. Um, it had to do with a Jewish man who ran over some South American children, and it created a riot with a Trinidadian man was running around trying to stab anyone who looked Jewish. Now, I agree with the outrage, but it wasn't Black Americans. At the end of it, what I could not believe is that we were told that we, Black Americans who were not in the conversation in a whole nother neighborhood, we need to learn to get along with the Jews. Nobody brought Caribbeans out and said, you need to learn to get along with the Jews. Nobody brought South American people out because their children were from Guyana. No one brought them out and said, you guys, South Americans, need to learn to get along with the Jews. They went over to a completely different neighborhood, got our leaders as though they don't have leaders, and they all went and hid under the bed. And that whole riot got blamed on us and a whole lot of things. When we start checking paperwork, that little child that died's name was Cato, Cato. He was from Guyana. The man who ran around stabbing everybody who was Jewish, he was an immigrant from Trinidad. He wasn't even a citizen. The people who ran over the children, they were immigrants too. They were Jewish. And the man that ran over the children had to go back to Israel because the block got hot and stayed hot. It never cooled down on him. He had to leave the country. So that was a whole immigrant riot that was blamed on us. And I will never, ever allow an immigrant riot to affect me again. I'm not getting blamed for uh, chasing people around with knives. I'm not getting blamed for eating cats and dogs. I'm not getting blamed for any of that anymore, ever again. So these leaders need to get a grip.
Yes, and I want to clarify something before I feel the burn. And I agree 100% with you, Wani. I wasn't even aware that Al Sharpton did that, but that's my point exactly. These pseudo scholars getting up, um, pseudo representatives. Maybe I should have put that in the title too. Getting up and leading us into a burning house. I want to address something before somebody twists my words and runs off with it. By the word scholar, I'm not going to associate that with any damn degrees. What am I saying? I'm saying that this European or Western academic canon, with respect to history, is for the most part a bunch of intentional baloney. Why? Because the main function, and I'm gonna say this as a licensed historian. This is controversial, but it's truth, and I stand on it. For the most part, Western academic canon is serves the intention of strengthening Western society. It does not serve the function of telling the truth. It just tells the story through the lens of whatever facts that strengthen the society. So a lot of times academic canon is pseudo scholarship. So some of the best scholars I've met on the app and outside the app don't have degrees. I've learned more from scholars that didn't go to a traditional school or have a piece of paper behind their name than I have from PhDs, and that's a damn fact. So when I say pseudo scholarship, I'm not attributing scholarly validity to a school or degree, even though I have a couple of them. Don't mean shit. I learned more from students and from y'all than I have in schools in grad school with respect to history. Um, so by pseudo scholars, I'm referring to the Al Sharptons. What is his credentials? Credentials don't have to be a degree, but it has to be your association with a fight. What I was taught is one of my actual heroes, attorney Alton Maddox, had a case in New York and about the girl that got raped by that allegedly got raped by the white police officers. um, Al Sharpton came to fruition, kind of riding Alton Maddox's coattail. So he saw an opportunity to latch on to a true warrior, somebody who lost his bar license standing up for us for years, and kind of got his shine from that. So we got to beware of people who ride coattails. I was reading something about Malachi York. If y'all remember Malachi York, he was with what was his church called? Dr. Malachi York. It was I can't remember his church, but he was a religious figure who kind of tried to bring foundational Black American attention back to the story of Charis, of what we
Was
call
it the
Christ, the Trinity.
Nuwabian mission? Was it the
I think that's
Nuwabian
it. That
mission?
that's
Okay.
it. That's it.
Uh,
That exactly the new why because they had like a pyramid or something in Georgia. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Nikki. I never forget. It's kind of a hard word, New Wabian. It's not a familiar word, but Malachi York. I was reading. I was reading his case because it just didn't make sense. Like Malachi's in jail, probably gonna die in jail over a trumped up, bogus charge of having sexual inappropriate behavior with some minors. And the way it was written, I was like, that don't make sense because it didn't add up in my head. And I was looking at some of the people that were on testifying against him, and I allegedly saw a name of what's the guy's name? I allegedly saw Mark Lamont Hill's name, if I read it right. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We got to be careful because some of these pseudo scholars got degrees from Ivy League institutions. But I digress. Robbie Blue, what you got? It's good to see you. Oh, I didn't know. Robbie didn't have speaker yet. So, what I like to do in my spaces and in my lectures is to identify the root cause of something. What is the motivation for pseudo scholars to be seen? I mean, what's the real motivation to be seen other than what we already addressed? Well, obviously, money and monetary um, gain is a reason to be seen, right? So if we look at Dr. Claude Anderson, he talks about meritorious manumission. According to Dr. Claude Anderson, meritorious manumission was, he said was, I'm gonna say is the legal act of freeing a slave for good deeds as defined by national public policy. Meritorious manumission could be granted to a slave who has distinguished himself by having saved the life of a white master, inventing a new medicine, or snitching on fellow slaves. Keep that in mind. This is a destructive weapon in a slaveholder's arsenal and a powerful component of public policy. Let's start right there. There's a guy named a PhD to further prove my point that degrees don't have shit with validity. In my view, a lot of this gentleman's name I'm gonna mention, a lot of his scholarship is pseudo scholarship, and I'm basing that off of a book I bought to support him years ago called "What the Truth Sounds Like." The suit the in my opinion pseudo scholar I'm gonna bring up is Michael Eric Dyson. Michael Eric Dyson has a PhD from Princeton, and a lot of the things that I hear him say are pseudo. I mean, like, and let me back up what I'm saying. He talks about how beautiful black women are and how much he loves a sister, and you should praise the sister, and you should vote for the sister. But he got in trouble a couple weeks ago for what trying to flirt with a blonde-haired white woman, saying we allegedly we look good together. This is pseudo scholarship, ladies and gentlemen, and it does real damage to our community. I bought What the Truth Looks Like and lost respect for him 5, 6 years ago whenever it came out because in that book he came for Cornell West and other black scholars, which is a to me when I see people like him and that other guy that everybody loves, Neil deGrasse Tyson did the same thing with Ivan Van Sertima. It's in poor taste. What did Dr. Claude Anderson says? Meritorious manumission comes from one of the conditions was who snitched on fellow slaves. That's a condition. I viewed in What the Truth Sounds Like when um, Michael Eric Dyson came for Cornell West as snitching. Like you don't call another black man. I don't give a damn if y'all. There are people that I hate. There are black men that I really like. Want if I see them, like I have that urge to fight with them. But I'm not going to write a book and talk about how trifling they are to outsiders. Now, y'all are my family. Y'all are FBA. We're doing some cleaning. That's all we doing. But to write a book and publish an article, let's say me and Robbie Blue didn't like each other, and I write a book and I put all Robbie Blue's business in my book that I know that the dominant society is buying. That's meritorious manumission. Um, but I digress. 7-4. What's on your
It's
mind?
meritorious manumission because he feels that person who's doing that feels like they're going to get something out of it for. Okay.
Yes. Uh huh. Yes. And with Doctor with Eric Dyson, in my view, I think he's doing that. I see a pattern, Nikki, with these big shots. They have to. It's kind of hard to explain, but they have to show that they are on the side of the dominant society by sacrificing the character of another prominent black man who the dominant society does not like. Like, for instance, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is well loved, came after Ivan Van Sertima. Why? Well, Ivan Van Sertima, y'all say whatever you want about his little mishaps, but Ivan Van Sertima proved in a court of law in Congress that Christoph Cologne, whatever his name was not the first, did not discover America. This is in Congress in the 90s. Look it up. And the dominant society, like our dear scholar Tariq Nasheed says, does not like taking L's, and they never forgot about that L. And in Neil deGrasse Tyson's famous book, I felt as though Neil deGrasse Tyson was coming for Ivan Van Sertima to kind of virtue signal to the dominant society that I'm one of you. Keep giving me checks. 7-4. Talk to us.
Yes, thank you. When it comes to these degrees, and prestige that it bestows on people, I'm actually of two minds on this because, yes, a lot of stuff is taught in academia is straight up nonsense. But but in my field, it has its issues. I can give examples. But the truth is, if I didn't go to school and get my degrees, I simply wouldn't know what it is I know, and to apply what it is I know. So I get where you're coming from, but but I just want to stress that that argument doesn't apply across the board. I yield the mic.
And I'm a quick no, you can come back, but I'm gonna quickly second him. I'm glad he said that. That's true. My areas of expertise and licensure are history,
Yeah,
ancient history and American history, and my specific field is full of a bunch of charlatans and just outright
well, can I
liars,
can
and
I
they have
comment
more.
on that?
Yeah, yeah, quickly, I'm gonna say, like the gentleman said. No, I'm gonna let you have the floor
Yeah,
back,
well,
but like the
history
gentleman just
as
said,
taught is based on the
go ahead.
perspective of white supremacy.
Yeah,
Exactly.
obviously, history is going to be different than math and some of the things that are,
Science, yes.
yeah, it's not going to be the same. We agree with that. History is very contentious.
Totally. And like the gentleman was saying, physics, although I do have colleagues and I taught physics, but I'm a novice. But I have PhD colleagues in physics, and they argue that physics is full of shit too. Newtonian physics is a jail as well because
Not
it
really.
low. Oh, well, I can't. I'm not. You're probably more qualified to speak on it than me. But the way it was explained to me is Newtonian physics, although valuable, is only one way to look at it, at the equation, and the academic canon is kind of, they don't reward explorations into different possibilities in physics. But I'm going to say that science is a lot more valid across the board than history, which probably has me jaded. But go ahead, 7-4.
But yeah, the bullshit in physics currently right now is string theory. That's supersymmetry and all that. That's basically uh, that's basically has crippled particle physics. But the thing about Newtonian physics, yes, it works. How do I know it works? Yeah, have you ever flown in an airplane? It works. Uh, but I think what they may be getting at is that, well, Newtonian physics was before Einstein when he had the general theory of relativity, and but you can take approximations of Einstein's theories and get back Newtonian physics. It's just that it's only like one corner in a big room. So that's what it all is. I yield the mic.
Could you quickly explain why Newtonian physics, I mean, sorry, why string theory is an issue? I don't want to get too deep. I
It's
just
not.
generally.
It's not. In so few words, it's not supported by any experiments. One of the one. Okay, there's something called super string theory, and which takes into account supersymmetry. And in so few words, what supersymmetry is that for instance, they think there's a partner particle. For instance, if you've got a quark, they think there's a squark, a super quark. The Large Hadron Collider has looked for it. They looked at the energies where it said it was going to be found. It's never been detected. And superstring theory, the strings, they're so fucking small. There is no way to get down to those lengths to measure that. So it's basically just pardon my expression, it's mathematical masturbation.
Okay.
I yield the mic.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing by a physicist, but again, that's an area of gray that you know more about it than I do. But I'm so glad that that came up because I don't want it to be taken out of context that I'm saying that all areas of scholarship are in Western society are full of it because obviously medicine, nursing, math, physics, they kind of have to be although it is approximation, it's closer to the truth. I'm just focusing on pseudo scholarship with respect to social science and history. Dr. Claude Anderson also says, with respect to when I tied pseudo scholarship to meritorious manumission, Dr. Anderson says meritorious manumission was not only used as an instrument to reward blacks. There it is. There goes your Michael Eric Dyson. But it was a device for destroying black unity and race loyalty. So these pseudo scholars who get their meritorious, their 30 pieces of silver, pound of flesh, or however you want to look at it, not only get their reward, but in essence, they destroy us, which is why I brought up Michael Eric Dyson and what the truth sounds like. He was trying to destroy Cornell West. Why are you doing that? And when somebody starts talking, go find the article. Still have the book. Well, it was so out the blue. It was almost like he was saying, "Hey, dominant society, I don't like this black dude either." And then Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he did it in his book, it caught me off guard. I really like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He seemed like
What was he
kind of
complaining about, basically? About
he out the
Ireland.
blue, and he came out the blue and said it was real. It's so ugly, Wani. I'm gonna have to find it. He's just basically saying Ivan was a charlatan or something. And this is a book about science. It was nothing even, and
He's
they're
not
not even in the
FBA.
same. Who's not?
But
Neil
remember,
deGrasse Tyson.
remember,
He's
Wow, I
only, I
knew
think,
Ivan
only.
wasn't.
but remember
Yeah, but
when
Wow.
we were
yeah,
discussing.
but
Go ahead.
most of his lineage is non-FBA. I think maybe only a part of it is on his dad's side.
Y'all talk for a minute. I'm gonna find the book because y'all need to hear this. I'll be right back.
I just wanted to know what he said about it because when I was in school, the European did not want to admit that the other European had gotten to the New World first. We know that this United States is more complicated than the black and white picture that our teachers told us about, that there was no one here, just some Native Americans, and they came in and they were in a couple of teepees doing nothing, and that's just not what happened. That's why whenever they dig up Luzia woman, Luzia, and she looks like a black woman, they start freaking out and flipping their wigs because that is not the picture that was here on this land. The people that came across the Bering Strait don't quite look like you may think they looked. They look completely different because the mutations for straight hair and white skin hadn't occurred at that point. So they didn't look like that. So now when they dig up skulls from way back when, they don't look like they want them to look. And then they have to backtrack after they make those uh, they recreate those faces on those skulls. They get very nervous and they say, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not, it is supposed to look like Geronimo. Why does it look like this? They start getting very nervous. So I just wanted to know what he said because um, I heard that he was debunked. And, sometimes I know that he's got a lot of enemies. So I'd like to know who debunked him. But even Simon Wiesenthal said that Columbus was a Jewish person looking for a place for Jews to live because at that time they were being run out of Europe. So even Jewish people know Columbus is Jewish. And everybody knows that Vikings had settlements over here way before um, French, Portuguese, and English people came trotting by. And we know that, the Olmec, whoever they are, maybe they are early Americans, maybe they are some Africans that came over on a boat, maybe they are, we don't know who they are, okay, yet, but we know that they're not the same people as the Aztecs and the Maya, based on the way that they sculpted the faces of their regular people, not sky gods. But they've repeatedly, for thousands of times, made a face of an Olmec. So they know what they looked like. And you can't bully us out of that look. Every time they come up with that face that doesn't look like theirs, they really get very upset, is what I'm noticing. And I know Ivan brought up a lot of things that upset people.
Yeah, Ivan was. He admitted, like they found some of his scholarship that he kind of he didn't lie, but he fudged on it, and he came out and said, "I'm sorry." He's like, "I was just, I knew." He was basically saying, "I knew that what I was saying was true, but I couldn't find a lot of evidence, so I kind of it was hyperbolic." But honestly, y'all, I don't care because the whatever that scholarship he admitted to being fudged did not negate the findings that made him famous. He didn't fudge on the whole Olmec and the diary of Balboa and Pizarro that said had black men. Hey, we found this new land and there are black people running around. Why are there black people running around? So it was just unrelated. I'm flipping through Neil deGrasse Tyson's book right now to find it. I didn't highlight in this book. So when I find it, I'm gonna let y'all know. But it's in a book called "Letters from an Astrophysicist." It's a book that one of his most popular books. He just out. It's just out the blue. He comes out from. He comes for the throat of Ivan Van Sertima. I'm like, man, they don't even have nothing to do with. Yeah, Ivan Van Sertima. I think he was and he may have been an anthropologist uh, um, or a linguist or something. Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astrophysicist. They're
It's
not
up in a
necessarily related.
jumbotron. It's up in a
What's
jumbotron.
that? Oh, you
Miko's
found
put
it.
it. Yeah, it's in a jumbotron. His name is, and it says he's a Guyanese American anthropologist. So if you want to know what he does,
Anthropologist. And he never, just to be clear, he never tried to pretend like he was FBA. So yeah, Ivan's one of my heroes, and they when Ivan's research went to Congress under the Clinton administration, and they had to say that, which shows you the fucking country we live in, because they proved in Congress that Columbus did not discover America. And did Columbus Day go away? No. So Columbus Day basically is I'm white and I say so. DeVoe, talk to us.
Hello, brother professor. Hi, Wani, Nikki, everybody. Ivan, this man, Ivan, he is the guy that wrote that book, They Were Here Before Columbus, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I was just making sure because I was just looking at that book and I do remember seeing a man named Ivan. So that's him, I guess. I just wanted to come up and give a perspective because uh, we were growing up thinking, in because of movies and things like that, that we had more to do with Africa than, we came to find out. So I've been really just researching hard, trying to find out where is this Aboriginal connection that Black Americans have and what are they talking about? And the consensus I've came to is they say that the five civilized tribes enslaved Africans. There were only 90,000 documented Africans that came to the Americas, 300,000 at most with another source. There were millions of Indian slaves in America, and that is documented. I'm just wondering where and what happened, because they say that the reason we have any, you know, attachment to these people, these indigenous people, is through mixing and breeding, and we weren't already here. Where, if with those numbers, how is that possible? With the number of documented Africans they came here and the number of documented Indian slaves they have here, how is it possible that the majority of us are just fully African when you already admitted you changed um, a lot of these Aboriginal peoples to over to Negro? You reclassified these people. So it's a lie in here somewhere. Do you know where that lie is, Professor?
Well, no, not. I don't think it's in one specific place. Wani would be more of a scholar to ask about that. But I love that you brought it up because it fits into pseudo scholarships, pseudo scholarship, and I would say that fuck it, for the sake of sounding crazy, I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say that several pseudo scholars, like Milana Karinga, conspired to in the need to being seen in creating this link between the Black American and Africa. Milana Karinga created Kwanzaa. um, Dr. John Henry Clark had a whole bunch of things to say about his ass. They went to Egypt one time, and Dr. Clark and Dr. Yosef and Yakinen would go every summer, or twice a year or something. And Milana Karinga went with them and was just, according to Dr. John Henry Clark, walking in the Holy of Holies, like the sacred buildings in Kemet, with his shoes on, with a Mexican woman with an afro wig posing and chugging deuces and throwing pictures. Like he pissed Dr. Clark off big time. But to answer your question, um, a group of pseudo scholars in a need to separate the black man and woman's land-based identity from the United States of America created this myth of African, direct African lineage. But DeVoe, that's a complicated subject because Pan Africanism started uh, very honestly. If you trace Pan Africanism, you had Dr. William Delaney, the first black man ever go to, and I don't like doing that first shit, but I'm just identifying, to go to Harvard Medical School. Delaney and Frederick Douglass were best friends. I'm researching how that friendship came about, but I digress. Maybe because of the Army. Delaney was hanging out in D.C. He was a major in the Army. May have been the first high-ranking officer in the United States Army as well, but I'll fact check that. But Delaney and Douglass became best friends, and Delaney told Douglass, "We need to form an alliance with Africa," because Delaney was Gullah Geechee. Now, Gullah Geechees, for those that don't know about them, have a direct lineage back to West Africa. Like our brother, Dr. Professor James Smalls, um, can link his DNA, his cousins and stuff still in West Africa and Liberia and in Ghana. And even in South Carolina, when I was spending a little time with the United States Marine Corps at Paris Island, I noticed that I thought they were Jamaicans, but a lot of Gullah Geechee work on the Paris Island United States Marine Base, and they speak almost another language. Their accent is real different. But when I asked them about, they said, "No, we're American. We're Gullah Geechee." So I'm just saying that to say that for some reason, the um, the enslaved Africans that were brought over to South Carolina were able to keep their traditions. They weren't. I don't. I really don't know why they were, but they kept their traditions and they had a direct link back to West Africa. Now back to Dr. Delaney. Dr. Delaney created Pan Africanism because he said we need a link with Africa. But Frederick Douglass, who was more along the lines of us, Frederick Douglass had a mother who was a slave and a dad who was a white man who raped his mother. So Frederick Douglass was more more along our lineage being mixed up. Frederick Douglass fought it tooth and nail. He said, he basically, I'm paraphrasing our dear brother, but Frederick Douglass was saying that no, 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 we're not African. We're what we are. So before I get on a long diatribe, what ended up happening is pseudo scholars like, let me get, ooh Lord, you know what picture I should have had up? Marcus Garvey. Pseudo scholars like Marcus Garvey latched on to Delaney's ideology of pan-Africanism and turned it into a vector of attack. Now we know that through historical canon. If you don't mind, let me put on my tinfoil kufi and do some speculating. I think the motivation, if you line up the timing, and it's a tenfold kufi now, this ain't out the books, but if you line up the timing of book what's W. Du Bois coming with his talented tenth ideology, and Marcus Garvey and his wife getting with the Daughters of the Confederacy and coming back over here with Pan Africanism, something he couldn't make work in Jamaica. I draw the conclusion that they may have been kind of under some type of CIA contract or something. What I'm saying is I think it's a lot bigger than that, but I can't prove it. But the hairs on the back of my neck tell me that's what it is.
Yes, sir.
So basically, genetics shows that um, an Austronesian ancestor was here and a Australasian. They keep changing the name around a little bit. Proto-Austronesian, because the Austronesians now look more like the lighter skinned Hawaiians that we see. So now they want to call them proto, meaning the root or the before that group formed, which has more East Asian in them. So basically, they were here, right? And they're a separate group. They did not come across the Bering Strait because that's not how they traveled. That group traveled here from Australia and various Pacific islands. They also got to Australia, okay, which shows you what they can do. And they went across these islands. And when they got to Australia, it was one chunk. It was Australia, Papua New Guinea, and Tasmania was all one chunk. So those three groups later, the water rose and made that three places. Anyway, those people who they call some other name collectively, they went and populated the Pacific Islands. Now, on the islands that you can see them represented, they call those Melanesian islands, where the people look to be of African descent. And the other islands, where people look lighter skinned, they call those Polynesian islands. That means that the majority of the people tended to be the new wave that came to populate the islands. These people populated those islands 60 to 80,000 years ago. But the newer people, the Polynesians, populated just a few thousand years ago, less than five. So basically, what I'm saying is that tens of thousands of years these people left Australia and left those Pacific Islands and they traveled. Some of them got here and their DNA is shown in the Amazon in isolated areas. But the European wants to say that only these Siberian types went across the Bering Strait and got here. That's not even true. Okay, because the Navajo and the Hopi, they didn't come over like that. They came over way after some of these Native American tribes. They're less than 5,000 years old. Navajo people had a whole nother route that they took. And do you know what I've discovered? They make turquoise jewelry just like people in Turkic areas. It's the same identical jewelry. And other groups don't make that jewelry because they're a whole nother group of people. They went through a whole nother um, migration to get here and it came at a whole nother time. So different groups of people got here, and the European just simply doesn't like that. They want everything to be nice and sanitary. We were the only Europeans here, and we had some pesky French people and Spanish that we had to deal with. We don't want to talk about all of the northern. We have this stuff in our DNA. We don't want to talk about the Norwegian women that ran up to the Appalachian Mountains with black American men. We don't want to talk about all those things. We don't want to talk about the Swedish settlements in Delaware, New Sweden. We don't want to talk about those messy things. So, yes, lots of things were happening here. The Austronesian, Proto-Austronesian, Australasian person, whatever you want to call them, Negrito, okay? Those guys were here, and they're part of our DNA, ancient DNA profile, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. It's not pseudo, it's a fact. They have skulls, they have DNA, and every time they find one of those people and they reconstruct their skulls, guess who it looks like? My aunt. And it doesn't look like Pocahontas. Thank you very much.
Which is why I may put a pin in that. Historical canon is full of shit, and I had to find it out after I was done with school. It's a historical canon in Western academia serves to try to undo everything Wani just said. We know the truth is that these people ran the world, and actually ran the world with a lot more peace and tranquility than anybody else, longer than anybody else has ever done it. So we need to create a narrative and propose it as factual truth that says otherwise. It's disgusting. Come on, seven forward.
Yes, thank you. You, Professor, you were talking about, excuse me, Marcus Garvey and like the CIA, and but the CIA was created after World War II. With that said, do you know if Marcus Garvey, if any of his benefactors were the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, J.P. Morgan, Carnegie, the DuPont family? These people became the CIA, but but were any of those people his benefactors?
Well, I'm gonna be real careful about what I say on this on my podcast, but the CIA came from an organization at Yale University called Skull, and you know the rest. I'm not going to even say the whole thing, but and that organization, ooh, this is I got to be careful with this one. So, there are a group of secret societies at the Ivy League. Ivy is it means four. It's the IMV Roman numeral. The first four colleges. Um, Secret societies that really run everything, and they're associated with something else. Now we're not going to talk about, but back to CIA. It's a fact. It was created at a secret society at Yale, and I did say I was putting on a tinfoil kufi. The reason why I was putting on tinfoil kufi is if you look through historical canon and read cross reference a lot of different things, well, in my mind's eye, I start to get a picture of that whole Ivy League small knit group having an interest to destroy the ideology created by Booker T. Washington because it was causing the Negroes to rise too fast. Booker T. Washington's ideology was industrial education, which basically said, fuck all these degrees. You can get them, but fuck them at first. We need to get our money together. So Booker T. Washington said every black man needs a trade. Black women, well, were trained on how to make clothes, make shoes, make underwear, and black men were taught how to make houses. So we were making our own houses and making our own clothes, and our economy started building up, wherein we could send people to school and could have these professions, and we had neighborhoods like Black Wall Street coming up. Now, brother, to answer your question, the best way I know how, I realized that I pontificate again. This is tinfoil kufi zone. That while at Harvard, W. Du Bois was sent on a mission to go against Booker T. Washington's ideology, and it's my opinion that Talented Tenth was not even his original shit. I think some professor at Harvard told him that. Yeah, man, guys, yeah, it's the average person don't have a fucking clue what's going on. I went to Harvard. I didn't graduate. I went there in 2001 as a freshman. And when I was at Harvard in 2001, we all in our dorm rooms had FAS, that's Faculty of Harvard Faculty of Arts and Sciences. FAS Facebook. They gave us a CD-ROM, and you download it on your computer, and bam, it was a Facebook. I was in Elliott. Harvard is like Harry Potter. It's very beautiful actually, but um, every dorm room is as big as a historically black college. There are scores of dorm rooms, and back then the dorm room was associated with different things. Like I was in Elliott House, so Elliott House was foundational Black Americans, lesbian and gay, and international. That's why a lot of my friends are from overseas because I just bonded with the international kids there. But you had Kirkland. Kirkland was for rich people. You had Lowell. Lowell was for royalty, or maybe I'm getting it backwards. But so each dorm room had a whole slew of people that were arranged there for a reason. And if you wanted to communicate with the other undergrads there, or any student at Harvard, actually, you had your own. Harvard made you a Facebook account. So what am I saying? I'm saying when Mark Zuckerberg got there a couple years after me, um, there's speculation that Mark Zuckerberg just he didn't create Facebook; it was there. So was it given to him as a tool to monitor the rest of
Yes,
us? Did
it
they make?
was.
That's what I'm saying. That's the type of games. I'm a social scientist, ladies and gentlemen, so I understand how social science works. And just like FAS Facebook was there, I still got my goddamn CD. Was there before when Mark Zuckerberg was in 11th grade or some shit, didn't know about Facebook. Um, I'm speculating that somebody at Harvard was saying, you know what, we need to accept uh, a traitor, and under Meritorious manumission, we need to give him an idea called the talented tenth. Because I mean, just didn't think about it. Imagine how much thought had to go into how to reverse industrial education. That's like a team of people thinking that. Now, I'm not saying W. Du Bois wasn't brilliant enough to do it on its own, but I just doubt it given the time. And I think they gave that shit to him. And his reward for giving us talented tenth, which is still fucking us up. These pseudo scholars, I love this conversation, y'all. These pseudo scholars operate under talented tenth. Fucking Al Sharpton is talented 10th. Jesse Jackson is talented 10th. So I think that W. Du Bois was given that ideology to give back to us. Because W. Du Bois was then planted in the historically black colleges, Wilberforce first in Ohio, then in at Clark, Atlanta. Like this stuff is well thought out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that to say that's my tinfoil kufi evidence as to how Marcus Garvey and um, I think Marcus Garvey's connection to the system were the Daughters of the Confederacy. His wife was real close with them. You know what I'm saying? And if he was such a Pan Africanist, why couldn't he get that shit popping in Jamaica? Why'd he have to come over here? Was somebody paying him? And then if you look at the money, y'all remember the money he rose? Uh, Marcus Garvey had a boat company. Like I forget the numbers, but somebody can fact check it. He was like he just raised a bunch millions right away. Like the books will tell you that he raised it by going to foundational Black Americans and taking up $5 at a time. But was it
Well,
that,
there may
or did
not
some
have
organization?
been a CIA then, but there was definitely something like the CIA. He was
Right,
definitely a part of it. Maybe he didn't start off that way. We don't know people's hearts, but we do know that he became very interested in money and was desperately trying to get us to feel like we needed to go to Africa, and everything was geared for us to go to Africa.
right.
And
But
he may not, Professor, have been working with the CIA, but we dang sure got evidence that he might have been working with the KKK.
yeah, the Daughters of the Confederacy, and like Wani said, and maybe I wasn't clear. He wasn't working with CIA because the CIA didn't exist. But what later became, and I don't want to say these names and end up
But it was
disappearing,
a
but what later,
conspiracy. That's all. It's a
yeah,
conspiracy, and
Do you want me to say
these
them?
groups,
and I'm not on my
these
stage.
groups have already been associated over and over and over again with the CIA. So it's like,
Yep.
how many times do you have to get busted uh, taking Black Americans off of a cliff? I guess it's the same question that people could ask about the Catholic Church. How many times do you have to get busted molesting little boys before people start to say, what is going on over there? I guess it's just infinity. They can just keep aligning with the CIA and getting busted over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, nobody's going to call them on it, so I guess they can just keep doing it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
yeah. These some of
yeah,
these groups, some of these cliques get out of hand sometime, and I'm not talking about nobody in particular, but they see they when you brought up those Catholic priests, that kind of triggered me because so many people revere these people as God, something godly, and these people getting away with murder to hurting kids.
yeah, yeah. And if y'all want, let me give you a little invitation into my mind. I see things strategically, and I pick up on patterns. That group that was at Yale, that secret society, that it's a fact. It's not speculation. Did create CIA, and it was operating in the capacity of CIA before CIA was invented. A member of that group founded FedEx. Got it in
Mm-hmm.
Memphis. Now, last time I was working with FedEx on research and development, I was teaching physics, and this years ago, since 2008, 18, they were working on technology to manufacture drones that will deliver your package. So in a couple years, y'all are gonna order whatever, a book or something from FedEx on an app on your phone, and that book's gonna be packaged up and sent to a drone that's gonna fly directly to your front door and drop off a package. So let's put on tinfoil kufi. See, given the fact FedEx is gonna have a fleet of drones that know your address, what what potential military application could that have should America plunge into a martial law state? That drone could fucking deliver a bomb to your house, and you have a whole military apparatus all across the country to keep all of us in order. You see how I think? It's all related. It's actually kind of depressing when you do the research, um, as I have, and find out that everything that's useful, oh shit, I'm gonna say almost everything that we think is useful started out as a military utility. Cell phones, military, text messages. Text messages were developed by the army to communicate in a nuclear war. Computer, just GPS. Surely we all know that was the army and the navy. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. Now they're fucking around with AI, which is a whole nother story. Talk to us, 7 Forward.
Yeah, you mentioned those drones. Yeah, that really scares me because I follow that war going on between Russia and Ukraine, and one of the ways the Ukrainians have stayed in that war is with drones. I see them flying drones right up a Russian's ass.
They
And
got
what
they gotten good at it, hadn't they?
Yeah, but this is what really scares me. Yes, they have. Yeah, they've mastered it. What really scares me is that a lot of white supremacists have gone to fight for Ukraine and for Russia. Fortunately, the ones who fought for Russia are probably all dead or are going to die because how the Russians wage war. But the ones in Ukraine who survive, they're going to come back, and they're going to have mastered this technology, and then we're probably going to see a new age in drone terrorism. Hopefully, I'm wrong, but you can 3D print the parts for drones. You can 3D print the mortar bombs and stick the explosives into them. And we may be on the edge of a new age of drone terrorism. I hope it doesn't come. I really hope. But if it comes, God help us. I yield the mic.
Yeah, we're right on the precipice. If me and my, if you computer nerds in here know what I'm saying when I say a Raspberry Pi, ladies and gentlemen, it's the most powerful computer on the planet. smaller than your cell phone. It's just a computer board that you can program to do anything, and it has RPIO. It has little bitty extensions where you can put a wire to something. My cousin uses his Raspberry Pi to turn the lights on and off when he's out of town, so people think he's home. But me and my cadets years ago, when I was an aerospace education officer, took a Raspberry Pi and a box, a lunch box, and put some little brushless fan motors on it, and basically we programmed a light lunchbox to fly in the woods, find a detachment of soldiers, and give them a peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I did that with a bunch of 18-year-old kids. So, you know, just imagine the dangerous applications of this technology. It's endless. There's a drone called a Parrot Mambo, and it picks stuff up. It kind of does what I was just telling you. You can manipulate stuff, and it just went off the market all of a sudden. And I found out that it's not illegal, but people stop really buying them in the United States because shit, 6 years ago, prisoners in Los Angeles were flying. They're flying drugs into the penitentiary, just dropping off bags of dope. So drones, yeah, wait till those catch on. Andy, talk to us. Good to see you. You hear me, Andy?
Yes, I can hear you.
Andy.
I wasn't
Hey,
trying to
Andy.
interrupt you. You know that last time
No, you're
he was
good.
speaking and he was talking about he's worried about the white supremacists. Um, can I tell y'all something that is actually the truth of who we need to be worried about? It's that our corporations are already militarized. So just like
Yep.
Professor Allen has pointed out about how Amazon is planning on um, replacing people, FedEx, USPS, UPS, excuse me. So it's not that we're worried about the white supremacists. I know he's saying, they're going to come back with this technology and they're going to use it. They've already used it against the shooter here in Dallas when they sent in the robot to kill him. So
Yes. Yes.
everything is already in place. I think what our people are not realizing is when you look at companies like Amazon, when you look at companies like Facebook, which is Mark Zuckerberg, when you look at Twitter, which is Elon Musk, I'm gonna tie in JD Vance to that because I'm tying in his name is Phil. Is it Peter Thiel? Okay, people, these are the people that are currently running all of the technology industry. These are the people who are putting money behind certain candidates. So when they fall out, Vance is standing. He is part of that IT cabal. I don't know what you would call them because it's not a mafia, but they're more than just a corporate. What they believe in, they have an ideology that supports the dismantling of democracy. I posted this gentleman's name. He writes under this stupid pseudonym. But anyway, all this thought is being funded by these tech billionaires. So it's not necessarily that I'm afraid of the white supremacists. It's that I'm afraid that Bezos and Thiel and Zuckerberg are going to get together and they're going to decide how to eradicate certain enclaves of socioeconomic factors. Naturally, we're always going to be, into that group. So when that gentleman said, okay, they're going to send these people here, what I'm trying to convey to you is we're already living it. And that's the thing about it when people try to,
But they will outsource the violence to them.
uh, okay, the reason why I'm not going to argue with you about that is because our military is also sourced by private interests, and I know what you're. Okay,
Yep.
so I know what you're saying that they will outsource it to them. I feel like every crazed cracker is just propagandized to be a distraction. I believe plans are already in place for what you're hypothesizing. This is what I'm saying.
I,
And I think we have to
I see
wait.
it
Yes.
I see it strategically developing, and like I've been seeing it for years, and it's like, you kind of feel helpless. It's like, well, who you gonna tell? And they hide this stuff in plain sight. You know what I'm saying? I was at um before I made captain. I got sent to DC to Air and Space Symposium. Like basically, it's where the military goes and buys. The military goes to like a fair every year. Well, let's just say the total Air Force, Space Force, and the Navy comes along, and it was at Gaylord Center in D.C. the year I went, and this is in 2020, 2019, somewhere around in there. And back then they had like all these gadgets like for sale to the military. So you have colonels and generals, admirals walking around just saying, I'll buy that. I like this. They had a little tube back then. It was it looked like a little tube, and you load it in the back of a C-130. Those who don't know, that's a cargo plane. And the the tube is pre-programmed with facial recognition software, so it knew what your face looked like. And so the C-130 would go at 30,000 feet, and the captain will just drop them out the plane, and it would pop out the tube like wings would pop out like a grasshopper, and it'll just fly in circles around the city, looking, scanning large areas until it finds your face. And once it finds your face, it goes shoot down to you and blows you up. That shit scared me because I was like, you know what? That's real cool to kill an insurgent or one of the enemies of the United States. But President Obama overruled posse comitatus. Posse comitatus was a law that said the United States military can never be used on a United States citizen. Obama overruled that, and it still stands. Posse comitatus is done. So should the president want to use the military to take a citizen out, he sure can. And all he would have to do is order the Air Force to send a C-130 up 30,000 feet and kick a couple of those things out. And while you walk into your mailbox, you get hit in the face with about a couple grams of high explosive. Like this technology thing is getting out of control. Martin Crusoe, I think that's what your last name is. I say it right. Krosku.
Yes, sir. Can I be heard?
Go ahead, brother.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Alan, for the panel, to all the speakers, and to the all listeners in the space. Pertaining to what you're talking about with the technology and everything, I would just like to, uh, I guess, harken back to the story you always tell us about when you had your students in the nice white scientific coats and you were teaching them about coding and drones. And we're talking about aerial technology that can be used for wartime reasons at times or delivering packages. But I just wanted to mention that. I know how you always talk about that. And I think what we're talking about leads to why they pulled the program for you and the students. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing that up. And that was a year after I went to Gaylord for that symposium. I had just made captain, but yeah, and that's why I had the resources to give to the kids. Is that was like really perfect timing, bro. The reason why I taught at I became a teacher over a program in Memphis at a real poor school, in a poor neighborhood called Raleigh, Egypt. But anyway, it's right in Fraser, but they let me teach computer science, which was a college class. It's AP. Y'all know what AP is. They let me teach an AP computer science course in the hood, and they let me do it, but they wouldn't give me any resources. And I was like, "How in the hell you gonna?" This class, you can't fake the funk. You need resources. So, but that was a game. They're gonna like just they put it on paper. We're offering this to the black kids, but we don't got money to give you what you need to be successful. So anyway, long story short, bro, that's how I got the resources. Is I made a lot of friends in DC, and I was like, hey y'all, can y'all send me some Raspberry Pis? They're like, sure, on the way. I really love the Total Force community. There, it's a if y'all have a child that's thinking about like the military, yeah, Space Force, Air Force is full of geeks. Twizzle, talk to us.
Hey, Twizzle.
Can you hear me, brother Twizzle?
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? I'm sorry for the delay. AT&T shut down around the country, everything, and my phone hasn't been working ever
Oh,
since. And it's crazy.
did they
Yes.
Wow.
say which area? or
I
every?
don't know what area, but it happened in my area. And when I
Hmm.
tried to go to the AT&T stores, all the stores was closed in my area.
Oh,
And they open
wow.
at 10 o'clock. We were there at
It
10:45.
happened a few months
And
ago.
and
That's
it just
weird.
happened again. And right now I have a delay on my phone. But I want to talk
Oh,
about what you were talking about, Professor. And what you was talking about, they call it nanotechnology. You know what I mean?
There
They
you
call it
go. Hmm.
nanotechnology to where it specifies and it attacks certain molecular structures in certain people's DNA. And what really tripped me out about it was, you seen that last James Bond they made, Little Time to Die, where they had a scientist on there who created a formula to where it attacks certain people' DNA. And when he saw the black lady, when that scientist saw the black lady, he said, I came up with a formula to destroy your whole people, meaning to go after one's melanin. I really think they're really
Wow.
trying to do that because when you look at all this COVID stuff and some of these new illnesses and sicknesses that's coming out, what is it doing? It's attacking certain parts of certain human structural DNA. You know what I'm saying? So what you was talking about is 100% correct because what you were saying with the drones, they're doing that right now in Ukraine and Russia. So I just want to drop my 2 cents in on that, y'all. Hey, what's up? Hey, Nikki the God. Hey, Sister Wani. Hi, Wani. And that's it. Happy hump day, everybody. And I'm dropping my mic. Peace.
Yeah, it's getting wild, man. I say this till I'm blue in the face, and nobody listens to me. Y'all listen to me, but like, I'm being pessimistic. But our kids need to be in STEM, and back to divisiveness. They have programs galore now to get our black little girls in it, which is fine. I want my babies in it. You want my little girls in it. Y'all can look up Black Girls Code. That's a 501c3 that is very excellent. Like I taught with Black Girls Code one time. Very excellent. You got girls from 7 years old to 17 and they're learning skills, falling in love. We had them building video games. I mean, it's a perfect little program. It's free. But think about that for a minute. Black Girls Code. I went in there and looked around and I didn't see one little boy in there. And I thought to myself, wow, y'all are really going to deny black boys from being engineers?
this
Like,
is what I keep saying. Why are they dividing? Black Kids Code.
mm-hmm.
What's the problem? Black Kids Code.
Yep.
What's the problem with that?
Yep. And you're going to
I
have
mean,
a school of
Black
engineering. Go
Girls
ahead.
Coding implies that all the black boys are coding and we need to make sure girls get to code. And
There
that's
you
not the
go.
case.
Yep. Facts. Let's see. Shiloh Joseph. Let's get a new face.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up to the room and everybody? I just wanted to kind of go off what Twizzle was saying. I'm trying to find this clipping of this scientist, like he's like in his basement or something, and he's talking just about what he's talking about. Uh, they got some stuff to where they're targeting just us, and it's crazy. I think it's through these damn mosquitoes. Um, and they're targeting just melanated people, specifically Black Americans, and this is crazy because I was trying to tell people this stuff, and it's like, man, come on with the conspiracy theories, and we'll do. I'm like, man, no, because this dude is like a real scientist, and he's sitting here explaining to you what they're doing, and I was like, damn,
Do you
this
know
is
his
crazy.
name?
I'm trying to find the video right now, but I had a lot of videos I wanted to show y'all, but these people scrubbed then went in my page and scrubbed all my stuff. Like it's saying video not found now. And I'm like, what the fuck is going
Wow.
on? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I saved this stuff just so I can when I explain it to somebody, they won't be like, man, you shooting debris. I'm like, no, somebody's real talking about this and it's like a topic. Um and then they was talking about this. You guys was talking about the facial recognition off the jet. They got this big old jet, and when the back of it lets down, all these little things come off of it. They're like little uh man, I don't know, little computer, and they go straight after the people and just blow them up. It was like
That I saw
thousands
those
of
when
them. Yeah,
yeah,
you seen
exactly.
that
And a little
video?
too.
Yeah, okay.
No, bro. I saw him up
Oh,
close. I was at Gaylord when I think it was Lockheed Martin or Raytheon. One of them companies was selling them to the military. You had a bunch of generals and a bunch of admirals walking around like like they were
yeah, I
shopping at
heard you. I'm
Kroger.
like, why would they? What? First of all, why do they call it Gaylord?
I think that's the name.
You
That
don't want to
sounds funny.
know.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, because
anyway,
but I
they
don't
used the
know.
name gay
You know.
back then that way.
Yeah,
So they
mm,
couldn't, yeah, they couldn't purposely put it together like that.
yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah, you are right, man. They are going crazy with this technology stuff, man. Even back then I was seeing some stuff that kind of blew my mind, and I was like, I said, man, if they, I was told that whatever the public is showed, they're like 30 years ahead of that. So just think, man, it's crazy stuff that they're doing that I can just put out there, and man, it's crazy. Yeah.
I'm not even
yeah,
thinking
bro.
about having a targeted mosquito to track me down. That's the last of my. They can't even do that yet. Try it. If you kill us, you won't have any more music or people to abuse. Their whole life would just collapse. What would
Yeah,
they do
that's
with
what I said. They
themselves?
so bland.
What
I
would they
said
do with
that.
them? Goodbye. I don't care. Kill me.
You know,
Kill me. I
they
wanna.
want
I
this
wanna be a
bullshit.
ghost and watch you just. What are you gonna do? What are you people gonna
Like they
do?
be saying, what on earth are you gonna do?
They are a hot mess.
Hot mess.
Yeah, yeah. Bobby Hemmett said on a metaphysical level they can't kill us all because if they do, like they won't survive. But anyway,
Hey, Professor.
Martin Cross in Seventh Ward.
Does anybody want to speak to the topic though?
Oh yeah, thanks for the redirect. We kind of got off topic. Yeah, let's talk about pseudo scholars and the need to be seen in the black community. Um, who did I just say? Martin Cross. What do you think about fake scholars in the black community?
Um, I think that fake scholars in the black community, unfortunately, like most things, are under the system of racism, white supremacy. So they move like the master does. So they are here to cause confusion, mainly cause confusion. Um, we can take
Whole lot of
we can
that.
take
Yeah,
things. I don't like to bash other black people on public access channels, but I have to say I was talking to a good friend of mine yesterday, and speaking of to the topic, pseudo scholars. We were talking about Malachi Z. York. The other day, I saw where I don't want to offend anyone in the space, but I saw where there is a AI movie that's generated talking about the brother from the planet Risk. I am very upset. This is a known pedophile who still has cult members who are saying free Malachi Z. York. We are the and we are the star seeds. All this other it's called star seed. Spoken. I study. I don't mean to get emotional here, but I study this kind of things. I listen to you all spaces,
sure.
MK Ultra programming. Wani, you hit on so many levels. Thank you, sister. Thank you, teacher. But with the programming of these pseudo scholars in the Black community, they give us a little bit of the truth, and a lot of it is to cause mostly perversion. A lot of
Yeah,
these COINTELPRO ops are used through sexual means, through either drugs and or manumission, as always, paying black people to snitch on other black people when the code says no snitching. Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., number six. Um, so we have to be very careful where we discern our information from. Um, Try to go to primary sources first of all, no matter what anyone's saying. Um, I would say definitely with with this type of teaching I was saying about Mr. York, um, there is a level of sexual perversion that is on our people right now, and it is used to divide. I would say I don't want to get into any political thing, but we kind of know what we're talking about. There is a type of perversion that is anti-family.
Yeah, that's an
It's
objective.
talked about as freedom, but usually through drugs or alcohol. If you look in the CIA documents, they'll tell you that that is why hip hop was made to move drugs and human trafficking to the black community. Um, I'll just land there. Thank you for your time.
No, excellent. I like what he said. He tied in pseudo scholarship to manumission, like we did earlier. Pseudo scholarship to meritorious manumission. And what did Dr. Claude Anderson say? To destroy the community. What is a community made of? It's made of families. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a guilty pleasure. I don't. I sit around reading all the time, which I'm sure y'all know, and I have avoided TV for some time. um, I watch a couple things. Like I watch Tariq Nasheed's show. I watch religiously, but I was flipping and I caught some. I took off today. I was like, screw it. I didn't want to go to work today, and I watched Drewski. He got a show called what's Drewski's show? It's called Could Have Been Records, and it's outrageously entertaining. So Drewski's sitting behind a panel and he's interviewing people in Atlanta, Memphis, California, New York, wherever that want to be entertainers. And it's just totally these are I think he's maybe a real late millennial or Gen Z, but it's a new group of people and it's real wild and it got that sauce. Well, I was looking at the people he was recruiting and the people that he was recruiting on the show almost it's almost like they wouldn't get rejected if they said they were of a certain lifestyle. And I was like, wow, that's being, whoever signed Drew's check gave him those guidelines. You see what I'm saying? Like pick people who are like this because we're gonna have a show full of people who are like this because they're gonna attract more people to these particular lifestyles. Y'all can fill in the blank on what I'm talking about, which are anti-family. It's like a master plan. Maybe it's because I'm a strategic thinker. I see things from a strategic point of view. But yeah, we're under attack from the need to be seen. You know what I'm saying? The need to it's really sickening because this condition of inequality and Neely Fuller talks about this a lot with his look at me mantra, but let's think about it for a minute. None of us have anything. FBAs are collectively broke as hell, right? So and I'm guilty as fuck of this, so I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. I'm getting at me too. We go out and we buy fancy shoes and fancy clothes to show off to who? To each other when we don't have anything. It's a there's a need to be seen, even in me, that I'm aware of, and I fight it, but it's there, and it comes directly
That's
from being told.
that's
Go ahead.
because of poverty, and
Yep.
it's a phase. So if you were poor and then you start to make money, then you want to have all the designer things that you wanted to have when you were poor. But I wish we could move from that. Yes, we still want to have nice clothes, and that's not what we're talking about. But we need to move away from that because what are we getting? When I thought about it, I said, basically, I just get 3 seconds of someone saying you look nice or that's a nice car. It's like 3 seconds. And that's enough for me to have all these things that are very expensive that I don't really need to have just for a few seconds.
Yeah, yeah, nice car. Next. You got to keep up. My mama used to say, "Keeping up with the Joneses."
Mm-hmm.
7 Ford. I thought I saw your
And it
hand.
destroyed me.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I think I was going to say something off topic, so I'll yield
It
the mic.
destroyed the
go ahead.
white
One.
community, the keeping up with the Joneses. If you look at some of the things they were doing, stealing fur coats from each other and just getting in trouble, trying to keep up with the woman down the street when their husbands were not as wealthy as a woman down the street. But yeah, the keeping up with the Joneses is something that should be avoided. It's You can get out of it. Now, I am a minimalist, so I know some of the things I do are different than the average person, but you have to learn. I mean, you just have to learn that these things are burdens. Each one of these things that you're buying has to be maintained, and it takes away from your life.
Interesting. Are you happier now as a minimalist as opposed to the way you used to live?
Yes.
Huh. Yeah, I'm
Not
gonna go
saying
throw. I'm gonna
that,
sell my
not
shit.
saying that, I don't have nice clothes, but I'm not focused on those things. And I'm certainly not, going to clothing stores and keeping up with the latest things and have to have this and that. I don't do all that. But I had to go through that phase. It's going to be nearly impossible to convince someone who's never had material things not to get those things. So going from poverty to minimalist is very difficult. You must go through the phase of getting a bunch of material things so that you can see that those things really are not doing anything except burdening you more.
Yeah, the shocking thing to me is when I became a professor, I started buying like shoe. I became obsessed with shoes. So I never really had shoes when I was one of those poor kids. So I went from Air Max to like, you know what? I need to get me some. I'm guilty about this, guy. Some Prada and some and red bottoms and like like, I treat myself. And what I started to figure out is these shoes cost $600. You just in your mind you say, well, it costs so much money, it must be high quality. But that's not necessarily true. Like some of the shoes I got, they cost $600, um, wore out faster than Nike. So it's like, what am I paying for? You're really just paying for,
The
again, the
name.
need to be seen. Yep,
Yes.
need to be seen.
Now,
And
I
with
just wanted
go
to
ahead.
disagree with one thing that was said. I do not think hip hop was created to divide the family. I think some of the lyrics are problematic, but it's just another one of our beautiful forms of music that we created, our art forms, our expression. And of course, some of the songs do have, provocative words, but no more at all provocative than some of the words that you hear satanic lyrics and albums played backwards and people literally saying to murder people and murder virgins and those records being cited in court cases. So I'm not going to have our music censored by us, censored by courts like it has been before. At the same time, our music was censored and called music of the lower races and monkey music and N word music, and all of that stuff was said about jazz at the same time that they said that and banned it in Nazi Germany, in the United States, in Europe. They were claiming they created it, and the Negro was too stupid to create it. An Italian band leader literally said that. Henry Ford literally called it monkey music. So at the same time they were trying to steal it, they were calling it monkey music. So I'm not gonna throw any of our creative expressions. If we needed to express music, talking about street life, then we did that. So what? That doesn't make me go out and join a gang. That doesn't make me do anything. It makes me understand why I know why that music was created. I lived while that music was being created. I know why it was created, how it came about, and where it came from. And if some of those lyrics were, used to harm us, we still have to express that violence through music because that's what our neighborhoods are going through. And everything we're going through gets expressed. I wish we could get back to Stevie Wonder and Earth, Wind, and Fire, but I don't think that's the trend.
Yeah, and that fits directly into the title, Wani, because when you look at the origins of hip hop, you got Professor Griff and Public Enemy. What was their message? Their message was identifying um, social injustice with respect to foundational Black Americans, and they were so intelligent, so strategic in their thought process that, like our brother Tariq Nasheed brought up before, they had balance. They brought Flavor Flav out there doing his little interesting buffoonery to get your attention. Like, what's this clown doing? And then got your attention. Now, hey, listen to what I'm talking about. I'm telling you about social injustice. You know what I'm saying? Fist in the air. Professor Griff said hip hop was actually an acronym, higher it was positive, higher, I forgot the name of it, higher potential. I'm gonna have to look it up again, but hip hop actually meant something like uplifting. But back to the title, pseudo scholars got their hands on hip hop through meritorious manumission. um I mean, do I need to name who or the people who flipped hip hop from positivity into just straight debauchery? Very delicious debauchery, I might say. But I can remember my the first memories I have when I discovered music was around that time in 1990. I was like in elementary school, and I remember I just kind of discovered SWV or something. I was like, man, that sounds beautiful. And Michael Jackson. I was like, man, what is that? This is music. You know what I'm saying? And that first year, I was like, music is really beautiful. And then all of a sudden, that summer, Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre dropped an album, and everything in my hometown changed. Like that album changed everything. It turned little boys our focus from dressing up like with ties on and blazers trying to get a girl and being a pretty boy thing. I remember all of a sudden my homeboys went from doing that to thugging. So music is powerful, but it wasn't hip hop that was debaucherous. It was pseudo scholars being thrown into hip hop. How am I calling them pseudo scholars? You can fill in the blank. I don't even have to name people. I could if you want me to, but you can look at some of these early gangster rappers. They weren't gangsters. I don't recall Dr. Dre being a member of a gang, was he? I'm asking. I know Easy was, but Dr. Dre wasn't. Was he? He wasn't a member of the gang. Now his music was beautiful. I'm not shitting on Dr. Dre's talent, but Dr. Dre received money to promote something that I don't really think he was about. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody getting quiet with that. Don't you fuck with Dr. Dre? I'm gonna say it like I say it. His shit is beautiful,
You know what?
but
I went back through. I've been going through of all the ideologies that we rely on. Afro pessimism, critical race theory, all black canons of thought. I went back through and I'm starting to see what the issue is. So the Apple checks are going back in to our black thought, and they're appending it and they're changing it and they're perverting it. You remember I had told you earlier this week that I was looking at Afro pessimism, and then I came across Judeo pessimism, and I wanted to know when that came out. Well, did you know that the Jewish scholar wrote Judeo pessimism after the vein of Afro pessimism? And he did it to highlight what he perceived as anti Semiticism, or to highlight the anti Semiticism in our culture like we did with racism and white supremacy and Afro pessimism. So the Apple checks have also gotten into our music. And just like Juanie said, I need you all to go back and look at when the music stops being us, FBA people. So if you go back and look at all of our artists, I'm going back and I'm looking at them and I'm looking at their parents. Do you realize, like almost from the 80s on, everybody that you love as a black person is not FBA? And so this,
yeah,
Yeah,
okay, I'm going,
can
I,
I jump in right quick? It started with
yes.
what was it called? God damn it, Detroit Motown. That was when it was the last of us. And elaborate on what you were saying, Professor Dr. Dre. He was like a backup dancer and a DJ for the World Class Wrecking Crew. He wasn't a gang member. Easy was the real dope boy and the gang member that Dre invested in.
so I'm arguing, and this is gonna piss some people off, but and let me say this: I'm still rocking Dr. Dre. I got love
Me
for him,
too.
but let me put this. I'm just gonna ask a question: was Dr. Dre a pseudo gangster? And I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
that on 2 feet as somebody who lost my homies off my block, somebody who I watched join Blood and watched join
Define
Crip. But
pseudo. Is it someone who has nothing to do with gang activity and just as, cosplaying, or is someone who didn't
He's like this.
participate that much?
Put it like this: you remember the movie CV4, the fake gangster wannabe, and then he ran into the real gangster. That's pretty much what Dre was.
Yep.
That's what Dre was. He was gangster by proxy, by through Snoop, because Snoop was an actual gang member, and motherfucking what's his other name? And Easy. Easy was a gang member. He was surrounded by
I could
gangsters.
write I could write names down in this chat of brothers of young men. I'm talking about when I was in elementary, we were in a little club that dressed up like with tie like boys to men dressed up in ties and shit. And that summer when Snoop and Dr. Dre, now Snoop was Crip, I think he was Crip, but when
He was
Dr. Dre
Crip.
released that album, when he dropped that album, I had homies who turned and joined gangs and lost their lives behind this. So what I'm trying to say is, um,
Everything,
this need to be, yeah,
everything flipped when the
it
Chronic came out, and Snoop's what's that joint called? Snoop Dogg, Snoop Doggy Dog, whatever. I
yeah.
forgot what that album was. Doggy Style. When those came out,
But I give Snoop Dogg more grace because at least he was about it. He was in it.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I guess Dr. Dre's a bad example because he's well loved, even by me. A better example is Luke's ass. I remember I never saw booty shaking and debauchery until Luke came out. Um, that's when I first started seeing Daisy. Like you have to keep in mind, I'm from Birmingham. It used to be very conservative. Birmingham was so conservative in the '90s that when Ellen, that TV show, came out, it was a gay episode where she came out the
Hmm.
closet. Birmingham, Alabama would not show that. They
What?
made it illegal. Hell yeah, it was
See,
banned.
look, Luke. He used to have these things called Luke's Freak Fest or whatever. I remember I was about 11 years old, but I was hanging around with like the 16, 17 year olds. We was at one of their house one day and they put it in, and it's pretty much
Right.
like a carnival. You know how like they be all wearing the outfits and shit of their heritage or whatever. But it was kind of like that, but it was just a whole bunch of Caribbeans and other ethnic people, some Black American and shit. It was just like a freak off out in the open. I was like, what the fuck is this? Mind you, I'm 11. This is in like what
Yeah, I
90s,
was young too, and I was so mad because
but
I missed all that.
but
I wanted to go to Freaknik and stuff.
see, you tied right on time in the Freetnik. All right, now remember Freetnik? That was like all Black FBA. Everybody's going to college and shit all around the country, and they met up back in Atlanta. For like pretty much to see how everybody was doing. But then that's when his predatory ass came down to see all these young girls from everywhere, and that's when he turned it into the Freaknik. That's when he came in, and it just got debaucherous. Like wherever they go, they bring their culture with them. That's why when you see Jamaicans, they do that stupid shit, like they dry humping, they be on the roof or on a car doing that stupid shit. It's like they bring wherever they go with them, and that's pretty much how
Yeah,
our culture got intertwined with that shit.
so you're saying that the Luke's need to be seen hurt our community. I'm gonna say it did.
It
I'm
did.
gonna say it hurt our culture.
Man, that's why he tries to make himself a model. I went to jail for hip hop because for the parental advisory and shit, but like people were already cussing on albums before then. It's just that it was the sexually explicit shit that he was doing in his videos that they had to put the parental advisory. That's what that was really for because it's the first freedom of speech is the First Amendment. You can say whatever you want, no matter what. It's just you
It was
can't be
when
sexually
Well,
when the white
explicit.
kids
go ahead.
are. It was when the white kids saw it and the white parents got mad.
Let me ask,
Was
Right.
when they put the sexual explicit stuff on there.
can I ask the room something?
Because
What makes
go
M
ahead.
what
Go ahead,
makes
Andy.
Eminem's performance any different than minstrelsy? And I would like for somebody to explain to me because I'm gonna pretend like
Well,
I would like to know what
I'll
makes it
explain
any
that.
different than a minstrel.
Is not. First of all, they said to try to make him the best rapper in the world because it's something male, masculine, dominated by black men, and they want to make him the face of it, right? But we don't cling to him because he sings about, we love our mothers and fathers. He sings about or raps about killing his parents and all type of drug debauchery and shit. We weren't into that at the time when he came out. So, fuck, I just lost my train of thought. But y'all see where I'm going with it. Someone else can pick up.
Yeah, I see where you're going. Yeah, and I like what the brother said about this. Go ahead.
Mickey, you can chime in again when you remember your chain of thought. I do that too. You can
Okay,
chime in
okay.
after you get done, after you think of it.
All right.
But I love how the brother showed to us, illustrated to us that the system was pumping you know, Eminem up. It was just trying to. I mean, Eminem did have some fire ass songs early on, but in my opinion, he lost steam right away, and the system just kept propping him up and still props him up. When his latter lyrics were
He
actually
was
kind of
working.
whack.
Wasn't he working directly underneath? Was it Dr. Dre or?
Thank you. All right,
Hello.
you got my thought
So
now. All right, now,
he didn't make shit. I mean,
now
he
this
had
goes into what
doesn't
the
yeah doesn't the lineage have the Majara spirit? He didn't make nothing. He
it
was a
He
goes into
white boy
sounded
that got
very
corrupted.
robotic. I never paid attention to
Yeah,
him. He
all
sounded
right, but
very
this
robotic.
ties into what
And then all of a
Dewan B
sudden he got
says.
all these people supporting him out of nowhere because they were forced to do it.
You gotta think. All right, now here's what Dewan B said. This is a very good point. Okay, you gotta think about it. Jimmy Iovine, he's the second most powerful person in music, right? And Dr. Dre is signed under him. So out of all these goddamn rappers and R&B singers and shit, they had tapes about to come out. They all got back show by Eminem. What made Jimmy Iovine select him, take his tape and walk it straight to Dre? Do you understand? Who was it? It was Music Soul Child. It was another dude named Black. It was a couple of other people. They had albums about to drop, and they were about to be fired. And they just got shelved once he came into the picture, and Dre started working on his shit. So who or what made them put him before all those other people that were already in this industry and was working and already had classics?
Right.
Hey, can I
Yeah.
hop in there?
You know,
So
You gonna say something, Wani?
no, I just agreed. He was propped up.
Okay.
We know he was just a one hit wonder. He was just a flash in the pan like everybody else, Vanilla Ice or the rest of them. He wasn't going to, he didn't have any staying power. He kept getting propped up.
Propped up. Yeah, because this stuff was so whack after. And to be perfectly honest, Eminem stuff was only because I went to a white high school and they were following him heavy, and it was his early stuff was catchy, but it really and just to be honest, it was just kind of like shock factor because nobody ever
What
talked
was
about
it? You
killing their.
remember?
Yeah, it was the one where he's talking about. He said he killed his girlfriend, drove around with her dead body or something. Dun 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 dun.
I don't even
That
remember
was his
nothing.
baby mother.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. He used to tell
Like
some crazy stories about his family. It made you wonder if there was some line crossing, there were some boundary issues in his family because he used to tell some crazy stories about his family in his songs, and it would be the type of stories that you wouldn't hear the typical black rapper talking about because their lives,
right.
their moral compasses are just completely different.
And Nikki, that was the allure. The allure was wow. I ain't never heard nobody talking about their mama like to kill their mama. What the hell? But once that wore off, it's like, oh yeah, I know who he is. Like Wani said, the system kept propping him up with whack shit.
yeah,
Shiloh
you
Joseph.
know how thanks. You know how the white rockers used to be like that crazy stuff. You can kill your dad. Dun, 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 dun. You know that kind of stuff. So people was like, what the? This is a crazy ass white boy. We all used to say that. There's that one crazy white boy. Everybody used to be like, I kind of like this crazy motherfucker. But excuse my language. Anyway, so look, I got sucked into this stuff. It was like. It was dancing, Hammer came out, everybody was dancing, turn this mother out, all that. And that's, the gangster stuff came, everybody started gangbanging. I got sucked into it too, man. It was just crazy. So what NWA, the next thing you know, how they call this stuff drill rap, that was just banging on wax. We always called that banging on wax. It was like that's nothing new. It was like this new stuff called drill rap. That was just banging on wax. We didn't take it. We was gonna go kill nobody. We was just be talking about the other side. They used to talk about us. We used to talk about them. But that's how that went.
Yeah, and back to the title, pseudo scholars, um, um, like Luke, like some of those fake ass gangsters, hurt the foundational Black American community because they sold us, particularly my generation, the early millennials and some of the later Gen Xers. They sold us a bag of lies. We really thought that it was virtue in living that gang life when there was no virtue. It was, as in my opinion. just like not just like the more meritorious manumission of the Talented Tenth was sold to W. Du Bois to sell to us. It's in my opinion that some of these artists were sold the ideology to give to us on those airwaves. It was warfare. Who hadn't spoke? Let's see, get somebody new that hadn't spoke. I think Roger Ward.
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Just wanted to make a quick point.
What's up, bro?
Not much. Just want to make a quick point. We was talking about Eminem. And I don't know if anybody made this point earlier because I just hopped in the room, but I just find it very interesting that he can talk about killing his mom, baby mom, and everybody in his family, but never got a RICO, like never got any, uh, charges brought up against him. They never investigated. The hip hop police never found it interesting enough to follow him around. But you can have rappers like Lil Durk that got to come on the track and say, you know, if the feds listen, this is just props. It's all fake. We got to give disclaimers in our music because if we say the wrong things, things can get taken out of context and they can get used in court, even though there's a law against that. But laws have to be enforced. You dig what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I
sure.
just find it very interesting that, like I said, he can talk about all these killings and murders, and none of the police or anybody in, law enforcement found it, I guess, real enough to, like investigate those things and hit him with a RICO, and I'll land there.
Yeah, it's so true. I had a family member, or I guess I should say, have a family member that worked for a police department up north. I'm not going to identify where, but this dude was telling me years ago. I met up with him when I was at Georgetown, and he was telling me that the police department, and he not, he's not a federal agent or anything. He's just a police officer in a county police department. They somehow had a multi-million-dollar budget to sit around and listen to rap music and draw conclusions on rap music of what's going on in a dope game, and then give it to the judge to get warrants to go after rappers. Like, how you get $20 million budget for that? And like the brother just said, where in the hell is the First Amendment? The First Amendment guarantees freedom of speech. There are only few exceptions. The exceptions are if you directly threaten the life of human beings. That exception comes from a case that happened in the early part of the 20th century. And some of y'all have heard of this and didn't even know what you were hearing. But it was a kid who went into a movie theater back in the 20s or 30s, and he thought it would be, the movie theater was packed, and he thought it would be cute to yell fire. So he yelled fire, and everybody freaked out and ran, and a bunch of people were killed because they were trampled. Children were trampled. So there's to my pro se understanding, there are limits to the First Amendment, but that's going to be a space, my friend, because this First Amendment, what I would like to do for my people is give you a piece of my mind. What am I saying? I view things strategically. I've always been a whole picture person, which fucks me up because I see the forest, and sometimes I don't see trees, and trees hit me upside the head. But I'm looking at the forest at this whole communism issue, and I'm seeing what's going on. I'm seeing it come together as one master plan, getting rid of the First Amendment. Why in the hell have we got to watch what we say on YouTube? You know what I'm saying? It's a private company, but I mean, we're guaranteed First Amendment rights. But I'm seeing that tied into these electric cars, tied into the over digitized, how can I say that word? Digitization of everything. And that tied into cryptocurrency. We're about to be some motherfucking slaves in a minute. I think Active hadn't talked yet. Go ahead,
Hey,
the Active.
what's going on, room? This Nashville. I'm just on my personal page. I'm gonna start coming in these spaces on my personal page. Um, so I want to say this first, and then I want to ask you about the topic and why you using a certain term. So
Okay.
I'm gonna say this about Eminem, right? Eminem. They just had this big article, uh, maybe about 2 weeks ago. I can't remember which exact publication it was, but it was some regular mainstream publication. It was on my Google homepage, right? And they're talking about people just coming to the realizing the double entendre of Eminem's name, right? So of course Eminem, because it used to be M and M before he was famous, and then of course he had to change that because hey, you could get sued by the candy company. So then when he spelled it how he spelled it, you know, it's the same way forwards and backwards. Okay, that's catchy, that's cute. And then the fact that what does that represent? He's saying that he's white on the outside but black on the inside, right? Because this is what he grew up in. He grew up around a bunch of black dudes. He's a wigger, all that. Okay, cool. So I want to say this other part too about that. Yes, the system propped up Eminem, right? But the system has tried to prop up plenty white uh, musicians in the rap game or the hip hop game who didn't last. Like if you don't like the man and you think his raps is whack, that's one thing. But the dude got enough skills. And the thing is, not just that, it's the fact that he's the quote unquote great white hope. Most of these white people in the world today, but still believe you ask them who their favorite rapper is. Oh, Eminem. Oh, he sold the most records. He did this. He did that. But at the end of the day, they just want to be the king of some shit that they know we really the king of, right? So that's that. But I want to ask you, Professor, why are you using the term scholars to address these people?
Because that's a good question, brother. Because they profess a certain scholarly legitimacy amongst themselves. For instance, we brought up Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton, refers to himself as the Reverend Al Sharpton, and and he uh, acts in a scholarly fashion on our behalf. So I'm calling pseudo scholars because a lot of these people are fake scholars. I brought up um, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, and I'm going to pontificate that he has pseudo scholarship. Um, Even though he has some letters behind Ivy League letters behind his name, it doesn't matter. Some of the things he does is false. You know what I'm saying? Like his false pseudo rhetoric about how much he loves black women. If you love black women, why are you flirting with a white lady? And if you love black women so much, why are you not married to one? Get out my face. He needs to be seen. Michael Eric Dyson needs to be seen. And is he hurting the FBA community? You damn right he is. Because he's spreading rhetoric that he doesn't live by. And in conclusion, in his book, last book I bought, last book I'm ever gonna fucking buy by him, What the Truth Sounds Like, he thought it would please the dominant society to attack another black man in live venue. That other black man was Cornell West, who I have my opinions on Dr. West, but I think it would have been better if they just kind of talked it out in a back room somewhere.
Um,
So
But
so oh, go ahead,
who
one.
attacked what you call it again? I forgot what you were referring.
Michael Eric Dyson attacked the legitimacy of Dr. Cornell
Was he
West in his
jealous
book.
because Cornell West had 5 wives and he didn't have as many? He had five white
I,
So
wives. How do you have
it's
five
not,
let me
white wives? That's a lot of white wives.
yeah.
man.
That's
I think
dedication,
once
baby.
enough.
That's dedication.
So so this what I'm gonna say to that, Professor, right? So I guess I get your logic. I understand your logic, but like me, right? I'm a police brutality activist. I was that before I was a reparations. I am a subject matter expert when it comes to all things police brutality, right? So would you consider me a pseudo scholar?
Nope. And brother, I'm glad you came because I am by no means equating scholarship with fucking letters. That's why I came for Michael Eric Dyson. Michael Eric Dyson has a PhD from Princeton, and I think his scholarship is pseudo, false, bullshit.
Okay. Okay, so then let
And
me
on the flip side, you got brothers like Tariq Nasheed, who is an absolute historian. That you know what I'm saying. Letters don't mean a damn thing. As you can imagine, I probably went to school a bunch. Y'all know that. Have y'all ever heard me? Y'all ever seen me put a letter behind my name? I never will, never don't, never have, never will. I call myself professor because a historically black college made me and gave me a professorship. So that's why I call myself professor because a black school made me. That's the only reason why I do that. But I'm sick and fucking tired of people coming in our mix professing to be experts when they don't do any goddamn work. It's all about work, brother. Like you said you out there in the streets doing work. That makes you a subject matter expert. That makes you a scholar. Is you're out there doing something.
Um,
that's
Okay,
productive.
and I get it, and I guess this is the last point I say. So I guess of like when you look at somebody like a Al Sharpton, I get it. I've never researched if he's actually an ordained minister to call himself the Reverend Al Sharpton. But the reason I just asked the question about what I asked about, is an activist or whatever that's a subject matter expert that's out there, is there are they a pseudo scholar, is because ain't no degrees in this. Ain't no schools where you go to where they teach you activism. Okay, hey, you graduated with your activism degree today. So if he feels like he came up, in the footsteps of a Dr. King and with all those, leaders and those civil rights icons and this and that, and he has a certain perspective, I agree with you. There's a lot of stuff that he does and he says that he's supposed to be speaking on behalf of black people or FBA or whatever that I disagree with, and you're right. But based on that, I would say he's pseudo.
And I'm gonna end on this note, and we'll get to you, Wani. Let's look at America's greatest intellectual. He never went to school, but 10 schools came through him. James Baldwin never went to school, and he's held the title of America's greatest intellectual. I don't even know if James Baldwin finished high school. Wani, talk to us.
I just wanted to say one thing real quick about sales. Yeah, that doesn't count. Sales do not count at all because think of it. If we are 40 million people and we produce some music, we can say that 40 million people would buy it. But what if a Nigerian produces some music and people are like, oh, I want to support Nigerians? And they have 200 and some million people. What if an Arab produces some music? They have 400 million people. So a white person saying they sold more albums or sold more music than us, that doesn't mean anything. They're not doing anything in music. Selling music is not creating music and it's not moving the needle in music. So I just want to put how many sales someone has. Someone like K-pop can have zillions of sales because look how many Asian people there are that are going to want to support their own face on some music. So I'm not impressed by sales at all.
Hey,
Yeah, and I w-
Professor.
one of my white colleagues back in the day told me, he's like, man, you know who buy? We were back in this way back in the day when Juvenile 400 Degrees came out, and I used to rock that shit everywhere I went. Um, and he was like, "Man, you know who buys most rap music?" And I was like, "Who?" He's like, "White people." And I thought he was trolling, but that's true. Who has the money to buy CDs?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Who has? We don't got the money collectively to do that. So what Wani's saying is, and money can be manipulated. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a good measure.
Hey,
I
I
don't
found
use
that
that as a
video you
measurement.
guys. I sent it to you, Professor, and Wani. If you guys can post it, I appreciate it so everybody can see what you was talking about them targeting us for the DNA stuff. I found that
I,
scientist dude.
What are
So
they trying to do again?
they're trying to like do something to target us through the food or mosquitoes to to
Through the
mess us.
food we eat, only our food. How white people are not
No,
going to eat
no,
from the grocery store.
I sent but it's only targeting black people. So
How?
that's why I sent you the
We
video.
don't live anywhere where it's only us.
Okay, just check the video out and see.
I mean, some of the
I
neighborhoods
tried.
that we say are black American neighborhoods are actually not all us.
That's what I said.
Wani, what I think what he's saying, I've heard about this. What he's talking about is basically is GMO foods that have certain things in them that are only supposed to affect us, right? They're not
Hmm.
supposed to affect nobody else.
Again, you
I
shouldn't be
put it in the
eating
jumbotron.
GMO foods to begin with.
And what this is a touchy situation. Me and Wani has kind of Wani had to kind of educate me on this one when I thought I knew a lot about it. But both of you are right. What Wani is basically saying, what she's told me before, is you choose what you put in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you can eat in the United States of America wherever you want. You just have to exercise that type of discipline. That's a fact. But on your side of the coin, They've made poison, GMO, sugar, alcohol so convenient to black people that, and you tie that in with the depression and downtroddenness we face. It's a system that is an, what we call psychology, we call an extrinsic motivationary factor to motivate you to just say, you know what, I'm so fucking tired for working three jobs. I'm not going to Whole Foods. I'm going to the gas station and I'm getting some donuts and I'm gonna get me a beer. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
understand it,
it's
but think about it like this. How long have people said cigarettes are not good for you?
forever.
And the doctors were on the television saying that the menthol was good for your lungs and that this brand doesn't make you cough that much.
Yeah, my grandmother when she
So
was
tar.
living, my grandmother when she was living showed us a prescription she got in the 40s. Do you know my grandmother had she was nervous
Mm-hmm.
and the doctor prescribed her cigarettes.
Nicotine, huh?
Yep, a pack of
That
cigarettes.
that would calm her nerves. I believe it. They
Calm
were
the nerves. Mhm.
literally pushing doctors. Doctors were on the commercial. Literal doctors saying it was okay. Guess what? The Wine Council put out a bunch of commercials talking about grapes are good for your heart. Yeah, they are, but wine isn't. So there's that. Alcohol isn't good for shit. Grapes might be good for you. A little bit of wine isn't going to kill you, but being a wino is.
Total pseudo scholarship. When I was at Georgetown University, we snuck out of a lecture that we had a lecture at the main campus, and we snuck out that like I had a bunch of white friends, and we snuck out of a lecture to go to a graduate school lecture that had the name of the lecture was wine is proved to red wine is proved to improve is linked to improved health, that shit was total bullshit. Alcohol is the most destructive drug ever created. A lot of people argue. I saw a chart, and we're getting kind of off the. Well, I guess this is with pseudo scholarship, but I saw a chart years ago that showed the addictiveness. Why can't I talk today? Addictiveness of substances. I'm like, what's going on with me? But and the top of the chart was heroin. Heroin was like the most addictive, and heroin and what do you call it? The
Opium.
real
Chocolate?
hair. Uh no, the real
No
heroin.
candy
Heroin is
bars?
synthetic.
Opium.
Potato
Morphine,
chips?
Oh,
morphine.
morphine.
Ice cream?
Yeah, morphine and you got me messed up chocolate. Morphine and heroin were like very top. I think morphine was a little bit more addictive
Where is
than
coffee and chocolate on this list? Come
that.
on, somebody's
It
lying.
wasn't on there. But
It's that would be the caffeine. Because chocolate got caffeine too.
But what shocked me, ladies and gentlemen, is alcohol beat cocaine.
What?
Hell
Sh-
yeah.
Sugar, yeah, sugar. It's sugar.
Here we
It's a
go again.
poisonous sugar,
Sugar.
but it's sugar.
He's
Look,
lying. He
hey,
ain't
Wani,
lying.
I'm
He ain't
I'm with
lying.
you. I'm well, I was a certified personal trainer. I'm a formally trained chef. Used to do nutrition and meal plans and all that shit for people. Could have been a health inspector, but yeah. So I get it. I guess I'm just talking about the practicality of it, like what the brother was talking about with this scheme for this genetic modification of us. Like you're right, Wani, but the reality is we know most of our people don't got the money to go shop and do all they shopping at Whole
No, it's
Food,
not
and
about
they
it's not
just
about going to Whole Foods Market though. First of all, some of the countries have rejected these GMO foods. So we're being, as a country, being bombarded with this, not just us. They are trying to sneak in GMO, they're trying to sneak in bugs, okay? They're trying to sneak in insects in
yeah,
our food.
cricket and grasshopper protein. Yep.
Right. They're trying to sneak in
Nastiness.
things that we don't agree to. We don't even know what those, like, they're giving it another name. Like, oh, it has such and such in it. And you're like, what's that? Oh, it's whatever. I'm vegan, so it's not gonna be in something I'm eating unless they throw it in against my will. But still, if I was just eating regular stuff, I wouldn't even know what that word was. What am I gonna look this up while I'm trying to buy it? And then I go home and find out I'm eating bugs. No. I don't think so. They're trying
Well,
to
that's
sneak in a
you know
lot of
that
things on everybody.
And that's what they tell people, right? We always talk about that in the holistic circles. If you can't pronounce the ingredients and you don't know what it
Thank
is,
you.
don't eat it.
Have you ever looked at the ingredients of a Twinkie? I used to eat a lot of the. It looks like the ingredients needed to make a tire. Okay, there's nothing in there. That's
Yellow
right.
number
It's
5.
got everything and all kinds of long ass
every
words.
every every preservative, yeah, all this stuff, because what they like to say is it's for shelf stability, right? All this stuff we do is so it lasts long and it don't go
Mm-mm.
bad while it's waiting for somebody to buy it or while it's waiting on you to eat it.
That's not our concern. Our concern is we should have fresh food in our bodies, not food that lasts long on the shelves. That's us. That doesn't have anything to
But
do with white people are trying to sell garbage to everybody. They're trying to sell
Yeah.
meat and milk because guess what? That's their traditional meals. Meat and milk. They come from the steppe. Steppe people eat mare's milk and mare's meat. And they didn't fall far from the tree. They like meat and milk. We don't have to eat that just because they said it. We don't have to
yeah,
eat like
that's
them.
mostly old blood type people. Yeah, that's that eat for your blood type. That's where the old blood
Yeah,
type came from, out the steps.
that might work for them, but it doesn't work for everybody else. So we need to, there's food for everybody. It's just a matter of knowing that they are trying to slip these GMOs on you, that they're trying to slip. Remember, like I said, they used to bash vegans and then they shut up and they started making a bunch of soy products. Nope, don't eat that. Don't eat that stuff. It's good for what they were using it for and not eating. It messes up your hormones. So you have to know what you're eating. I mean, you are a human. The number one thing to keep yourself well is what you're eating. The fuel that goes in you is number one. You don't, what else are you doing? What's more important than what you're eating? Nothing. Nothing. What's more important than what you're eating? Nothing on the planet. You can't be a good mommy or daddy. You can't even be alive unless you eat properly. So, what are we talking about? That's number one. Get your shit together. Eat properly. Have a habit of eating properly.
Well, that ties in wanting to this whole agenda. Again, I see things on a macro level. This agenda of body positivity, I couldn't understand it. Like, what the fuck, body positivity? Well, huh? Well, I figured out that, oh, corporations are giving us xanthan gum and yellow number 18 and shit that makes your body, guys, it's not really fat, it's your body. You eat that Twinkie and your body says, I don't know what the fuck this is, so I'm just gonna store it until I figure it out. So it becomes that spare tire around your belly, and that's storage, um, of something that not necessarily food. But body positivity comes from the corporate support of selling us junk because they know it's gonna make us fat. So
Yes.
they just
They want to continue
instead.
to sell us junk. They don't care if you're fat. They want to sell you medicine to help you with your diabetes and your fat
Hello,
problems. And if you die, they don't care because then they're going
Wani,
to wait for the next person to come and do the same thing to them. They make money off of you being fat, they make money off of you being sick. And they don't care. Look how much money they're going to make off of just you being fat and sick. They love that.
hey, Wani, tell them what's the top three medicines sold in the country.
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, you was talking. I thought you knew. So you said it. So the top three medicines sold in the country: high cholesterol, hypertension, diabetes.
Thank you.
that's terrible.
That's
And
all.
exactly like what Wani is talking about and what you talking about, Professor. Again, this is something that I'm very passionate about
Mhm.
as a health and fitness junkie, right? But yeah, if there's certain things that you do, if you do what Wani says, then guess what? You don't get sick and you don't have to buy medicine
And
anymore.
it's
You don't
all
have to go
food
see the
related.
doctor.
Those things that you described are all food related.
Yep. When I used to eat indiscriminately, I stayed sick, and I was told that if I didn't lose weight, I couldn't put on my uniform. So I lost 120 pounds, And just by cutting out bread and not a whole bunch, cutting out bread, cutting out sugar, cut my sugar in half, didn't drink sodas, and it just dawned on me that I wasn't getting sick.
Hey, look, Doc, you just, the professor, you just said it. It's, I call it, when I have my clients and I'm giving them that initial dietary advice, I tell them go on a no white diet. No white bread, no white potatoes, no white rice, no white sugar. Like, because if you eliminate the white version, you're probably going to eliminate most of the other versions too, right? And just simple like that, that is a way to alkalinize your diet, and being alkaline is going to prevent all the major ailments and illnesses that we see in the country on a daily basis.
And my mood, yeah, that's true, bro. And my mood changed. I was in a better mood. And I'm not trying to gross y'all out, but your performance in bed is like supercharged. It's like, what the fuck? I'm superhuman just by not eating stuff.
Look,
Dominance.
I
Okay.
have healed people of their allergies from getting them alkaline. People that couldn't eat certain foods, and because you know that then the doctors they'll tell you, well, you want to get over this allergy, pay this money. They give you a little micro shot of that protein over time, and your body adapts to it and learns that it's not a pathogen. Well, you can do that yourself. If you get alkaline and you just touch that food or lick it just every so often, your body will eventually be able to eat it again and you won't have no kind of allergic reaction. I'm not a medical professional. I'm just somebody telling y'all what I know.
Right, 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 right. And we appreciate it, brother. Because a lot of times, and I will say this, and we'll go to Dominus. And again, I'm not a medical professional, but what I do know is in the 1920s, the canons of academia, the schools of medicine and education were taken over and redirected by the Rockefeller Foundation. And I don't know what they did with the schools of medicine, but I imagine it's not good. What was told is allegedly they shifted the focus off of, like Wani said, nature-based healing, the herbs, right? And getting healed by food and herbs to petroleum-based medicine, which is a goddamn oxymoron. Why? What is petroleum? Petroleum is a byproduct of dead things, right? Dead plants, dead animals, dead people. That's what oil is. That's what petroleum. So you're basically taking a derivative of death to stay alive. Where did these people come from? But they fucked up education as well and changed it from liberation. The word educare, education comes from educare, which means to bring out. During the mystery schools in ancient Egypt, they would like if we were in a class, they would look at all of us at 7 years old and try to figure out why God sent us here. Namely, being Wani has a purpose. It's our job as teachers to figure out why Wani and Andy and Nikki are here, not to tell her what the fuck they're gonna be, which is what the system does. It reversed it. The system tells you, "Hey, black kid, play basketball. Hey, black girl, go shake your butt on the basketball court. Hey, black dude, you don't want to play basketball? Here's a mic. Get up there and start singing and rapping." You know what I'm saying? It's we're living in reverse. Everything's in reverse. Dominus, talk to us.
Hey, I just wanted to good after or good night to everyone. Do pseudo scholars and the need to be seen hurt the FBA community? Hell yes. Um, yes, of course. I think that a layer of being Black American is to be able to decipher whether someone's bullshitting you or not, no matter who they are. Like that's an experience that only Black Americans know better than anyone else. Uh, you know, hence why we're in the process of doing what we're doing today. So yeah, now as far as what you brought up earlier, man, I think that was dope. The the instruction of the student is to the instruction of the teacher is to figure out what the student is supposed to be or what they're supposed to do in their purpose in life. Like that is some powerful shit. And that's interesting because most classrooms they teach the same exact same exact information and the same exact syllabus, but if you're supposed to be bringing out whatever someone's purpose is, then you would actually play more of an investigative role, and you wouldn't be so fixed on giving everybody the same thing. You have something, I guess, like more in tune with the student on a student to teacher basis, like on every, you know what I'm saying, from student to student versus from classroom to classroom. So that's pretty interesting,
Yeah,
man.
but yes, sir. Because that, but we can get deeper than a motherfucker on that, because that is based, it's based off the concept of control. I mean, look at the standards in the classroom. It says student will be able to. That's some obey ass shit. You know what I'm saying? You're training people to be, um, uh, a certain part of the machine, which varies from school to school, and this is where you get your differentiation. Mark Zuckerberg went to, Phillips Exeter. I have a friend I grew up with at Birmingham who's from the hood. This dude, full FBA, was just a super genius. That's all I know. His mom and them was broker than my mom and them. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have no money, but he was so smart that he ended up getting a full scholarship to Phillips Exeter. How you even look into doing that? But he went to Phillips Exeter with Mark Zuckerberg, and his description of those, boarding schools are different than, are the same as every other person who went to a fancy boarding school. It's totally different than our public school experiences. The public school is telling me what to do, or telling me, you know what I'm saying, tell kids how to do what to do. But Phillips Exeter, you get your homework for you get all your work for the semester at once, and every day you come to class, you sit at a table, with your cup of coffee, or your drink, your tea, whatever, and y'all discuss problems and y'all help each other figure stuff out. You work as a team. That's why these rich people work as a team. They're trained that way. Well, back in the mystery school systems, man, you want to get real deep with this shit. Like I said, the Kemites believed, they were trying to figure out why we're here. Um, like Andy has a purpose. I need to figure out why she's here. Why, as above, so below. They believe that, everything has supersymmetry, everything's symmetrical, and which meaning that Andy has been sent to planet Earth for a purpose, and Andy has chosen to come to planet Earth. That was her choice, and Andy actually named herself. So if you do numerology on her most common name, not the name that her government game name, but it can be your government name. But if you do numerology on the name that everybody innately has called her, you'll find a purpose. I got Pythagoras's book on that, and if I do numerology on y'all, what's your name? I have y'all fucking scared half to death. That
Hey,
shit, that
the
shit spot on.
Caballerian. The Caballerian. Yep, my shit was like 95% accurate.
My shit said some shit like, probably will be a teacher. I was like, oh man, I did one for this little girl, man. She's 20 something, but they call her a little girl. But she's like skeptical, and I did her shit, and she started crying. I was like, what's wrong? And she's like, this says, one or more of your parents, one of your parents. No, I said one of your parents, has been real hard on you, and has given you a rough childhood. But don't get mad at that parent, because that parent cannot help it. And she was crying. She said, how the fuck did they know that? She said, my mother's mentally ill. That shit spot on. As above, so below, my friend. Yeah. But I had to stop reading it because it goes deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And then, like, you can read your month to month. And one of my, you start seeing you have a potential to die next month. It's like, oh, no, I don't want to read that shit.
Your 7 year cycle and all that shit. Oh yeah, it's real deep, y'all.
Yeah, you might get a divorce this month. Oh, no, don't want to read that shit.
Hey, Professor.
And my shit did say one year, it said you have a possibility of, you're gonna be real close to having a divorce. And I read that shit, and I swear to God, that almost happened. Who called my name? Who was that?
It's me, Martin, sir.
Okay, what's up, bro? I just didn't see your thing.
I didn't want
What's
to.
going on with you?
I didn't want to interview. I didn't want to interview Bill, but you were
Yo,
talking
you good?
about something very I've looked into. We talk about our purpose, and we revere back to the ancient Kemites, our ancestors, and it has to do, from what I've studied, it has to do with the days of the week. So to be more precise, and let's say the zodiac or things like that, it has to do with the day of the week that you were born on. So each of the 7 days, that calendar was derived from our people, not the Greeks. So each of the 7 days is governed by a certain deity or what we would know as a planet, because seven planets and then there's two. So each of those days has a certain principle. So when a child is born, depending on, your clan or tribe or whatever, you have your day calendar. So you know what type of energy that is born on the day that that child was born. And some very keen to the mystery systems would know which ancestor was coming back. So you would know how to cultivate that child. So it would be a system of, okay, we know what we're dealing with. Let's say you're from a cooler energy system and you're a teacher. Okay, we know how to cultivate this child because they're going to be an educator. This child here is going to be a warrior. This child here is going to be a healer. So we would know what we're dealing with so we could keep our systems of civilization going. I'll land there.
Right. Yeah, and he's telling the truth. And we've had, I think, me, Wani, and Nikki had a stage where we were kind of talking about past lives, maybe a month ago or something. There's something to that. And Wani has some really interesting stories about that. I know it's kind of off topic, but it was stories of young people who met the person who killed them or something. I'll let her tell you the story, but I personally, I'm an '80s baby, and some of my earliest memories, I used to have like dreams, vivid like dreams of me being in the military. It's called Woodlands. It's an old military pattern. Woodlands. It's green. It's that A-team stuff that is green and black. It's like the old pattern. I was in a Woodlands battle dress uniform, walking through a jungle with some friends, and we get in a firefight, and my friends got killed. A couple of my friends went down, and I got hit, and I went down. And in this dream that kept reoccurring, my friends were coming to get me. And I said, go. I screamed at them, go, God damn it, go. And I started busting back at the enemy. And then I think I got shot in the head because my lights just went out. Well, I had that dream. I'd be telling my mom, and they like, this boy crazy. What you talking about? It kept happening for years. And then all of a sudden, when I hit puberty, it went away. And I went to college, and one summer I came back. I spent the summer at my mama's house sleeping on her couch. And I just sleep on her couch and watch the History Channel. I used to love that channel, obviously. And the History Channel turned into the Military Channel. Well, anyway, they had a documentary on the Battle of Ia Drang in Vietnam. Apparently, long story short, during the Khe Sanh, when the Vietnamese were taking over Khe Sanh, a military base, they were trying to take it. They took over a special forces, the Army Special Forces base that was right outside of Khe Sanh, and killed a lot of people and pinned them down. They were dying. And the army kept calling, hey, man, we're going to die down here if y'all don't come help us. And the army just basically said, look, I'm sorry, guys, but I would kill more people sending out there to get you than y'all. God bless you, but you're on your own. And so in that story, it was a small group, about 5 or 7, small team of Green Berets that said, "I'm not gonna let my homeboys die like that. Fuck it, let's go get them." So against orders, they just jumped. They ran to go get them out the. Well, anyway, there was a sergeant. It was one black dude on that team that went to go get them, and halfway there to get them, they got in a firefight with the Vietnamese. Two of the sergeants or white sergeants got killed immediately, and there was a black sergeant who got shot and got the Medal of Honor because he just stayed there providing cover so they could escape. They gave him the Medal of Honor for it, and the black soldier's name was Sergeant Allen. I was like, holy shit,
Say that again. What is the battle of what?
Aya Drang.
Okay,
It's
okay.
it's real interesting. It's if you get on YouTube, you can watch that History Channel thing.
Yeah,
It's
that's fucking amazing, bro. That is amazing.
yeah, yeah. And I had this obsession with the Vietnam War. I never understood. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, 7-4.
Yeah, thanks. Uh, you were talking about these pseudo scholars and hip hop and about Luke and Two Live Crew. You know they got hit with obscenity charges because of their lyrics. Like, how should I say it? Pop that pussy. We want that. We want some pussy. And while I don't condone censorship, but at their obscenity trials, if I remember right, one of the scholars who testified on their behalf
was Henry Louis Gates, and he said in their defense that their lyrics was, going after their lyrics was discrimination because those lyrics were part of black culture. I'm like,
Mm-mm.
wait a minute, we don't talk like that.
Well,
You don't go up to a woman and say, "I want some pussy." That ain't
well,
gonna get you
Brother,
nowhere.
let me stop you right there. I'm so grateful that you said that. I said something about Neil deGrasse Tyson, and the whole time we've been talking, I've been flipping through the book to try to find it so I could read it to Wani and validate what I said. I couldn't find Neil. I couldn't find what Neil said about Ivan Van Sertima. I'm sure he did. Maybe it was in another book that I'm gonna go look for, or maybe I'm overlooking it. He said it real fast in the book. It's kind of a dense book. Well, anyway, he's talking about Henry Skip Lewis Gates, who is exactly one of these people we're talking about. Henry Louis Gates is a PhD at Harvard Department of History.
Skip the
Now,
truth gates.
skip the truth. You beat me to saying it, but
I'm sorry, man. I
skip the
stole your
truth.
Mr.
fire.
Mr. Bill Summit.
Yeah, skip the truth. But when I was looking through this book for that piece of evidence about uh, Ivan Van Sertima, I saw it says Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, quote, in February 2014, Henry Skip Gates Jr., a professor of I'm sorry, he's a professor of African and Africana studies. He's a pan-Africanist at Harvard. Invited me to practice in his PBS series, Find Your Roots. But anyway, I'm not gonna bore y'all. But basically, what I want to tell you is all these meritoriously manumitted Negroes are all in the same circles. So in this book, Neil deGrasse Tyson brags on Skip Gates, Oprah Winfrey, Barbara Walters, and Chris Rock. And he also
You said Oprah what?
Winfrey.
That ain't what you said. You said Oprah with.
What's going
Oh,
on? Am I having a stroke? Like my speech, y'all hear this? My speech is weird. If I start slurring,
no,
y'all call the paramedics.
no,
My
that
wife's
didn't sound
my
like no stroke. That sounded like the same thing that happened with a lot of people. That didn't sound like a stroke. You're fine.
It's her
yeah,
fault for
okay.
being called Oprah.
Yeah. Yeah, if I get crazy, y'all let me know. My wife's out the country, so
Oh
like
my
shit, I don't need to
God.
be having. Yeah, she went up for a conference, but that's why I wasn't on last night. I had to take her to the airport early. She almost missed that flight. But yeah, all these people are clicked in. So the last person I mentioned in the book, he talks about in the book that he's just bragging on is Alex Haley. Uh-oh, we got a problem. So our dear brother, um, Dick Gregory used to go off on Haley's ass, and Dick Gregory said that Alex Haley didn't write a goddamn. This is according to Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory said Alex didn't. Well, let me put it this way. According to Dick Gregory, Alex Haley did not write Roots. Roots was given to him as part of that pan. Oh, this y'all gonna
Oh,
love
I
this.
believe every bit of that. Dick
You
Tracy,
gonna
yep.
love this, Nikki. I would have never thought to tell y'all this. Appreciate you, 7-4. I got a lot of information in my head, but it don't always come out. But so according to Dick Gregory in his research, he said Alex Haley didn't write a goddamn lick of Roots. He said that naval intelligence gave some special operative that was given to him as a social engineering project, again to make us believe that we're from Africa. And Dick Gregory fucking proved it because Alex Haley, if y'all pull up his bio, when he died, they had to borrow money to bury him. And Dick Gregory is like, man, if you made all the millions of dollars off of Roots, where'd that money go? He said Alex Haley was just a goddamn figurehead, just like Skip the Truth. They're all clicked in. They're all part of the same that whole class of people who need to be seen, who are meritoriously manumitting us. And for those who just came in, let's go over meritorious manumission one more time. According to Dr. Claude Anderson, meritorious manumission, he says, was the legal act of freeing a slave for good deeds as defined by national public policy. Meritorious manumission could be granted to a slave who distinguished himself by saving the life of a white master Master, inventing a new medicine, or snitching on fellow slaves. This was a destructive weapon in a slave owner's arsenal and a powerful component of public policy. So yeah, all if you notice, all these people tend to hang out with each other. They tend to know each other. Cat Williams dropped a bomb on him on the Shannon Sharp show. But it makes you wonder. It puts that tinfoil kufi on your head. Like, are y'all part of this same thing? Y'all the same thing? But in Neil's book, he identified all those people as good friends of his. Go figure. A Seventh Ward and then active.
Yeah, you mentioned Henry Louis Gates, and when he got arrested by that cop, his house had a lock-ish issues. So he called. So he had his driver help him open a door, and that house he was trying to get into. Speaking about how much money and all that, that house was owned by Harvard. So he called Harvard maintenance about the lock-ish issue. And so that may have been a setup to get him arrested to see how he would react. Would he be a hostile nigger or a obedient nigger? I'll
Right.
let you be the judge. But
Well,
that may have been the setup.
yes, yeah, yeah. And man, they play games with these folk to see. Yeah, Seventh Ward, no, he on his shit. He on his shit, y'all. Cause yeah, and Henry got tenure at Harvard. Sure did. You know who didn't get tenure? Cornell West. Cornell West has a lot of problems. I don't care about all them white women he married. I don't care about that. But one thing I will say about Brother Cornell West is he tries to stand up for right. What I would like about Cornell West if he focused more on us, but he kind of wants to be loving everybody. But Cornell West stood up for what was right and took a stance against the um, the Israeli power structure. He didn't cuss him or anything. He just let it be known that he thought Palestine. Well, he had opinions towards Palestine, and which is what a professor is supposed to
Didn't he
do. A
marry a lot
professor
of Araby looking women?
didn't he what?
I think he married some women that looked kind of Arab.
The crazy thing, Wani, is I grew up. My dad. One of the reasons why I wanted to be a professor is Dr. Cornell West. My dad used to praise him, and he bought me Race Matters. That was one of my first books, and we would, I kind of looked at Cornell West as a deity or something when I was a child. And the strange thing is, as much as we follow Cornell West, I don't ever recall seeing his wife. Never. I saw his mom. I don't remember seeing his kids
He
either. He
hides
kind of
them.
kept that
He
on.
hides them.
He hit him. Yep.
He had
I found
five
out.
wives.
Wow. I found out they're white from y'all. I had no clue.
They're off white.
Off white. You silly. Oh
Tell
Lord.
tell them, you said off white. Tell them what you told me earlier about the one that you saw, though, right, Wani?
I forgot. I forgot what I
I
said.
still had. I had still hadn't seen them.
They're like foreign white.
Wow. So he has a bunch of mixed kids,
She said it.
I have
They're far and white.
like Italian
Yeah,
white.
uh,
far.
foreign.
Mm,
Yeah. See,
foreign
and
white.
my grandfather's accent comes out foreign, foreign,
Foreign.
foreign.
I'm. I'm getting country
Oh
too.
Lord.
I must be getting. I get comfortable with y'all. When I get comfortable, I start talking like
Oh,
Alabama.
really?
They be like, damn. They be like, because I talk kind of proper and defined and shit. And then when I used to drink or I get real comfortable, they be like, damn, you country. Active, talk to us.
So yeah, I wanted to talk about the roots thing, right? So I don't know if y'all know this, but I'll find it and put it in the purple pill. But y'all know, well, the roots, the whole premise of roots, the whole storyline and everything was stolen from a book that had came out decades earlier by this white author. I believe it was just called The Slave, right? And this book didn't really, didn't sell a lot of copies. Wasn't no New York Times bestseller, nothing like that. It was a book, and not a lot of people read it. But that book basically is the whole story of Kunta Kinte, and they just took it and expanded on it.
That's brother. What he just said sounds like what Dick Gregory
And
said.
that was to do
Dick
what? You said it was a social experiment. What was the experiment?
trying to link our that Pan Africanist
Just to
bullshit, trying to
link
link
us?
us.
Okay.
hmm You're from Kunta. Kunta was a slave. He was stolen from the homeland. That shit. When probably Kunta was a indigenous Negro from Alabama that used to hang out with his family by the creek that the white people renamed creeks, and then later called an Indian, and then made books to give me to teach the kids to show Indians looking like white and Asian people. It's a big psyop, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, they are a hot mess and they're mixed up in it as well. They don't even know what their backgrounds are. They would be
No, a
very,
lot of them mixed with black.
right. They would be shocked out of their minds after I did their, their DNA and tracked it all the way from Africa through different parts of the steppe in Asia. And they would be shocked out of their minds to know what they were mixed with and where they came from.
Yeah. I do have one colleague from that rich high school my dad sent us to who is pure. He's like one of the last real Anglo-Saxon Protestants. You know, he's from that lineage. And as I told some of y'all before, years ago when he got married, man, his mom had to, his mom and mom's side of the family and shit, they did like an interview, with the genealogy of the girl they had to make sure, and he told me they had to make sure that we were a match. But I later figured out, oh, they were trying to make sure ain't no Negro bloodlines up in there. That's what that was about.
Did you know that the reason that we have to get blood tests when we get married is because of the RH negative? They want to
No,
make sure, that's what they said. I don't know if it's true. To make sure that you don't have that and you're going to just abort all your children with that person. Because
weird.
the women have to get shots or something when they're pregnant.
What's the significance of RH negative? I'm not really sure. What does that mean?
They reject their children. So if an RH negative woman is with a non RH negative man, their child could be perceived as a enemy, and their body will reject it. So if they know ahead of time, they
Weird.
can give proper. Yeah, I have two girlfriends. They're both hot messes, and they have double spines. They're both RH negative. They're just probably aliens. I
Yeah.
don't even know. How do you have two spines? I mean, please explain it to me. Anyway, they have two spines, which I can't understand, and I didn't look at it, but yeah, they have that, and they have RH negative blood. I just found out they both have double spines.
That's wild. So it's okay. This science is interesting. Like I don't, I get real hazy on it. Somebody came up and then went away. And then we got Martin Cross. Go ahead, Martin.
I just wanted to add to what Sister Wani was saying about the RH. I do not want to misquote anyone. Um, it was in the realm of Dr. Lila Africa. I cannot remember who said it, but it had to do with what you just said about the RH. And there is a test that was done, and I suspect it's still done when Black women have an offspring with a white male. They will get that test and or get a shot so that the womb doesn't reject that foreign DNA. I'll land there.
Very interesting. Yeah, but we tend to be indiscriminate when marriage comes. But my white Anglo-Saxon Protestant friend, his mom didn't care who he was sleeping with. But when he talking about marriage, it's like, oh hell no. The money start organizing. They had to call in them boys to find out who are you really. I don't know. I just kind of feel like, why does that matter? Why do you give a fuck? Like, is it that deep? What? So what if somebody was mixed with Negro down the road? Wouldn't that make your genetics stronger? I guess what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is I don't understand the mindset of some of these people. I don't get it. Martin, talk to us.
Well, I mean, we're talking about pseudo scholars. I'm just going to give a little pushback or reverse. We talk about esteemed scholars, Dr. Wilson. That's white genetic annihilation. Um, Without black people to rate into, white people would disappear because they are a mutation in all of them.
Mm.
Ones who speak Spanish, ones who speak Hindu, ones who speak all type of different languages, from the steppes all the way into destruction of black civilization, all these different forms of Asians. Um, Actually, if you look into the genetics, white people have more in common with Hindus than black people. They are not albino, quote unquote, Negroid or Africoid. They are albino Indians. Um,
Wani, weren't you saying that
No,
that they're from the steppe? Or am I
yeah, I
missing it?
mean, when they were up there with Genghis Khan and them, like, yeah, they're like, what
yeah,
happened? You just branched off from over there? Yeah, they just branched off. They're really, I'm not seeing how they're not Asian. They just branched
Wow.
off. They're just one of
So
the
so
branches.
So this is my understanding, y'all. And Wanda, you tell me if you think I'm off base. But this is what I've learned from my scholarship, right? If we're going to, believe or think that the out of Africa theory is indeed a true theory, right? And that humanity started in the middle of the world when it was Pangea and all that other shit before all the continents broke up. Okay, we understand how long white people been here, right? We know the Wormian Ice Age, and they probably only been around for 10,000 years or less. So you're right to say that they are closer to Indians or those type of those that part of people who are now considered Asian is true because they are a mutation of them. If the Indians are a mutation or a branch off of black people, the first Africans that left the continent and stayed over there and had their ethnogenesis and all that and became what they became. That's where you get the true Caucasians from, right? So when you talk about a Caucasian and how did Caucasian become synonymous with white over time, we get into that, another time. But that's what it started from. When you see a true Caucasian, that's yeah, they got light skin, dark hair, dark features, etc. So the blonde haired, blue eyed white person or the brown haired, brown eyed white person is just a further mutation of that.
Well,
It's very
one
interesting.
thing to remember, these mutations did not happen. So let's say less than 10,000 years ago, they didn't have those mutations. So whatever they're talking about, whoever they dig up, it's not going to be a white person. It's not going to be someone you call white. So when they are arguing about who went across the Bering Strait and how come Louisiana looks a certain way and how come Clovis people look this way, they're not going to look like Native Americans. They don't have those mutations. That mutation didn't exist. They didn't have straight hair. They didn't have white skin. They didn't have those things. There's no blue eyes. Those mutations did not exist. So we can talk about, I mean, I know Fred Flintstone's got us all shook, and we think that, cavemen are white and all that. But no, and the white people were in the steppe and they were in the Caucasus. That's where they came down from. They came down with meat and milk culture, with horsey culture. Yep, they were riding around with their little bows and arrows up there with the Huns and Genghis Khan and all those guys, but they branched off. I'm not going to name all the types of groups of people they branched off from, but they did branch off and they decided to go to places like Europe. But now, wait a minute. Europe wasn't empty. Europe wasn't empty when they
Right.
got there. Europe had other people that came from Africa and went directly to Southern Europe. and they had been
With the Grimaldi.
them, and they had others, a few prominent, many others, but a few prominent others. And we're speaking about people um, after Neanderthals. Neanderthals were getting busy with everybody all over the place, and Denisovans were getting busy as well. And I don't know why they were like, what do these guys look like that you guys were dating them? And yeah, the cavemen, the Neanderthal women were giving birth, and the Neanderthal men were passing their genetics through. So everybody was getting busy on both sides with these Neanderthals. We need to revisit what do these guys look like? They keep doing reconstructions and they don't look good enough for all that action to be happening. But if you say so, if you say modern humans were all mixed up with them, we can't say, Neanderthals are bad. You know why? I'd like to say it. It's easy and convenient, but it's not true because Australians and Negritos have tons of Denisovan and Neanderthal genetics because they passed through Eurasia and they stayed a while before they went to Australia and populated Southeast Asia and then went on to the islands in the South Pacific. So, trying to track these people to see what makes them tick. Is it a superficial thing? Is it genetic? Their genetics are all over the place. If they want to be pure, they have failed. They are not pure because they went down to Europe and then they blended in with all those people who certainly were not white. They weren't white. So I don't know. They're very
But
mixed
that
up.
and that's the thing too, right? Like this whole concept of white supremacy is only something that's existed in the last 1,000 years, right? Like this ain't that ain't even something that was on their mind to be thinking about. Oh, we're gonna keep our blood pure and all this and that. That's some new white people shit, and they are killing themselves because of that. It's a disease or a genetic dysfunction. I'm gonna call it called Kleefstra syndrome, right? And the best way I could break that down in layman's terms, KLEEFSTRA. What it is prolonged extended incest, right? Always say they got the joke,
Interesting.
oh, kissing cousins out. Yeah, kissing cousins in the South, and if you can make a baby with them, y'all ain't really cousins. Well, yeah, okay, you might can get with your fourth or fifth cousin and make a baby, and that baby come out all right for the most part. But how long can you do that before the DNA starts fucking up? And that's what they're experiencing right now. These white people are being born with DNA missing from their gene pool, like there's chunks of DNA missing. It has all kinds of ramifications, mental retardation, body parts not being developed all the way. So yeah, it's a thing.
That's from the inbreeding.
That's
Basically,
what I heard him
but
say.
yeah, basically. But what I'm saying is like not to say like okay, the person that you know as your family is you're just gonna purposely have sex with your cousin. But I'm saying even if it's your 20th cousin that you don't know, and that's ultimately what I'm saying. They all if they all white people and they come from the same spot, how many times can they swip and swap before shit starts happening? And it's been long enough. Now it's happening.
Well, over in London, I keep making fun of
That's
everybody's
interesting.
accents, but they have that London lisp. They have an English lisp. They can't talk. How do I speak English
They got
better than them?
fucked up teeth.
Everything is
They got
jacked up.
fucked up teeth and big ass tongues and little bit mouths with big ass teeth. And yeah, that's a part of it. Because guess what? That was one of the main places we know that in monarchy that
Mm-hmm.
was that was law in the family. So yeah, it started to show
Mm-hmm.
earlier in those types of European countries.
That's very fascinating. I would have never thought of it that way. But that, and I've never heard that theory before. But like, it makes sense. And I'm not a genealogist, but that kind of makes sense. Like you said, now is the time because, with the birth rate issue, I think that theory sounds very viable. Martin, talk to us.
Thank you, sir. I addressed it in for repeal a little bit earlier. Um, I don't want to move the conversation. I'm just gonna be real quick. But we're talking about a little bit about technology and like what do they want with us? Um, they've been able. They say that it's still in process, but we know that they're ahead of what they say. That they're able to use melanin in their quantum computers. So my question is, where do they get the melanin from? It is said that they can't synthesize it. So if melanin is $365 a gram, where are they getting it from to build these quantum computers that have
Now,
super symmetry that can
uh-huh.
contact something quote unquote out there and in here at the same time? Well, melanin
Okay,
is.
so
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
uh,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this is tenfold again, ladies and gentlemen. This is tenfold Kufi zone. I'm not professing that this is any. I usually bring verified scholarship. That's why I'm saying this. But our dear brother Bobby Hemmett. Now this is like years ago. 20 years ago, Bobby Hemmett said that um, dark skinned black people start disappearing all across the country, particularly in Atlanta. And Bobby Hemmett said it was he witnessed a black man running like they had got on a train or something. He said it was, and I'm gonna get some things wrong. It's been years since I heard this, but he said it was a train in Atlanta that was, homeless people starting to room. Man, they stealing people. They snatching homeless people and putting them on a train. Well, Bobby Hemmett said somebody escaped off the train, and they interviewed him. He was a homeless guy, and he said, man, they coming in the middle of the night and just abducting blacks like but the dark, they only wanted the darkest ones of us. They just abduct us. And he said the train led straight to a laboratory. So Bobby, I'm gonna end right there and say that Bobby Hemmett speculated that melanin that's sold on the New York Stock Exchange, that may be your
Hey,
source.
professor, but here's the thing too. Like they say, there's people over in Africa, right? Like from out the rainforest and shit in certain parts. They bring them over here, like you said, to the most prestigious college in the world, University of Chicago, and they have them in their labs telling them what plant does what, and that's how they're getting all these medicines and shit.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Guys, I wish I knew the name. There's a research institute at Harvard. And fuck, I might look when next person starts talking. I might try to look for it, but it's at Harvard School of Science, and they have a area upstairs, whole floor, where they send grad students and scientists to Africa and to the rainforest, and they pick rare plants, and they find out the medicinal use or the shit biological warfare use of those plants, and they sell the formulas to these what do you call them, the big pharma. So yeah, everything comes from us. It's real, it saddens my heart to find out from you that they're using the Twa people, the Batwa people, and the Batwa are actually what do you
They're very good.
cooperating with
They're
them.
very good herbalists too. Batois are
Yeah, that's what I
excellent
read.
herbalists.
That's sad.
I call them
Yeah, I
herbalists,
mean
not
they
medicine
some of the
men.
oldest people on the planet.
Yes,
So
they
of course
are.
they gonna know. But
Yeah.
this, hey,
I would
this is
love to
the
sit down
real
with one.
quick. This the this
Go
the
ahead.
this the answer on paper, brother. To where they getting the melanin on paper, they will say that their primary source is octopus and squid ink, right? Taking it
Yeah, right.
from different creatures in the sea. But yeah, we know that these people is coming up missing, and yeah, we know off books that's a black project.
Man, it's a look up the Atlanta child disappearance.
Another one?
Um no, the original one in the 80s, I
Oh,
think.
Man, it
yeah.
was this dude on YouTube. He had a mean ass channel. Like he was sitting there going back with Wayne Williams, sitting there trying to help him appeal the case, and they proved it wasn't him. And then his channel just disappeared. He was in the military too, like some naval intelligence or some shit. Black dude, I forgot his name. I cannot find his page for nothing, man. It was good as hell. It shows how like it all went all the way back to Oakland County in Michigan. And it was a cop that was trafficking the kids, and then went back to like these pedophile rings and all type of Masonic shit. Damn, I can't remember the name of it. But he had something to do with he was in the rap industry too and shit, but he had a problem with Ti behind some shit, and pretty much they blackballed him. But he was official tissue. God damn, I can't remember. But go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, that happened to me in 2021. When I was teaching computer science at that high school, I sponsored the Black History Club because the kids, believe it or not, it's a very interesting story behind that. One of my um, AP computer science students. I would bring them. I sponsored them. They like, man, we want to know about. But these kids were so fucking excellent. But they're like, man, we want to learn. And these are like just dirt poor black kids. But they're like, we want to know about Black history. Can you teach us? So I decided to sponsor the Black History Club, and I would come and bring these books that I'm sharing with y'all. I didn't bring Dr. Wilson. I was scared to because I didn't want, I felt like that could possibly have me on the news. But I brought them Claude Anderson every day, and they were eating off Claude Anderson. And one of my students, who I'm still friends with to this day, said, Dr. A, you ever heard of Tariq Nasheed? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, no, Tariq Nasheed. So one of my students introduced me to Tariq's page because I introduced him to Claude Anderson. But something you said made me want to talk about it. What were you talking about?
The child Atlanta child murders.
Something else you said.
Uh,
Doggone it.
the industry and being
No, no, no,
blackballed.
no. You talking about the page getting deleted? Yeah, the
Yeah, oh
page
yeah,
getting
yeah, yeah,
deleted.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh yeah, his page gone.
yeah, yeah. That's it. That's it. So, for Black History to save time, I have created a YouTube channel, and um, and I was just teaching Black History, just like no cuss words, just because it's for like ninth graders and shit. And I did one little thing on January 6th, and I was real respectful, no cussing, no copyright violation. I just told what actually happened with January 6th, and my whole YouTube channel got taken down. I was like, what the fuck? They do whatever they want on YouTube, man. It's renegade. Oh, I'm sorry, yours truly. I took my glasses off. What's on your mind? Yours truly. Can you hear me? All right. While we wait on yours truly, let's go to Seventh Ward.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
thanks.
here. I'm here.
Okay.
Okay,
You.
okay,
No, I was just
I'll
gonna say,
yield.
yeah, thanks again for hosting the space. But I was just gonna say, like, you guys are talking about Europeans and like, all these different genetic mutations, missing chromosomes, psychological mutations and whatnot. And it's true though. Like, if you look at like Europe, there's a common thing with Europeans called the Habsburg jaw, where one side of their I guess face is enlarged or their jaw is enlarged just because of like all the genetic mutations from all of like the inbreeding and whatnot. You find that
Hey,
amongst like English and French royalty and especially like Prussia. I guess formerly
yo, there's a lot
known
of
as Germany
It
now.
it came. Yeah, I was about to say Germany. Yep.
not to
Yeah,
cut
yeah. So
you
the
off. Like
Habsburg.
I said,
Brothers, let him land his plane, and then you can go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So the Habsburg jaw is a very common thing amongst Europeans. Like you find it amongst all European royalty. Like especially when I believe it was like King Ferdinand of Spain married into like the English monarchy, right? And then from there you get Queen Isabella, who's tied to the Islamic monarchy, right? So like all this inbreeding to keep the bloodlines,
They're
the
all
royal
German,
bloodline,
though.
yeah, to keep the bloodlines in the family, right? Like all the
But
royal
you
bloodlines
said
in the family
some
by like
other
breeding with one another.
genetics, but they're all German.
Yeah, no, not all German,
Who's not
English,
German? No, no,
French.
no, no, no. Who's not German in the monarchy?
I'm I'm sorry.
Who's not
Yeah,
German in the monarchy?
yeah. You
Who's
said You said English and German,
The
but what
English
you
people are German.
exactly? You're probably not aware of it, my friend. But
yeah,
all of
like
them are
Prussia.
man,
German.
I see that a lot out
Yeah,
here in West
no,
Virginia. That
yeah,
Habsburg
known as
jaw.
Prussia, like World War
No,
One.
no, 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 no. Which monarchy people are not German?
That I don't know. I'm not European, so I wouldn't know.
Are Spanish monarchy? Spanish.
Well, according to their European history, like they have what
Are they
the
Spanish or not?
Spanish. They were well, it was known as the Moors, right? You
No,
had the
they're the
Moorish Empire and
Habsburgs.
whatnot.
They're German. Was
There you
Queen
go.
was
The
Queen
more you know.
was Queen Elizabeth English?
No.
Now you're catching on.
Yep.
They're all
The more you
German and
know.
they're all inbred. And I mean every European country, all
Yeah.
monarchy is German.
Dominated.
Point
Yes,
blank,
because they
period.
all married into each other's families.
No,
That's what
because
happened.
they
Well,
took
I think
over.
it's deep. I think it's deeper than that. And the answer of why, I don't know. If somebody knows, please
Well,
tell me. I have
they're
speculation.
German because Germanic tribes crashed the Greco-Roman Empire, and then they
Totally.
went and planted castles on all of those people's lands and turned them all into serfs. And they are German, and they
Mm,
will always be German, and we're
mm,
under German rule as we speak today. They have never
Facts.
relinquished that rule. They've never relinquished
mm-hmm,
it yet. We're living under that phase. They were Romanized, they were
mm-hmm,
Hellenized, and then they came
mm-hmm.
up and they Germanized everybody. And we are now under that. We're under that phase right now.
Yeah, so like you have like the Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, the Protestants, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Like all of it is like yes, like you can say like yes, Germany or Prussia or whatever, right? But again, you find these genetic mutations amongst them. Like you have like the autism is the one of the biggest ones, right? Like autism is such like debilitating psychological like disease, right? It affects
But why is it
majority of who?
happening now so much?
Europeans.
Because, yeah, they are getting a lot of autism, but
Hmm.
why? Because we didn't have that many people having that diagnosis if we go back 30
Exactly.
years. What's going on?
And why don't you find autism? Why don't you find the autism big in the black community? You don't find autism uh, like that in the black community.
I can maybe
It's on the rise.
it's
It's on the
Yeah,
rise, but
that's a
why
growing
is
trend.
everybody getting it though?
Why is what?
Why is
I
it
would
Autism.
say
increasing?
I don't know.
I would say there's a book by an author named
Like again,
Shauna
like these are
Swan.
European like mutations, right? Just because of like
Bro,
all
did
the
you,
inbreeding.
hold on? Did you hear the other brother talking?
No, I didn't, but I'll drop to listener. But thanks again, I appreciate it.
No, you can come back up. You just couldn't hear him. It's all good. Drop down. I'll bring you back up. What were you saying,
There's,
brother?
there's a book by an author named called Shauna Swan. I think it came out in 2021 or 2022. It's called Countdown, and it talks about all of the forever chemicals that are in all of these things that we eat and we wear in the air, and it highly causes autism and things like this. And the amount that was expounded between the nuclear age in the 50s all the way till now, these things don't go away and they can't store them anymore. They can't put them in everybody's drinking water anymore. So they're just there. So depending on your diet or what you eat, you'll basically be more reactant to all of the chemicals that are in all the things that we consume, basically. But yeah, very interesting book.
Yeah, back to Wani's point of looking at the ingredients. Wani, would you think that those ingredients contribute to the rise in autism?
Yep, a lot of things do. I mean, food is very simple. It really is. It's just a matter of making it a focus. I've seen people drive all out of the way to get crack. I've never heard anyone complain about the price of cocaine in my life. So don't play me. Prioritize food. Stop eating
That's a
junk. Stop
fact.
eating junk.
At any time of night, find the money. Yep. And, Dick Gregory had a joke like that years ago. He said he had an uncle as a dope addict, and he said his Uncle Jabo was a dope addict and a drunk. And he said he picked up Uncle Jabo. He said Jabo would drink a whole gallon of cheap wine, smoke crack, and sleep outside homeless. He said he found Jabo and gave him a apple, and Jabo looked at him and said, "Is this organic?" Seventh Ward, what you got? Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Kanye. Kanye was the new speaker. Kanye then Seventh
Oh, what's
Ward.
up, man? I thought that was hilarious. Now, one is 100% right. Most honorable Elijah Muhammad said, "You either fight and feed the disease." So that's a lot of what people eat is the reason why they messed up. And I think at one point you had a bunch of people posting the food they were eating. I was like, well, I see why you motherfuckers is mad all the time. Y'all niggas don't eat good. Um, so yeah, I just wanted to add that, but very interesting conversation. How y'all doing tonight?
Wonderful, brother, and that's a good point. Segue point you brought up. At that neighborhood I was at in Raleigh, the neighborhood is called Raleigh, Egypt, in Memphis. We did a study. And I've said this before, but we studied the environment. I taught a section of environmental science too there, but we did a study of the environment, and one of my students linked. We like linked the whole thing, like why violence was up, because we discovered that there was a link between high sugar content and violence. That's a fact. Y'all can Google sugar. Does sugar content affect violence? Well, that link between sugar and violence, we concluded that Raleigh, Egypt was a food desert. No grocery stores, only one Kroger, but the Kroger didn't have the same selection as everybody else. So most people relied on corner gas stations to get their groceries. And the groceries were comprised of, other than xanthan gum, yellow number 18, red number 5, or whatever the hell they put in stuff, it was sugar. Whole lot of sugar, soda, sugar, Twinkies, sugar and salt. And what the conclusion my student showed me is sugar is linked with violence. And it just dawned on me that not only are the people in this neighborhood consuming high levels of sugar, what else is on every corner? A liquor store. And what is liquor? That's sugar. So could there have been a link between the violence in this neighborhood and the diet? I think so. Furthermore, in conclusion, she brought to my attention that a lot of factories are in the black neighborhoods in Memphis, and factories. She showed me that the law in Memphis, Tennessee, showed that factories are allowed to dump a very minute but a certain amount of fucking PCP in the atmosphere. Did y'all know that they're allowed to dump like
Yeah, as long as they
um
don't cross a certain threshold level, right?
but still that PCP that my dad was in the Vietnam War and he said people used to get high on PCP because PCP is disassociative. So if you were going on a mission where you're gonna kill a lot of search and destroy, where you're gonna just blow away a bunch of kids and a bunch of women in the village, they would take PCP so they could basically turn their body into a video game. You see yourself doing stuff, but you're not associating with yourself.
Yeah, put
So I
you in
was
a dream
wondering, that
state. But
dream
You can
state. There
be
you go.
functional under PCP.
yes,
That's what my
yeah.
daddy
So
said.
have you ever seen this movie? It's called Black Mass. The guy, can't think of his name for shit. Um, I don't know. Anyway, but he was taking the experiments in jail because they saw what they noticed was people who were doing it didn't have a moral connection to the shit that they were doing, and that's what he was like. It's put you in a dream state. So this is so exactly what he's saying, in a sense. But you see on TVs and people using the bath salts, and they out there swimming in the road and harming themselves. They don't feel that shit. For them, it's like watching your body from a third eye view.
Which is crazy. But this neighborhood in Memphis had a whole bunch of violence, whole bunch, just abnormal. And after that study, my student presented, I wondered, was it a combination of high sugar content and maybe some remnants of PCP floating through the atmosphere?
Manganese.
'Cause yeah, you own it. That's what Dick Gregory said. Manganese is in high levels makes you violent, and manganese is they pump high levels of manganese in our beers, malt liquor. Oh man, we up under attack from so many different levels,
We don't
man.
have any beers.
Well, the beers that's been prescribed to us.
There's no beers prescribed to us.
You don't think that Old English Bull was OE?
No,
Is that my
no food can be
imagination?
given to you. You go out and buy the food.
Oh yeah, I got your point. I'm just saying the beers. Let me watch my
Marketed,
words. The beers that
marketed.
they're marketed that we marketing that we fell for.
Right.
Cause I used to fuck with some Old English. That shit got me.
But they do that stuff on purpose, right? They put you in a situation and they take all the economics away. Then they give people crumbs, and people tend to fight over the crumbs. But then they give you things to cope with the crumbs, like crime, violence, the drugs, the beer, stuff like that, and they make it highly accessible. The guns, the bullets. You go anywhere in America right now, in the South, and buy whatever type of gun you want to. If you look at how crack
Yep.
cocaine spread, the CIA told you they did it. So it's like, well, they knew what the effects would be because they saw what happened in Colombia. And that's on the other end of the world. So it's like all this shit is premeditated. And then they took a step back, had old Uncle Joe come in and write that super predator bill, and they locked niggas up. Kanye said this in one of his rap. He said the DEA teamed up with the CCA. They trying to lock niggas up. They trying to make new slaves. So it just is what it is. But like you said, we under attack from a lot of different angles, from the food to the limited options to it's like a open air prison, if you will.
Yeah, it's like Gaza. No cap. That was very concise, Kanye. Thank you for that. Active and then Martin. Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
this
I'm sorry, Active. I skipped over seventh ward. Seventh ward and then Active.
All right, thank you. Uh, okay. I'm not trying to bash anybody or put down anybody, but there was a correlation made between melanin and quantum computing, and I apologize to that person if I misconflated what they were trying to say, but there is no connection between melanin and quantum computing. They don't have anything to do with each other. I know people who do research in quantum computing. They're black people. They tell me what's going on. There is nothing with melanin to do with it. There isn't. I mean, it's just scientific research. I mean, the abuse of quantum computing is something we should be concerned about because if we don't have encryptions to protect ourselves against it, we should be concerned. But there is nothing to do with melanin and quantum
So it's
computing.
something you was
I
told, something
know
you don't actually know, though, right? You just believe in what they told you.
bullshit. I do research in this shit. I talk to people who do research in this
Calm
shit.
down, deep
You
breath,
don't know
sir.
what you talking
Hey,
about.
hey, hey, yeah. We not. It's all
Yeah,
good.
just
We
going
can
off what you said. You
respect.
said, with all due respect, young fella, you said they told you, and they do research. You didn't say you did research, so you just believe when they told you.
Yeah, but are you doing research
I'm just
in
asking you
in
because you
it?
know melanin is a conductor, right?
No, melanin is just the darkness
No,
of the
but no,
skin.
it's actually it's a can be used as a conductor. You know that, right?
Okay, how?
Okay,
How?
it's a
I would like
compound.
to answer that actually, because
Uh,
I'm the one that actually put it in the purple pill, if you don't mind. I would like
but
to
just
address
real
that.
quick, could you give him a brief explanation of it? Because I need to hear from somebody other than me, so he'll know I'm not making this up. But to make a long story short, it's a conductor. Um, the
How?
your man,
How?
he got you. Go ahead,
How?
Martin.
I would just like to share. I'm not sure if I can share this PDF in the purple pill,
It's gonna take too
but
long.
it's called
All right,
melanin
so
based.
essentially, okay, everything has a conduction rate, right? Some have high, some.
What causes that conduction?
Okay, look, listen. One question at a time, young fella. One question at a time. Everything has a conduction rate, right? There are high levels and low levels. Melanin in itself is a conductor. If you don't believe me, you can Google it.
How?
Google it.
Here,
Well,
No, how? How?
well, I know we're really passionate about this, which is why I hadn't interrupted. I really love the fact that my black men on my page are very excited about proving and disproving science. That alone just makes me happy. But what I will say is this is kind of touchy because the gentleman is obviously a scholar in his field. But when we're so that's one thing. But on the other side, as scholars, sometimes we get. I'm guilty. I've been guilty of this before. We get trapped inside the box of academia and think that A is always A, when sometimes A can be A to the second or A to the fourth, or et cetera, et cetera. So the gentleman, I let me say this before I open my mouth. I don't know shit about quantum computing. One of my good colleagues, best friends, got through talking to her, is a PhD in computer science, and we fell out because I start mentioning um, the Tower of Babel and insinuating that maybe it could have been an ancient computer. That's the only time me and her fought. She's like, "You don't know what the fuck you talking about." She didn't say fuck, but she was, "You don't know what this is my field." And, da, da, da. And I was like, "Okay, cool, cool, all right." I disagree to disagree, but
You
I
said
can't
there
prove it.
was
But at
no
some
ancient computer.
yes, this like
Did you
this
ever hear about
black
that device they found at the care device?
that's my point exactly. Is sometimes uh, sometimes we get, I don't want to say trapped to insinuate anybody's trapped, but sometimes we get so used to seeing things the way we see them that it's hard for us to see things another way. This lady I'm talking about is a genius. I mean, a genius, but she's not a historian, and she doesn't know that. And check this out. I'm not a scientist, so I can't go toe for toe and prove it. So that's what I'm hearing right now, and what I read and I unmute. I rarely use my mute button. Is Dr. Frances Cress Wells and brother Seventh Ward, a medical doctor. She says this. She says the neuropeptide melanin, the absence of this black pigment in the skin and other aspects of the nervous system critically impairs the depth of sensitivity of the nervous system and the ability to tune in to the total spectrum of energy frequencies in the universe. Deficiencies of sensory awareness sets the stage for absence of harmony. So, Dr. Wells said that melanin is I'm not gonna put words in her mouth. She said it's a conductor of sorts, but what that means, I don't know because
Let
I'm
me
not a
read
computer
this. Let me
scientist.
read this thing. It says, yes, melanin can indeed be considered a conductor, particularly in the context of its role in biological systems. I'll skip down. Something about melanin in a complex polymer found in various organisms. Then it says research indicates that melanin can conduct electricity, particularly when in a hydrated state. um, this conductivity is attributed to unique molecular structure, which allows for the movement of electrons. Um, is that enough?
Yeah, that's
No.
wonderful. But let me say this: Seventh Ward has identified himself as a PhD level scholar in the computer science or
Didn't he?
physics
He said
arena.
he had friends that
So,
did that. He didn't say he did it.
oh,
No, he
I
said
thought
he
he
had
said that.
friends
Yes, right. I
that
got
researched
friends.
it. He
And
never
what?
said
Oh,
he
So what?
okay,
did
You
it.
think
okay.
they're lying to me? Is that what
But
you're
but
saying?
let me tell you what I don't want to happen. I don't want this to turn in any way pejorative, because real talk, on either side of the equation, I don't think anybody in this room, including me, is prepared to argue for the truth of that question in either direction, because there's evidence. Unless you are,
Well,
if
I
you
mean, I
are, let
am
me know.
because I know melanin is a
I am. I
conductor.
am.
Well, okay, we'll do it one at a time. Who said they were? Okay, so the
I can.
active and who else? The
So
Martin.
okay. So I'm gonna
Hold,
speak
hold,
on
hold,
that.
hold on, hold on. We're gonna put some order to this. So I'm gonna go with the active first, and then seven. Well, I'm gonna hear the active's argument. When the active is done, we're gonna go to Seventh Ward's argument, and then when we're done with Seventh Ward's argument, we're gonna go to Kanye's argument, and me and Wani and Nikki are decide on what we think is truth for whatever that's worth.
Hey,
All right,
Professor.
go ahead.
I just want to just put my hand up for the argument because I actually brought it up and I put all the sources in the field
Okay,
below. Thank you, sir.
Roger that. So active, Seventh Ward, Kanye, and then Martin, and
So
we'll go by
Okay.
you're admitting to starting the argument, Warden Martin.
It was actually me that started because he said, I
So
said melanin is a
Yes,
conductor.
ma'am.
And he did add his two
Huh?
cents.
Okay.
so
The standard of
so I want
review.
to.
The standard of review is going to be preponderance. So preponderance means whoever brings up the most evidence wins the argument.
Does hearsay
Uh,
count as
who did I
evidence?
say was first? I.
Is hearsay
Uh
admissible as evidence or no? Okay,
Hearsay's
there we go.
not.
Sorry. Cool. All right. Let's go.
Well, no, this is not a court of law. It depends. Go ahead,
What's the
active.
argument, though?
I said melanin can be used
That
as a
that the
conductor,
argument that
and
I
you
heard.
said no.
Yeah,
It is.
Let's have some fun, Wani. He said no, so we're gonna see. I want to hear this one out.
let's hear it out. Active. Can melanin be used as a conductor? And seven forward, is
So
that
not
correct? That's
not
your
on.
argument. Is.
My argument.
Hold on, active. This is me trying to clarify things because what I don't want to do is put words in Seventh Ward's mouth. So Seventh Ward, you're saying that melanin cannot be used as a conductor?
The person conflated melanin with quantum computing.
Okay, that's
That's
why
what
I'm
I get
doing
it
this.
all.
And I apologize in advance if that's what I got.
No,
But
I need to understand the argument. So
but
who was the
That was
person
Kanye.
that
I
was
said
that
melanin can be used
Hold
as
on,
conductor.
let me tell you.
No, sir. It was me. It was
hold on,
Martin. It was Martin. I
active
said it. It was me.
What
gentlemen
the hell?
before the
What?
spark,
This is strange.
before
I literally said
hold
melanin can be used as
on.
conductor. He went off.
Hold on. Before the sparks fly, this is how it has to go. We have to make sure we're arguing on the same topic. Because what will happen is what almost just happened is we got in an argument that was going to get heated, and then Seven War was going to say, "I never even said that. Don't want that. That's a waste of time." So Kanye initiated a point that said that melanin. What
My
was your
statement was
argument,
melanin can be
Kanye?
used as conductor.
Okay, all right. Melanin can be used as a conductor. Did somebody else say melanin could be used as a quantum computer? I thought
No,
I
he
heard
was saying.
that.
Well, he said his friends do. And I said, "Is that research you did yourself?" And he said, "No, my friends told me." And I said, "Well, you know, melanin can be used as conductor, right?" And he said, "No, it can't." That's how we got there.
Okay, well,
Professor.
that eliminates the argument.
Professor. That was
Uh,
No, no,
me.
no, no, no.
That was me. Martin.
okay, that's what
I said.
that's what I thought I heard.
I said that melanin is theorized
You did
and
not say
possibly
that.
being used in quantum computers. Yes, I did. I dropped in the proof field about
Don't
a half an
don't
hour ago.
interrupt.
I put in the proof
Don't
field about
interrupt
a
him.
half
We're
an
trying to get to
hour
the bottom
ago.
of it.
And I just posted another one. So when I get back to my turn, I'll read to you what the documents say. So that's
Okay,
I'll mute
so,
out.
so Martin said that melanin can be okay. Kanye said melanin can be used as a conductor. We just agreed already that melanin, according to Dr. Welsing, MD, and information that Wani said, we've agreed that melanin can be used as a conductor. How? I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know that, but we agree that it is. Kanye, I mean, active. No, I'm sorry. Martin said, and Martin, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying melanin can be used theoretically used as a quantum computer, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's stop right there. The issue is, can melanin be used as a quantum computer? Seven Ward says no. Um, Kanye, Martin, and Active say yes. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah, that's
So
right.
this
Because I didn't know I
okay,
said
good
that yet
deal.
I
until
say
like
yes. Martin
I
says
thought
yes.
you were saying you just said that. I'm like, no, I didn't hear you say that. But I just got here like what 12 minutes ago.
This is an interesting conversation. So Active, why do you think um melanin can be used as a quantum computer, and what evidence can you add to support that?
So what I heard is not that melanin could be used as a quantum computer, but that melanin could be used as a conductor in quantum computing. That's what I heard. So that's what I'm responding to. So yes, is there evidence that melanin is a superconductor? Yes, there's plenty of evidence that melanin is a superconductor. You
no, it
live it and
isn't.
you see it. Yes, it is. You live it and
Don't
you
interrupt
see it.
them.
Stop.
No,
You live
it
it and
ain't.
you live it and
Hold on. Don't. Active has the floor. Don't interrupt him. Let him finish his point, and then you get your turn.
you live it and you see it every day. We are the most physically dominant humans on the planet. Why? Because we are melanin concentrated, right? Other races of people or ethnicities, whatever, if you don't believe in race as a construct, they have melanin as well. White people and non-black folk, quote unquote black folks, have what is called pseudo melanin. But they have actual real melanin, but they only have it in their spines, in their cerebral spinal fluid. It is concentrated with melanin. Everybody comes into this world as a ball of melanin around some nerves, and that is what becomes the fetus and grows into the human that you become. The difference between us and other non-black folks or other non-melanated people on the planet is we have that melanin throughout our whole nervous system and our skin. It's everywhere in us. Where in other races of people, it's just concentrated in the cerebral spinal fluid. That is why we are stronger. we run faster, we jump higher. That is all has to do with a melanin concentration.
May I ask a quick
Now,
question? Can you repeat the
Go ahead,
part you
Wani.
said about the supercomputer or quantum computing real quick?
I said what I heard him initially say when he brought it up was that they're harvesting melanin
Hmm.
to use as a conductor in quantum
Okay, thank you.
computing. That's what, yeah. Yeah, but and then that's how we got into the conversation of where they getting this melanin from. Talking about the missing dark skinned black people. I brought
Yeah.
up how they using the sea, the sea life and the ink, squid ink and different things in nature on paper. But off paper, yeah, they stealing us and we worth our weight in gold, literally.
Okay, we're gonna stop right there. I'm gonna comment on that. We're gonna admit that as truth based off of our expert is gonna be the late great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. Francis Cress Welsing was a medical doctor and a psychiatrist, and she says, "quote the neuropeptide melanin." The absence of this black pigment in the skin and other aspects of the nervous system critically impairs the depth, sensitivity of the nervous system, and the ability to tune into the total spectrum of energy frequency. I really don't know what's going on with my speech today. Energy frequencies of the universe. So, Dr. Welsing, a medical doctor, basically the inverse of that, she said that the inverse of what she just said is whatever melanin is. I'm not smart enough to know, but whatever that is enhances your nervous system. So I'm assuming that a nervous system is conducts electricity or something. So I don't find anything wrong with what Active just said. 7-4. Please don't interrupt. 7-4. Let's hear your point.
I
Okay. Look, look. He's all over the place. He's talking about
I wanted to say
superconductivity.
something real quick.
Hold on. Let
Oh,
Wani go
I'm
and then you
sorry, I
okay.
go.
had my hand up because I knew this was a hot topic. So just calm down just a second. So it says melanin has been explored in the context of quantum computing due to its unique electrical and optical properties. Some researchers suggest that melanin could be utilized in quantum information systems, particularly because of its ability to conduct electricity and interact with light. Does that help the conversation?
Yeah, that
Who said
confirmed
that?
that Wani.
Yes.
That
Boom.
that's exactly what
Who
That's
said
almost.
that? Who said that?
Oh, go ahead.
That's from
Well, Dr.
AI.
Welsing said.
I
Uh,
said it.
Who
Martin
who
said
A,
it.
well,
who said
Martin
that,
A,
originally
Miss
said it.
AI,
Wani?
AI.
Is that what we're going to go off? We're going to rely on AI
Yeah,
as the be all
well,
end
well,
all.
well,
I've
well.
used
in
AI
this
and it has
case,
given me
it
bullshit
has, I
answers.
agree, but I did look at three of them and they all basically say the
Irrelevant.
same thing.
Brother 7-4, that it matches what Dr. Welsing said. That's almost exactly what Welsing said.
Look,
But what we're
look.
gonna do,
What
but we're not making,
did
we're not.
Doctor
Hold on,
Welsing
brother.
mention?
Hold on. I know you're heated about this. We're not gonna make a decision now. Now is your chance to give a counter argument. The counter argument is why do you think melanin is not a superconductor, and why do you think melanin is cannot be associated with the creation or functionality of a quantum computer?
All right, the first one is easy to answer if you know what superconductivity is. Superconductivity is the transfer of electricity with no resistivity. Melanin don't do that. The only materials we know to do that are like cuprates and uh, c- uh, mercury at very low temperatures. So that bullshit goes out the window right there. The quantum computer. Look here. What is quantum computing? The quantum computing is taking the advantage of the spins of electrons, and until you can show me without AI, you can show me a peer-reviewed
No, they said they were
scientific
looking
article.
into it. They didn't say they did it.
They can look into anything they
They can,
want.
I agree.
But and until you show me proof, it don't mean shit. I yield the mic on that.
Okay, so what I'm gonna ask 7-4 is did you have any scholarship? And I hear what you're saying. And to some degree, I understand this is not my field of expertise, but yeah, I know that magnets at real cold temperature does superconductivity. But do you have any scholarship to support what you said? If you don't, it's okay. I'm just trying to find out if you do.
The onus of scholarship, the burden of proof is
They
on you.
said they were
You say
looking
it
into it.
does
I
that. It is on
okay.
you to show me it
I
does
I
never
that.
have
said
it.
it
I
did.
have
Okay.
it. I said
Okay.
it, and I
I could have
I
sworn I
said
Let
it,
me
was
and I
next.
have it.
let me clarify
Hold on.
real quick.
We're not done. Wani, and then
Let
we're
me
going
clarify
to.
real quick. I didn't say it did, and I don't care whether it does or not. But
I'm not
I
accusing
know.
you.
I just wanted to say they were looking into it. Didn't say they did
Look
it.
all they
Didn't
want.
say they did it. Didn't say they accomplished it. But they're looking into that for that reason, and said it was not a super.
Happy
Said it
research.
was not a superconductor though.
Okay, I forgot
It
who
was
was
me.
next.
It was me.
Go ahead, Kanye. So you're arguing that it is.
So first off, the term superconductor wasn't even used. It was just simply conductor, right? Uh,
No, somebody
listen,
said it. I
hold on, hold
heard
on.
it.
Hold
Even
on.
Professor Allen said it.
Hold on. We're gonna go with Kanye. No
So
interruptions.
my statement was very simple and very true. I just said it was a conductor, right? And if anybody knows anything about computers, I don't know, they use conductors. The reason why you would need a superconductor is for a quantum computer, which is a supercomputer, in light words. But I do think the point has already been proven. Shout out to Sister Wani because the idea of melanin being a conductor has been something they've known for a very, very long time. The lady who wrote The Matrix, I can't think of her name for nothing, it escapes me. That was literally one of her points. That guess where she got that from? You guessed it. Dr. Francis Cress Wellesley. That's literally why they wanted Will Smith to play Neo to be dressed in all black. And there's a scene in the movie where Morpheus showed him a battery. And they were literally saying, hey, niggas is finna be batteries, right? That's literally what the whole premise was about. So, and excuse me, I do a lot of research, but for some reason, sometimes it escapes me. Anybody does a lot of research knows that. And in my studying of this, I did read somewhere that melanin was used as a conductor, right? They even have a patent for it, something like that. It escaped me, but I'm like, I know it's a conductor. I've heard it before. But my scholarship, I mean, my sources are Google. It's been peer reviewed several times over. They even have flakes of melanin that you can buy. There's all type of stuff. It's not hearsay. That's why I asked you earlier. It was hearsay available. But I think Sister Wani pretty much dispelled the entire argument. Anything we do from here is legit, just 100% ego. And also, I want to note that the facts don't care about your feelings. So if I'm wrong, I will accept my wrong and I will keep it pushing because we're having a beautiful conversation.
You are wrong.
Well, I think some really good points where this was productive. Um, from a impartial, unbiased standpoint, like Wani, I really don't even care. You know, I kind of care because Welsing's involved, but and I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm saying like either which way, I wanted to be educated because, I thought it was important because you hear this a lot. Oh, melanin and then the melanin, and then some authorities like y'all know Antonio Moore. He thought it was real funny to make fun of people who talk about melanin a couple years ago or last year. So I really wanted to hear what y'all had to offer. What I just learned is there's a lot of validity in the melanin argument. But what I will say is I didn't hear definitive evidence to prove that melanin has a supercomputer. I did hear evidence that melanin is a conductor of sorts that was supported in writing by Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who is damn near an expert. I would say an expert in this realm would be a
There's tons of
neuroscientist.
articles. Science Direct has an article called Melanin Based Electronics from Proton Conductors to Photovoltaics, Vol- Volatics, and Beyond.
Mhm.
That's a that's peer reviewed. There's a bunch of scientists working on it and using it.
Yeah, so I will say this. Um, what we learned out of this is we need to be real careful, and nobody's picking on you, Seventh Ward. I appreciate you in my spaces, and I think you have a lot to offer. But sometimes we get um, emotionally attached to some issues, and we get clouded. I do all the time when people are talking about history, and I think I hear something wrong. I'm like, I'm ready to get your ass, you know. And occasionally, I'm wrong. I'm not saying you are wrong, um, Seventh Ward, because you did make some good points. Basically, the point I heard you say is prove it. I haven't heard any proof, and the only thing I heard proof on was that, and I heard overwhelming proof is that melanin has qualities, unique qualities as a conductor. Now I'm gonna end on this note. Um, what catches my attention is that it's the research around melanin, whatever it is so fucking hush hush. I know melanin is sold on a stock exchange. Why are you selling it on a stock exchange? And I know every year for the last umpteen years, maybe 70 years, there's been a melanin conference, and that, according to Dr. John Henry Clark, has never contained a black person. So what is that about? I don't know, but that's not evidence that it has a supercomputer. Good discussion, guys.
I can add a little bit more. The skin, this is from ResearchGate. It says origin of electrical conductivity in bioelectronic material melanin. Uh, yeah, basically says a bunch of stuff about it being a conductor.
I want to challenge Professor on something real quick.
Go
So
ahead.
I just want to point out a while ago, the Japanese decided to redo their subway system, and they use organic material to find the most efficient way to do it, using like oats or something like that, right? When you said there was no evidence of it, they use organics all the time, and if you can grow something versus have to mine it, it's a whole hell of a lot cheaper. So there's an economic incentive to find things that are more organic, which is why they're really hush hush on melanin because it's a part of people. So there is plenty of proof there, young
What?
brother. Respectfully.
I hear you, bro. Let me. No, no disrespect at all. And I don't know everything. I like to be corrected because I don't want to be around here saying shit and be wrong. But Kanye, just to be clear, I wasn't saying that there's no evidence that melanin is a superconductor. I haven't heard any
But
evidence
see, that wasn't the
that
argument, though. The
proves it.
superconductor part wasn't never the argument. The argument was conductor.
Oh no, I'm not
Yes,
disagreeing
it
Let
with
me
that.
was.
so
I
let me
agree with
let me
that.
jump in, please, y'all. Let me jump in. Look, this is the thing, right? I've done my studies on this. I've seen it. I can find the scholarship that says melanin is a superconductor. Can I find some peer-reviewed
No, you
scholarship on
can't.
it? Hold up, let
Yes.
me talk, bro. Can I find some peer-reviewed scholarship on it? Probably not. So now this is where we get into the speculation of it all, right? We have to think of what we're talking about. We're talking about something that black people have that white people don't. Are the powers that be going to let that kind of information infiltrate the masses so they can know at the end of the day, oh well, damn, black people really, basically, what are you saying? Oh, black people are better than us, or in some kind of way we have a natural biological one up on non-black folks. They don't want that to be the prevailing narrative. But this is why I say, think about this when we talk about the term superconductor, right? You're right. If you use the regular textbook definition of what we understand to be a superconductor, then what you said is correct. But I would ask you this. We know that we can pass information through light now, right? We have such a thing called a fiber optic cable. We know that we can pass information through electricity. How many substances exist on this planet that can do both? And the thing about melanin is it can change shape. So to say superconductor, yeah, it doesn't fit the conventional definition, but there's a
What
way
is
that it can be
But
considered
no,
that.
but
superconductivity?
that's the point. That was never the
Define it.
superconductor thing is something that was added during the discussion.
Well, Kanye, I didn't want to cut you off, but I just felt like an eruption. But I just want to be real clear. Because apparently I wasn't clear. I thought I concluded that melanin, based on evidence, is a conductor. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that as far as I'm concerned, that seems like a fact based off of what Wani said and based off of what Dr. Wells backed up. So I'm saying I'm admitting that that's a fact. Melanin is a conductor, possibly a
Can I
superconductor.
add a
So
little bit more? I don't really know about this topic. I'm just reading these peer reviewed things. It
go ahead.
says, uh, Euromelanin, I'm sorry, it's hard to read, can also exhibit superconductive properties without being combined with other materials, making it a versatile by enhancing. Sorry, the article disappeared.
I hate it when that happens. You still there, wanting?
Yeah, but the article isn't.
Oh, oh, okay. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm saying that it is a conductor. So Kanye, I wasn't saying it. I wasn't disagreeing with the trainer thing. I think we've absolutely proved that melanin is a conductor. I would go so far as saying it's a
Oh
superconductor,
no, no, I wasn't
but it's
saying
at
that
least
part.
a
It was something
conductor.
else you had said, but it's all good. We on the same page with this.
Okay.
Hey, Professor.
Seventh Ward, you wanted to say something, Seventh Ward?
Yeah, look, everything, if under certain conditions, can be a conductor. Is melanin a conductor? Maybe. I'm not going to argue it is or it isn't. I'll give the benefit of the doubt and say that under certain conditions, maybe it is. But to say that melanin is used in quantum computing, no, it isn't. You show me a quantum computer built on melanin. I'll yield the mic on that.
Okay, I respect your opinion, but either which way, I don't think I can prove. This is y'all outside my realm of my realm of expertise. And let me tell you what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna be a fucking pseudo scholar in a space where I say do pseudo scholars and the need to be seen hurt the FBA community. I'm gonna be lead by example and say I don't know enough about this shit to make
Yeah, they're just
make a.
researching it. It's being researched for quantum computing, but it is not used as a conductor of any time in quantum computing, but they are looking into it. Does that help?
Yeah,
And
that
that's
works.
all the brother said. That's all he said from the jump.
No,
But as
that
of
was not
now,
the
there
argument,
is
brother.
no tangible evidence it is.
Sir, can I please? That's it. That I'm the one that said it. If I may, please. I'm the one that said
All
it,
right,
You want
and that's
really
all
we're
want to
I
gonna
start
give
said.
this
Martin.
argument, huh? Let me mark down.
We're gonna
Let
I'm
me
the
make
one
a
that
mark.
said it. I
we're gonna
made.
give
Okay, yeah,
Martin, you
I
let's.
funny
put
as hell,
four
fam.
Okay, I want to
posts.
speak to
I
you.
put
we're
four
gonna give
posts.
Martin.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna give Martin the last words on this topic because it's related to pseudoscience, but I think we're kind of wearing it out. Martin, you have the last comments. Go ahead on this subject.
Thank you, sir. I
Go
don't mean
ahead.
to go into too many, royal poofy
No, you're
hats,
good. You didn't
but
really talk that much. You good.
um, but topic came up. I like the talk about the Atlanta child murders. But anyway, I posted several articles in the Purple Pill down below. About what I was talking about is quantum mechanics and melanin, and these are well researched articles. This one
They're
here.
mutually exclusive from quantum computing.
What's that, sir?
Let's no. Let's not interrupt him, bro. He has the final words, and then I don't want to
I
hear about Mel.
apologize.
It's all good. Go
No
ahead,
worries, no
Martin.
worries. This is I posted it down below. This is from Rio Ashita, Susan Asperita, and Hideki Kasai from January 2021. ResearchGate is down below. Melanin chemistry explored by quantum mechanics, investigation for mechanism identification and reaction design. I read a little bit from it. This is from the abstract. The book discusses recent advances in theoretical computational studies on the biosynthesis of melanin pigment melanogenesis. These advances are being driven by the development of high performance computers, now experimental findings, and extensive work on medical application involving the control of pigmentation and treatment of challenging dermatological diseases. Understanding the elementary processes involved, the chemical reaction at the atomic scale is important in biochemical reaction design for effective control in pigmentary systems. According to the book, According to the book, it focuses on the elementary steps involved in melanogenesis, which crucially affect the composition of the resulting melanin pigment by means of competitive reactions. So you kind of understand what this is saying. It's posted in the purple pill down below. There's plenty of research, like Monty pulled up. This is not quote unquote proven, but when white people say they're studying it, it's already done. I'll land right there.
Let
Thank
me
you all so much for your
let
time. I
me
love your
add one.
spaces.
Let me add one little quick
No doubt, bro.
thing.
Go ahead, Wani.
It said that the scientists have found a way to enhance this so that it can be used in
Yes,
these
ma'am.
ways.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's one of the developments.
Dope conversation.
And people like him, and I just want to land on this. I love you all. I don't mean no harm, but people like him are the pseudo scholars that need to be scorned in the FBA
Are you
community.
talking about
Thank you
me?
all.
Say it
Yes,
to
sir.
me. Let's
I'm
say,
saying it
all
to
right, let's
you,
debate
sir.
this
I'm
right
saying
now.
it.
You don't know
I've
what you're
already
talking
landed.
about.
I've
Just
already
When
one
you
landed.
are
thing.
talking
I've
about
already
quantum
landed.
mechanics
Thank you
and
Just
quantum
all.
relax.
computers,
Thank you
they are
all.
two different.
Let's just
Sometimes people just,
relax.
yeah, yeah. Sometimes people want to argue, and I don't think anybody on this, in my opinion, well, shit. At least I'm not equipped. In fact, I'm hosting the space. Me and my co-host. I don't know if this is their area of expertise. So if I were you, gentlemen, I would save this. I would table this topic for another time. If you want me to do a space on it, I'll try to research on it. But I don't feel very useful
This is
in trying to
not my
mediate.
area of expertise at all. In fact, I
Me
learned
neither.
some things by looking it up. But I'm not trying to side with anyone. I'm just, pulling it up.
Yeah, let's. I say the brother had last words. Every last one of y'all made really good points, and like Wani, I learned a whole lot. I didn't know it was a fucking train using. That's
May I
wild.
please have the last word?
Nuh-uh. Brother had the Martin Cross had the last word. We're gonna end that topic because I mean I don't have anything to add to it.
I do.
um,
I
we
thought you
I
heard your
did
point,
not
brother,
know
and you
this
brought
was
about it.
such a hot topic.
That's the
I did
tip of the
not know
iceberg
this.
of what I know.
well, you had your chance, bro, to bring up points, and you
But
brought up
they
some
keep
good points.
bringing up new shit that's harder.
Okay, let's
That
just.
makes me that I gotta
We're gonna
refute
we're gonna
when
table it,
because these
and
people don't know what they're talking about. They bring up
we're gonna
A, B, and C, and then I gotta refute
I
D,
mean, you don't
B, and
have to.
E. So
Okay, can I ask a
got
quick
I can
question?
refute everything they said if I'm
Yeah, you're
allowed
not
to.
Can
allowed
I
You
to.
just
don't. They
ask a
don't know
quick
who they
question?
fucking with.
Can I ask you a quick
yeah.
question, Seven?
Go
What
ahead.
is it that you disagree with?
Okay. If you want to apply quantum mechanics to melanin, okay, fine. Yeah, that's cool. But if you say it's quantum mechanics and therefore quantum computing, that is two different things. Okay? Quantum computing is one thing, applying quantum mechanics to melanin is a different thing. It's totally different. Quantum computing is about using qubits. Applying quantum mechanics to melanin is about applying like Schrodinger's wave equation, Combe-Sham's equation, density functional theory. That's okay. That is a different thing. I'm not arguing that you cannot apply quantum mechanics to study of melanin. That's a good thing. But saying it's therefore quantum computing is bullshit.
Got it.
With
No,
that, I
sir.
Well,
yield the
No,
mic.
sir. No, 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 no.
here goes the thing. I'm gonna end this topic because, like, what you said sounded like you knew what you were talking about, but I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. So that's puts us in a
I
weird
felt
position
dumb
when,
during part of the
yeah, I didn't know
conversation.
and I know a lot of things. I didn't know. I heard that one thing he said sounded familiar, but this is way too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I can't help
understood
with it.
like I say 30% of the words.
Yep, I'm useless in this situation. So,
Mhm.
brothers, y'all are heated about this. I would advise y'all to either start a room on it or give me notice and I'll start one after I do some homework on it. Uh, I saw some new people come to the stage. Let's
It's gonna be
see.
a lot of homework to do. I don't agree to do it.
I'm so overwhelmed with everything. I don't even know where to.
We have to go to
Yeah, you.
college to learn how to have this argument.
No cap. You can ask Wani. Like it, we'll come up with a topic, and I'll be like, damn. Okay, let me do some work. It's like my whole life is in a book or doing
That's a
research.
good thing, though. You learn a lot.
Like,
Um, I do think
You do.
I'm a bad. I'm so sorry. I forgot to speak to the topic. The pseudo
Go
scholars
ahead.
and the need to be seen hurt the FBA community. I got to give this a super yes. And it's interesting.
I ain't
You said what
one.
now?
Oh no, nobody ain't talking
No, we're
about you.
I'm
not.
talking
Don't
about
don't
We're
something
take it
not
completely different. I
personal.
talking about
promise.
you.
No,
So earlier
no, we're not
today,
talking about you.
shout out to Sonny Johnson. She held a space and she was talking about the Harris Walls campaign and how they put out a very specific agenda for black men that was really for everybody, and then they put out a more specific, unique plan for the Latino man, right? And we came to this conclusion that I think that you guys are making here today, that it wasn't the entire community that came with that plan. It was the Boule Negroes, you know what I mean? The pseudo intellectuals, right? Who was like, oh, mental health, weed, you know what I mean? And they have that because they're not tapped in with the community. So when they're not tapped in the community, it just go off the most basic stereotypes. And that does, in fact, hurt the community because they're more concerned with the photo op than actually connecting with the people. Because you have to think about it. If you really truly tapped in with the people at the grassroots level, or just any everyday average middle class foundational Black American, you don't have to have an emissary to understand what the problems is, right? It's those people who are so far removed from the community that have the problem, and it becomes less about the actual truth and more about being right or having the last word or just goofy shit like that. So it's like when you see this, you think to yourself like, well, how does this really help? And the truth of the matter is, it doesn't. That'd be one thing if they had our best interests, but they don't. They're worried about lining their own pockets, and it's reflected in what she was saying about the studies and shit like that. Well, when they say the studies, what do they mean? That means they're going to grab a bunch of people who may look like us, who may not be us, and they're going to shove tons of money in their pocket to do a 10-year research on reparations or some shit like that, right? And they're going to get paid good money for those 10 years to come up with absolutely nothing, to decide that we did research on it and needs to be reviewed. And then all of a sudden, the review never comes to light. It's a stalling tactic done by the pseudo scholars who need to be seen so they can say shit like, well, I'm trying to help the community by researching this stuff for Congress. That's
Oh
exactly
hell
what they
yeah,
do. So I just
yes.
want to say, if anybody's putting their ego before the truth, beware of that person in any set. Shout out to Sister Wani. Shout out to Professor Allen. And it takes and shout out to them because they were like, "Yo, I don't know enough about certain topics." Right? And it's not the only topic they've said it on. Like we were talking about something else, and he was like, "Yeah, this is out of my expertise. We'll do some research on it." And I do appreciate that because that's how you know a person is trying to educate our people and not trying to be seen. Because the man got to sit up there and just do a bunch of words he knows out and just made it seem like he knew what he was talking about and confused the fuck out of everybody. And you think, okay, well, he knows something I don't know. But no, shout out to you guys for taking your time to make it digestible for those of us who don't understand all of this shit. And there's no shame in not knowing something. But be able to research, set their ego to the side, and admit, damn, I didn't know it. So I do think pseudo scholars are definitely definitely the scourge of the community at this point. It ain't the nigga with the gun. It's the motherfucker smiling with the pink shirts, talking to the president elect and telling them that we need mental health checks in the hood. No, we good. Just give us some clean apples. We'll figure the rest of it out.
Facts, brother. I'm glad the brother brought up boule. That's another term that's kind of misunderstood in context. A lot of the, I guess you call them divine nine. I don't know if I agree with that term because all organizations ain't the same. They get called the boule when they're not, and I need to do a little bit more research and before I have a space talking about that type of stuff. But what I was when was this Tuesday? Shit, I'm losing track of time. Yeah, Tuesday we were going over ancient Rome in my section of ancient history, and I saw boule in the book, and I learned some shit. If y'all look at the jumbotron, if you would, the boule went back to 500. I think it was 500 BC. Look at that. It says
What?
the boule are. Hey, I didn't know this. I put it in the
500
jumbotron.
beast. Hold on.
Look at that shit. Day to day decision. The boule are council of 500 day to day decisions for and the agenda for ecclesia were made at the council of 500 known as the boule. I didn't know that the boule that was always all something is going on with my motherfucking speech today. That was has
You get for real?
always been No, I stayed off today. I went to sleep. Like I'm not sleepy. Like I don't know what the fuck's going
Drink some
on.
water, man.
Anyway. Yeah, I'm drinking some water. Like I was like, I can't talk today. It's very strange. But yeah, that shit goes back to ancient Greece. And look at that. It says the Boule or Council of 500, and that date may have been wrong wanting. But the or Council of 500 day-to-day decisions and agenda for ecclesia were made by a council known of 500 as the Boule. The Boule met with the Bulliatarian. I'm not going to even try to pronounce that. And the members slept nearby in Tholos and able to be able to respond to emergencies. Members of the council were chosen by a lot from the entire citizen and served for 1 year. So that's very interesting that there was an elite group of people who controlled Rome behind the scenes, known as the Boule. I was like, uh huh,
I had
ain't
no
shit
idea
changed.
that name
Me
was being
neither.
used. I
Me
mean, I
neither.
know there's an elite group of people ruling all the time, but to have that name and then to still be plagued with them is amazing.
Yeah, we're in a Roman society. Like that, I mean, I've been knew that, but I didn't know that the Boule was that hidden
But
hand
let
in
me ask you
Rome.
something, Professor
I mean, what
Arlen.
the fuck?
I'll give you an example.
Go
I'll give
ahead,
you an
Andy.
example of the boule. I got into an argument with this person before, and because we're black, we don't understand how they're interspersed amongst us. Me, you, and Levy are all part of Kojic, correct?
I
Born,
was
born
born
into it.
into it. I'm
You're
not
not part
part.
of it, but you're born into
Yeah,
it, i.e., you're a member. Just for an
yeah.
example. So, Bishop Mason's children are all Ivy League educated. His children are Boule, but they're in a predominantly one of the largest black religions in the United States, and they're extremely wealthy. Those are the people that confers with the president or that speak for us behind closed scenes. And when we say they're out of touch, it just seems to me that it's more than just being out of touch. They're maliciously overseers of the black people because they are disconnected, by wealth, by title, and by position, although they're interspersed throughout our community.
I like what brother what King Mark Carter say. He said they nigga vampires. I can't get enough of
That's
it. I don't know how y'all
exactly
feel
what
about.
they are.
I can't get enough of hearing him saying that. He said nigga vampires who will intellectually bite you and turn you into a nigga vampire.
Man, Mark Carter be on spot on with these analogies, boy.
Yep, very old.
Speaking of pseudo intellectuals, I just saw the stage.
What I miss? Hold
Oh,
on.
you gonna find out soon enough if you don't
Oh
know.
boy.
You want to DM
Oh
him
boy.
one?
We know.
Hey Art, talk to us.
Have you?
Can you
I
hear
was
me,
wondering if
bro Art?
you seen the
Uh-oh,
etymology.
Art's mad now. We getting on his nerves.
What'd you say, Art? No, I wonder if I
The
seen what.
etymology of the word scholar. Out of curiosity.
No, no. What you got?
It means school. It means student, right?
I never even looked it up. I looked
Yeah,
up.
a
I looked up
student. So
nice.
how, I was wondering how
The
you be a
etymology.
pseudo.
The etymology of nice means stupid.
So the pseudo is basically like false. It has a bunch of other words, but pretty much false. So how can you be a false student? And if you are a false
E-
student,
Easy.
how would that hurt the FBA community?
Okay, so that's easy. I didn't know that it meant student, but that makes sense because a true educator, a true um, pedagogue, that's a word, is a lifetime learner. So you have, if you're a real teacher, a real professor, you got to be a lifetime. They don't stop. You have to constantly learn, constantly publish, constantly go to meetings and shit. Um, a, a false student is somebody who knows every goddamn thing. They call them, the Greeks call them sophomore. Sophomore means a dummy. Like you, you're in college. You're a sophomore, huh? Oh, I'm a sophomore. That means you're dumb. You don't know any goddamn thing. So, if a pseudo scholar would be somebody who has a position, like we said earlier, been given some type of position in society. A lot of pseudo scholars exist within some of our best University. I think I said this and I say it in a goddamn courthouse. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson with his PhD from Princeton emits pseudo scholarship. An example is he talking about how much we need to love and praise the beautiful black chocolate sweet delicious sister, and his ass up here trying to talk to a white woman. So what he said was pseudo, it was fake. He didn't believe that. He was saying that to hurt the black community. He was saying that to get into favors with the dominant society as a means of positioning. Earlier, I thought about on Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. It was before my time, but I'd be watching a lot of YouTube reels. I didn't know that Dr. Michael Eric Dyson in the early '90s was trying to get into that whole circle of y'all remember Dr. Shahrazad Ali, the lady who wrote the Black Man's
Yeah,
Guide.
understanding the
You
black
remember
woman.
when
Oh, the
she
beautiful queen sister from. Yes,
yeah,
yes, we remember. Yes, love
love
her to
her,
death.
love her, love her, love her, love her, love her, love her. Want to meet her, but she exploded. I was too young for this, but I've seen reruns. She exploded in the '90s on Donahue or something, and she created an argument on those TV shows. And Phil, I mean not Phil Valentine. Phil Valentine was part of that circle, but Ayanna Van Zant uh and Michael Eric Dyson rode that wave and started showing up on those TV shows. And I was watching it hindsight, 30 years later, and I started seeing some positioning, and I was like, oh, I wonder was uh, Michael Eric Dyson sent by the same system that sent W. Du Bois. You know what I'm saying? Go spy on the Negroes. You know, the whole meritorious manumission thing. Again, those of you who just coming in, meritorious manumission, according to Dr. Claude Anderson, is a legal act. He said was, but I'm gonna say is a legal act of freeing of a slave for good deeds as defined by national public policy. Meritorious manumission could be granted to a slave who distinguished himself by saving the life of a white master, inventing a new medicine, or snitching on fellow slaves. I think Dr. Eric Dyson was sent as the latter. You know, to go tell the dominant society what the Negroes is doing. We'll give you a butter biscuit. We'll give you a TV show. We'll give you a book deal. These goddamn people are vampires, man, and they do hurt the black community. Yep. Hopefully that answered your question, Art. A pseudo scholar, false student.
Okay, so technically, could a preacher be a pseudo scholar? Out of curiosity.
Oh, absolutely, all the time. We talked about what's his name?
Al
What's that joke?
Sharpton.
Yeah, Al Sharpton.
Yeah. Um. My thing is that when I feel like the a lot of people have the burden of proof fallacy, where they make a claim and then they try to have you disprove their claim as a form of validity to their claim. And I think that that's where I think pretty much becomes the pseudo scholar, because in a way you're not being a student if you're making a claim and you're trying to put the burden of proof on somebody else. You see what I'm saying?
It's so yeah, I see what you're saying, and it's so complicated, Art. Like, this is what people go to law school for, and people like myself who migrate to it's a class in undergrad called logical reasoning. You can use a combination of facts in a certain way to mislead people to put yourself in a position to get graces with people. It's a whole degree on that called political science. It's creepy, it's evil, but when you know a little bit about it like I do, you see people, you really see through Michael Eric Dyson. I can't stand to hear him talk. He even talks like Dr. King. He went to Princeton, PhD. That dude probably talks like me. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck out of
He
here.
from Detroit, but yeah, I feel what you're saying with that sing songy rhythmic type hip, because he got to let people know that he's down. He's a brother. I always felt like he was putting on too much with that.
Man's a sellout.
But yeah, no, I feel you. I'm gonna say this to you, Art. No, Art, that's my dog. You one of the few people on here I feel like it really hang with me or even leave me behind on some intellectual shit, on some brain power. But this is what I would say about the interpretation when I hear pseudo scholar, right? And especially now, he always introduces me to new information. Now that you've told me that a scholar means a student, I can understand the etymology of that word, right? And I would to try to translate or bridge the gap between the title and what you just introduced to us. We had a conversation earlier where basically we were talking about the hypocrisy in these quote unquote pseudo scholars, right? I.e., Reverend Al Sharpton, a Michael Eric Dyson, Skip Gates, etc. So I would say you can be a false student because in this context you're learning false doctrine or false information and spreading that false information to mislead the people who look to you as a quote unquote leader or teacher for them.
So real quick, so
Absolutely.
shout out to Professor. Um, the the elegant scholar known as Cat Williams made this statement. The Chrysler 300 looks like a Phantom until the Phantom pulls up. People like Eric Dyson are
I love
so
it.
full of shit. And I'm gonna tell you why. I mean, like he was saying, if anybody have any type of common sense, you can kind of see through the boy. Because what he'll do is he'll say a bunch of words in a row that make absolutely no sense. Some have four syllables. And then when he feels like he's losing the crowd, he will bust out a Biggie lyric to show that he's down. And then he'll rap it with the most un hip hop shit ever. Grams had the message. Character like nigga, shut the fuck up. Like what the fuck? We talking about something else. But they do that in order to slither up next to us. And for the record, there's
Yep.
nothing wrong with scholars in the community. Everybody should technically be a scholar. You never stop learning. The point I think everybody seems to kind of dance around a little bit is the pseudo part. To quote another philosopher, Phil Collins, and learning you will teach, and in teaching you will learn. So if you're a false student, you will be a false teacher, which is why we got to get all these pseudo intellectual motherfuckers out of these institutions teaching all this false shit. You got people with a straight
Yep.
face telling you men can be women and women can be men. That's just simply not true.
Preach.
That's what you call a pseudo intellectual right there. Because motherfuckers so smart, they dumb. See, when you start saying shit that pushes against verifiable, observable reality, then you can't be taken serious. As somebody as somebody tell me, brother, the right answer is not always right. Whoa. So since when do we make that
Shit.
statement, son? And it's like you gotta think about this for a second. Why are they pushing all this ignorant shit? I don't know about y'all. I'm an old nigga, 32. But when I was in school,
That's a
you
young
had this
nigga,
thing.
man.
I'm being funny. The young people call me old on the app, and I just embrace it with full I love it. But when I was growing up, we had multiple choice, and there was another part called critical thinking, where they'd say ask you a question. There's no right or wrong answer technically, but they wanted to see what you was thinking, how much of a grasp that you have on the actual concept they were trying to teach you. That is gone out the window because they tell you what they want you to know now. And what we're starting to see is a bunch of
Yep.
people who have followed those rules their entire lives, and they're placing what they have been falsely taught up against a real world experience. Oh, it's okay to say, in theory, everybody should be equal and blah, blah, blah. But the truth is, that's not how this works, right? Some people got to work a little harder. Some people got to be just a little bit smarter. And some of y'all, like the beautiful ladies on the stage, can get by on their looks. That's life. We understand that. And the more you grasp that concept of how life actually is, the better off you will be. Now, a pseudo intellectual will tell you, you have the same chances as everybody else. Well, sir, that's just not the case. No matter your education level or nothing, some things you may just not be qualified for on things you have no control over. And that's the sad reality of life. So pseudo scholars definitely hurt.
Yeah, Kanye, that was beautiful. What was that? I hadn't heard that. A Chrysler 300 looks like a Phantom
Yep.
until a Phantom pulls up. Brother, I love that you brought that up because again, Cat Williams is a motherfucking scholar. He don't got Cat Williams didn't finish high school. It ain't got shit to do with your level of education. It's your level of scholarship. Cat Williams said he read thousands of books. He's constantly learning. He's in the field, right? And he's down for his people, and he's helping his community. I've really enjoyed this space, but I wanted to identify something before we come to a close. Where is a lot of this? Kanye gave me an opportunity to talk about these fucking professors who are present, who are pushing ideology that is non creative, it's downright dangerous. I'm gonna help y'all identify where this is coming from. There was a I don't know where to start. There's been a conspiracy to take over the world, um, called Novus Ordo Seclorum, the New Order, New World Order. Well, one of the architects of this was a man named Albert Pike. Albert Pike was an attorney, an occultist, and a Confederate war general. I'm gonna give you the short version. Well, Albert wrote a book called Morals and Dogma. I urge everybody to buy it. You might be able to get a PDF free online. In Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike outlined the only way, in his opinion, the New World Order could take over world control. And he predicted the future in the 1800s. He said the first thing you got to do is get rid of the Russians, because the Russians have a real strong faith in God. And like Juanes pointed out, like foundational Black Americans, the Russians don't give a fuck. Like they're like, we believe what we believe. You're not going to turn us out. Albert Pike said they were target number one. And he said you need to replace their faith in God. I'm paraphrasing them, with communism. Bam, stop right there. Well, communism was created um, before Morals and Dogma by Karl Marx, who claimed to be an atheist, which was absolute bullshit. If you go digging through Karl Marx's history, you'll find out he was a Satanist. He was associated with the cult. His favorite quote, and y'all can verify this, was something like, "All living things deserve to die," and that's a Luciferian quote. Karl Marx adored Satan, and his communism, Marxism, is damn near perfectly aligned with the Satanist doctrine. We'll get to that in a minute. Well, Albert Pike said the first step is to get rid of the Russians, replace their religious system and their their monarchy with communism. I'd be damned if that didn't happen. He called that 100 years before it happened. He said step two, you need to get rid of the Nazi Party and create a homeland for a certain group of people. I'd be damned if that's exactly what happened. Now we're in phase three. He said in phase three, you need to create a conflict between the Jews and the Muslims, and you need to create a such a disruption of nihilism in the West, basically America, that people lose all faith in God. And once faith in God is gone, got to an all time low, then you introduce the American people, the West, to Luciferian doctrine. Kanye made me think about that when he talked about those professors that's telling you all this bullshit. Those professors, brother Kanye, are goddamn Marxist. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party looks like it's aligned itself with communism and Marxism. From my view, I see something very dangerous happen. And I'm not a Republican either. Don't let's not go there. I'm just saying I'm looking at a lot of Marxist ideology being spread, and I'm telling my people to beware, ladies and gentlemen, because it's not what you think it
I
is.
want to add this one quick thing. People forget that neoliberalism was ushered in by Ronald Reagan and Thatcher. It wasn't ushered in by a Democrat. That's for one thing. Um, Obama would have technically been to the right of Nixon. So that's another fact, by his own words, his own account. So just some food for thought when you're thinking about this. And the last thing is, I don't know if you're familiar with Frank Zappa, but he called the Republican Party and their crony capitalism communism, and he called the Democrats socialists. So the Democrats are socialists and the Republicans are commies. Just food for thought.
It's a g- it's a good and artist, right? That's why I said I'm not a Republican either. They're both. It's a what did what's good? Not Jordan Peterson, Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell said if you look at the eagle on your dollar bill, um, you got a right wing and a left wing. Right wing is Republicans, left wing's Democrat. But he said the bird got one head. So artists, right? Yeah, they're both. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have painted the Democratic Party like that because it's both of them. They're both. What I meant to say is America looks like it's trying to reach the power structures in America. That's a better way of putting it. Looks like it's trying to reach towards communism and foundational Black Americans. That's not what the fuck we want. We want it to stay a capitalist society. We just want our goddamn money. That's all that is. And I'm warning y'all that communism is not, it's not understood. Karl Marx was an avid reader of Faust, Mephistopheles, and that's where, according to Jordan Peterson, that's where he got his ideology from. Karl Marx was a sorry ass motherfucker who was the son of a rich child who couldn't do anything. He was just sorry as fuck. He didn't even wash his ass. It was nasty. And communist Marxism was born. His ideology was born out of the hatred for those who could do. Basically, he was trying to come up with an ideology that could support his sorry, trifling ass lifestyle. And I'm not being mean. I'm telling the truth. His daddy was rich. He married and moved off and couldn't pay the bills on his own. And his dad, basically, Karl Marx's dad, finally said, "You know, I'm sick of sending you money, but I'll send you, since you have a new baby, I'm gonna send you our maid, the family maid, but I'm not giving you any more money." And what did he do? He got the maid pregnant and didn't claim the baby. Just a nasty motherfucker. Meanwhile, he's worshiping the devil. Um, and you know
And then he got funded by
that
another
ideology.
rich guy named Ingalls.
Yeah, and when you do deep digging, you find out that these people were members of a certain religious group, and then later turn into Luciferians. And we supposed to follow this Marxism. Let's look at Marxism. Communism is supposed to be fair for all, right? But why has every communist country got like one ultra rich motherfucker like Kim Jong? What's the
Kim
dude's name in
Jong
Korea?
Un
Or yeah, yeah, it's always one
and
super
the
rich
oligarch
motherfucker,
class.
right? There you go. But that's Marxism. That's what Marx wanted. He wanted bullshit to justify his Luciferian ideals, where he could rule rightfully without having the ability to do anything. Jordan Maxwell made a good analogy between Karl Marx and Cain and Abel. It was the same shit. And I'm not a biblical scholar, but it's a good analogy. Cain and Abel, the story of Cain and Abel, the parable of it is Abel did exactly what God wanted. He sacrificed and he got shit right. And there's a supposition there. There's a supposition that the creator wants you to do stuff the right way, which I believe is true. And I find that out the hard way. You know what I'm saying? So Cain just, when it was his turn, he just did some shit and got punished by God. So the power in the Cain and Abel story parable isn't that Cain did things the wrong way. It was that Cain did things the wrong way and didn't fix it. Didn't say, "Ooh, shit, I fucked up. Let me do it the right way." Instead, what did Cain do? He let evil take him over. He said, "You know what? I didn't do things the right way, but fuck my brother. I'm gonna kill his goddamn ass." That's Karl Marx. Karl Marx had opportunity to do things the right way. He's from a silver spoon in his mouth. And instead of saying, "You know what? I'm gonna get up and literally wash my goddamn ass and take care of my kids and try my best not to fuck the maid," he said, "You know what? I'm gonna go to that dark place and find out a way I can stay nasty and not wash up and eat and do whatever I want and still be in power." That's Marxism, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Cross, you got any last words? I see a couple people
Words.
trying to come up. I can't let y'all up for
Yes,
some reason.
words.
Oh no, well I'm not going
I was
nowhere
going to ask
yet.
about Cain. His offering, I feel, was misrepresented. Just because he
Okay,
didn't
tell me
give
how.
meat, because why did somebody want meat so much?
That's hilarious, Wani. I didn't even
Huh?
think about. That's funny.
Vegetables are no good for what?
For white people.
For reptiles?
Oh
You
Lord,
know,
that's
Wani, you are
hilarious.
funny as hell. You know, very cracking up.
I would have never thought of it that way. Now, Wani, I wasn't supporting the Cain and Abel story. I don't believe it
I'm just
happened.
saying.
I don't know. After
I
Oh
Wani's
know.
story, I'm
Lord.
starting to believe more and more in it now. Wasn't believing to that. It makes sense now.
I want to know why Cain's stuff was rejected. Number one. Number two. Who wants all these meats and vegetables? Who? What? Really? God wants meats and vegetables. Okay, but He really wants meat. Huh. And his brethren on the tree is a what? It's a snake. And that's his
Mm-mm.
homeboy until he acted up and got kicked down on the tree. And he can't get rid of him, can he? Why is that?
Eh,
Now,
Interesting.
you
Mm-mm.
got how many people do you have to babysit? Four? And
Mm-mm.
one of them just killed the other one?
You got to be careful with these biblical stories around
And
Wani.
the other two went over and ate something off of a tree. So you're a very bad babysitter, it seems. You can't keep track of four people, and you just happen to not be in the room when they eat the apple. You happen to not be in the area when one of them is killing the other one. How is that? You're omnipresent. You're supposed to see everything.
Interesting.
Like I said, I don't believe that story. I know it was plagiarized from somewhere else, and I will say this, in alignment with Dr. Cress Welsing's beliefs, I believe that that Holy Bible was not written for us. Our book is called the Book of Coming Forth by Day and Night. That's our book.
Yo,
Um, the Holy Bible was
yo,
written for white
Professor, real
people.
quick. I think it's funny you gave that analogy about the communists and the Marxists. You know what the communist people did when they got the power? They murdered a lot of Marxist people.
What? Yeah, 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 yeah. There's a
A
good
lot of them.
book. It's a it's escaping me, but it talks about the Russian Revolution. It illustrates what Marxism is about. Basically, during the Russian Revolution, oh Lord, here we go. We had a group of people. I'm trying not to be a pseudo scholar. There's a group of people in Russia that were peasant, but they were farmers. And I can't think of their name to save my life.
A
But it was a
Was it
whole
proletariat.
the
group.
Bolshevik Revolution?
Yeah, what were the
The
people
oh,
called? The
the
people in
proletariat or the Bolsheviks?
no, it was a no, 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 neither one of those. It was a group of people that they were peasants, but they were allowed to hoe the land. Like they made the and they ended
Serfs?
Oh,
up
the serfs, the serfdom.
Serfs?
it's a yeah, but it was another word for them. But yeah, serf will work.
Feudal
But what
victims?
ended up yeah, evil victim. What happened during and there was a lot of them. They worked their way up to a decent, dignified middle class life. And when Marxism took over Russia during the Russian Revolution, the fucking Marxists went and killed those people because they were
Oh
jealous
my
of them.
God. Who are these
You
people? I
fucking
gotta get
murder.
their
What's the
names.
name of this book? God damn, what's the
Now I
name of
need to
this
know
book?
their names. I gotta add them into
The
what.
the book won the Pulitzer Prize.
Damn
Let me
it.
see if I can find it.
Is it the Bolsheviks?
They're not. They're not serfs, and they're not
Oh,
Nah,
victims of
he said not the
feudalism.
Bolsheviks, not the proletariat, and
I'm
not the
looking it up.
serfs.
Okay.
Book on award-winning book on.
Yeah, but one of those groups killed the other every single time they in power.
Did you see how hard it was for Rasputin to die? I mean, come on, man. Give it
Nah,
up.
that's just a bad
Oh
hitman. That was a
man,
terrible.
oh
That
man.
dude was bewitched.
I found myself in an argument about that earlier, and I was like, they didn't know what they were doing. Like, it could have just got them out. I don't know. They was trying to be humane. Like, how many times you got failed? Like, just chop the nigga head off. I mean, it was that simple.
Yeah, he was
It's
like,
it's on a tip of my damn tongue. It's
Ask
like
Grok
man,
for it.
that name of that book is on. God damn, it's on tip of my it's
I'll
arch
find it. Hold
something
on.
something archipelago. God
I
damn
mean,
it.
they drowned him. They did all these things to him, and he was still trotting around. I just don't
See,
understand.
I don't
He
believe
was.
that story. I think it's an old folk tale. I think, like, you know what I mean? I think they may have, like,
You just want to make him look like he was super evil, evil powered or something.
yeah, like they were saying those Salem witch trials, like the chick was flying and shit.
He did do a lot of evil stuff. So maybe that demon was like, "No, I'm using this body. You ain't giving me up.
That's
Shit,
it. Got it.
I ain't leaving." What is it?
Yeah, buddy. I got it. It's the Gulag Archipelago. Must have one.
I was
Oh
Gulag.
yeah,
reading
oh
that
yeah, the
that's
gulag. Yeah, the Russian gulag. That's the
yeah.
prison.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't be a pseudo intellectual and pretend like I knew that the whole time, and I just wanted you Negroes to figure it
That's the
out.
name of the people. The gulags.
No, the name of the book is the Gulag
Oh no,
Archipelago.
I
I'm
was
about to look
trying
up
to
the
find out the name of the people you said were not serfs, but were kind of like serfs.
It's the
I'm looking them up.
Oh, okay.
proletariat. They're the Russian middle class. They go
Call
on
of Duty been
economic
dropping that.
Why don't
value.
you just ask
Call of
Grok
Proletariat.
Duty.
or
They're the
Chat
Call
middle
of
GPT?
Duty.
class.
Call of Duty been dropping like little breadcrumbs on that. But I don't mean to interrupt, but I was like glad that you brought that book up because it just leads to like a lot of um, the manipulation and this like the half telling of the stories of like the Cold War and why Germany was upset with the rest of the world from the get go. You know, even before the start of the Bolshevik War, like you said, and
Mm,
how Lenin turned on his Marxist counterparts and like you know a lot of them were ooish blood. I don't want to say the word, but they were. Um,
yep.
and then, but my name is Savannah. I'm like not too old, like not too new, old or like excuse me new to like spaces, but like I don't know too many of you. I know like Nikki and whatnot. Hey Nikki and Wilson and whatnot. But I just wanted to say that like when you said the whole breaking down of like how it all started, I saw a lot of people say, "Oh, this all started with Obama." I argued that it started with Bush, but you're right. This started way. This started not even saying Reagan. Like this started in the '50s. Carter, you know, and his dumb ass being used to be, you know, like with that whole Iran situation and
Are you eating right now?
everybody. You said
Are
what?
you eating?
No, but I do have my headphones in. Should I take the headphones off?
No, I'm
What
just
were the
hungry. My bad.
farmers called in the What were the farmers called in the Gulag Archipelago? Were they proletariat? What was their name?
Oh my
I'm gonna
God,
go
I
to
gotta
Chat
fix
GBT.
this.
Now, what was it called again?
Okay, great.
What were the farmers called in the Gulag? I feel like she identified a name in the book, but they
Farmers
were the farmers
in the what now?
in the Gulag
Farmers. That
Archipelago.
sounds so boring.
No,
Who?
they got murdered and sent to prison because they were doing too
All right,
well.
hold on. I'll be right
Well,
back.
Sounds about right.
they considered themselves that because
Yeah, it was like, no, you're not supposed to be doing well. You're a farmer. I hate you.
yeah. Well, see, I went to a PWI, right? Ohio State University, and for me, like a lot of this stuff, didn't know what it was. You know, I'm from Cleveland. Ended up graduating in a school in Youngstown. Long story, but for me, it was really weird because I could see the agendas taking place, especially like with the LGBTQ and the communism and socialism. But one thing that I took to heart was that power of discernment, and I saw through a lot of the bullshit because a lot of the kids that were spewing this shit were kids that came from like really, really well off to do homes, right? And I like ran across the documentary once, and it talked about how communism and how they took over China, and they talked about how like in order for them to take over, they had to manipulate the minds of the kids, right? And what better way to do that? In my opinion, would be the universities, right? Common sense. And so for me, I noticed that I would listen to how they would talk, right? And they would just talk about different things like, oh yeah, we had this lady who would clean for us and we would only have to pay her $2. And I'm like, what, $2? Like, oh yeah, but we grew up in Pakistan and like we could hire people like that, right? Okay, okay, noted. And then looking at how they treated different people when it wasn't like in like the quote unquote activist spaces. Like I feel like were these kids like CIA plants or whatever because they were always creating types of disruption, and it was all around like LGBT. They used our black faces and our black oppressions to like justify their claims. They attached onto that whole Palestinian like thing and like pulled us into that. Like a lot of the like notions of like cisgendered things and like terms were being pushed on me. And I'm like, I saw through it. Like they were promoting safe spaces in schools. I'm like, we never had that. And from like the transgenderism and all that, like the he, she, they, like could never get with it because it didn't make sense. And when you talk about just like the quote unquote communism of it all, like Karl Marx, like he was ooish, like he was ooh, right?
Yeah,
And
he
when you look
was.
at OSU, Lex Wexner, he's ooh, right? And then like my story and my personal experience at OSU, like a lot of people don't know, like girls, you would never know, like I wasn't, but I know girls who were. You would never know we're trafficked, and you sit right next to them. and they got a smile on their face, say the presidents of this organization, this, that, and the third, and you think that they get shooting for the stars, and you would never know. Um,
And well, Wani brought up a good point. Not only were they that, it really goes back to German. That's the takeover right there. German lineage. My question then becomes, Wani, who were the Germans? Were they the Franks or the Anglos or the Saxons? Where did they
Yeah,
are the French the Germans? Are they still? Where are the Germans coming from? Where is
French.
that exact group? Where are they
Check
coming
again,
from?
Lineage.
Professor.
Are they,
Germanic tribes.
yeah,
See?
no, the
they're their own
location.
tribe. Yeah, because the Anglos is like the English and like
There used to be a bunch of small little kingdoms all over, but like Ronnie was saying earlier, they built a lot of castles. The most castles in Europe is in Germany, and that's why when they united,
No,
they
they
split
But
built the
everybody.
cat. They built the castles all over Europe. So that's their castles. So in other words, they went over to Spain and plumped a castle in Spain. That's them. Habsburgs. No matter where they went, they were Germanic. And it was their castle. And they took everyone's land. The first people they colonized were peasants, the peasantry of Europe.
And that's the word, Wani. I meant to tell you about Gulag Archipelago. It was peasant class. So
Ah,
they peasant, and they
got
were
it.
supposed to be the bottom. But they were allowed before communism hit. Allowed under the aristocracy,
Mm-hmm.
the Russian aristocracy was actually fair. They said, "Look, I'm not going to give you any royalty, but this, work this land and do what you do."
Mm-hmm.
And they had a dignified community. And when communism took over to make everybody equal, they threw them in jail because they were doing too well.
Wow.
Communism Marxism at its core is like
That's
really
terrible.
that Cain. Yeah, it's that Cain and Abel story. It's like like I'm gonna kill you
I
because you're
don't
doing
think
too well. Like,
people understand that we are still under that Germanic influence because that's who, you know, brought down the Greco-Roman Empire, Germanic tribes. That's who usurped the power in the Greco-Roman Empire. That's who built all those castles all over Europe. Once they were the monarchy, all German, all over, from Sweden all the way to Italy. Once they installed themselves, guess what they did? They started the age of exploration. Let's go explore.
take some shit over.
Then, when they began to
Yeah.
explore, hello, here we are. Everybody got colonized. First, they colonized themselves, and then again, we're not going to get any pity if they're jacking themselves up. These are very angry individuals.
Yeah, that's our insanity is thinking we're gonna reason with somebody who fucking murdered half their own family. That's insane. We crazy for that. You don't reason with these fucking people.
well that's why I laugh because a lot of people see these pictures and they see them in black and white and they fail to realize that the kids that was spitting on the Little Rock Nine or the kids that was sitting around at the picnics and whatnot were are like 50, 60, 70 years old, you know, because my dad was born in 54. And so just knowing that and just like understanding like their ideologies didn't die. Like Dr. Phil, I remember in like the early 2000s had an episode where the lady was like, I would die before I would let a doctor operate on me. And like, it's just crazy. Like, it's a sickness, it's an illness. But going back to like the whole communism thing, in order for them to change the whole like the structure of like the way of like like the culture of things, they have to get to the youth, right? And so when you have the youth no longer wanting to listen to their parents, and the parents are afraid to even just give direction to their kids because you got CPS getting involved. Um, like for example, you know, Becky wants to turn into Ben. Parents don't want to get with that. Um, you know, kids are getting thrown into foster care. Parents' rights are being taken away. Um, and it's like you're trying to save your kid from being like chemically castrated, but it's also like No, you can't do that. You don't have any rights. Um, and then you see issues where um, you were talking about like abort. Like we haven't talked on it, but like when you look at Margaret Sanger, you know, and her background and her Jewish connections, and like the whole concept of like abortions, right? They say, but the,
Yeah, that's what I say over and over again is that that's basically that's where the trail
that
leads back
Luciferian
to.
connection.
Yeah, exactly. And those isms, feminism, Marxism, ISism, that's coming from a group that sat around and thought of how to weaponize ideologies. And they're like intellectual weapons. You know, Marxism is an intellectual weapon. Feminism is an intellectual fucking weapon that's done a number on the black community. But they're all coming from one source. Chris Hedges tried to warn us about that. Chris said he had a professor at Harvard who was in those concentration camps, and basically he said that something I knew as an Alabamian, the United States of America made a deal with the devil. Literally, it made a deal with those scientists in
Operation
Nazi
Paperclip.
Germany. Yep, and brought them motherfuckers over here, stationed a bunch of them at Columbia University, and they got to Columbia and started cooking up ideologies to wipe this fucking country out. So all these cool, hip, new ideologies that are non-procreative, a lot of them came from Columbia. Thank you, Columbia. Who went to Columbia? Barack
Did you
Obama.
see the video with FDR when he announced that like the basically the plane? He was like, well, I guess we got to go help Israel. Like he did not sound enthusiastic. Like he sounded like he had a gun to his head and that America was going on a hostile takeover. Right?
Well, that's precisely what they did. Well, look, check this out. It's been cool kicking it with y'all. I'm about to go grab his sleep. Shout out to you, Professor. How you doing, Five? I just got one thing to say to you. You've been making some excellent points, but go green, and you have a go green type of evening. Y'all take it
Wow.
easy.
Why you got to be so hostile?
I don't like your tone. Go
And that's
green.
okay. Never.
Michigan State.
That went over
I'm
my
cooking
head.
now.
I missed
I'm
it.
from I'm
Hey,
Michigan State
Wow.
guy. She's Ohio. It's a college
hey,
thing. Michigan
Oh,
State.
okay.
Go green.
Okay, okay.
The
hey,
Michigan
Professor
State of
That's
the
Allen,
funny.
University. Shout out to me.
Yes,
a
sir.
All right,
question
y'all
for
have a
you.
nice night.
Peace out, Kanye. I always
Oh yeah,
appreciate
for
you.
sure. Peace.
Yeah, because I know you mentioned about Karl Marx, right? Like Karl Marx, communism,
Yep.
right? Have you heard of Hegel's dialectics and Marx's dialectics?
A little bit. Remind me.
Like Hegel's dialectics is,
Is that the Hegelian
yeah, the
dialectic?
Hegelian dialectic. Whereas
Yeah,
Marx's,
I
yeah,
forgot.
Marx has like Marx's dialectics. They're both like similar,
Remind me.
but like Hegel's
Yeah.
is more like they say like is more like idealistic, whereas Marx is more like materialistic and like it deals with like the material reality of things.
Because Marx he wanted wealth. He wanted that was his objective. He was like kind of like a mental patient. He's like one of the people that used to just that don't even want to get up to wash up. He wanted to find a way to rule without doing anything.
Wasn't Lennon technically his sugar daddy after his daddy cut him off? Because he wasn't working. Like they said, he
Uh,
had bed sores on his body.
No, it was
yeah,
Hegel.
he boils and she didn't wash
Yeah,
up.
from
It was
laying
Hegel
around
that
all
was
the time.
funding Marx.
I don't know if yeah, somebody gave him money. Somebody was somebody did pay
It was
him. I forgot
it
who
was
that was.
Lennon or somebody. It was like his. It
Wow.
was because it was the whole thing of
No,
like,
it wasn't Leonard. It was Ingles.
oh, Engels, you
Yeah,
right? My bad.
Engels,
Engels,
Engels.
Ingles,
yeah,
There
he
you
was
that's
go,
from a
it.
rich
Engels.
That's
family,
it.
and it was like I feel bad because I got all this wealth and you suffering, and our poor is me, and which is the same tone of a lot of these poor white saviors. It's like, oh my God, let me help you out. Woe is me. But then that whole thing of like, if you're not really teaching me how to fish, and you just trying to just give me the fish, you just want me to be, you know, under you. But he never. But he wanted that, right? And that's that whole thing
Yeah.
with like the welfare system in the whole sense of like, as long as I know where your money coming from, I can control you.
Yeah, it's the apparatus. It's like one of the pieces of the puzzle of Novus Ordo Seclorum. You need some type of government system to control everybody. Now you put Marxism, you combine that with a surveillance state, and you combine surveillance state Marxism with digital currency, and you combine all those with the fucking cars that are all digitized and computer controlled that can be shut off by putting the code in a computer, you got absolute control over a group of people. Where you gonna run? Lisa,
Also, too,
talk to us.
y'all were late. I don't mean to cut you
Okay.
off, but y'all were naming off like the richest people in some of these communist countries. A lot of people don't know Hugo Chavez left all his wealth to his daughter, and his daughter is like the richest, one of the richest. She's not the richest person, but she's like the one of the richest women in Venezuela. She's a billionaire.
Wow,
Hmm.
that's crazy. Lisa.
Yeah, but Professor Allen, I was just wanted to say like the difference between
Let
people.
me let me just
Oh,
say this.
hold
Miss
on, Lisa.
Lisa.
Let yours truly. I
Okay.
didn't know yours
I'm
truly wasn't
sorry.
finished.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
yours
yeah,
truly.
just to summarize, like the difference between Hegel and Marx was that Hegel was like more so about the ideas, right? Like like why there's problems in the world, and these problems are like based on ideas, versus Marx where he kind of dealt with like the material conditions, like a material reality. So like when you go through like
Mhm.
the process of like slavery, for example, like was it more so of like a moral issue or was it more so of an economic issue? If you look at it from Hegel's perspective, he would say it's more so from a moral issue, whereas Marx would say no, it's more so of an economic issue because of the material conditions. If you catch my drift.
Uh, yeah, I see what you're saying. That's that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You got me caught up with slavery being moral, economic. Yeah, I don't know how to even address that because it was obviously economic, but then again, Dr. Welsing argues that um Europeans are dealing with abandonment. Um, she pontificated that the creation of, and Wani, I want you to weigh in on this. Do you think it's possible that the creation of European could have been banished Africans? That's what Dr. Welsing says.
Um, could you rephrase that?
Dr. Welsing said that the story of Adam and Eve was made for Europeans by Europeans, and it refers to an African tribe of people who did something they weren't supposed to do, maybe eat something they weren't supposed to, and they developed the condition of albinism, which later was referred to as white. And Dr. Wilson said that the Africans more than likely banned them north away from the main continent. And over time, the resentment of being abandoned by a parent built to the point to where we are right now with the system of white supremacy. Um,
When I'm
I-
looking at the migration of the different groups, I mean, I'm looking at them and they were not mutated. They did not have those mutations of straight hair and white skin when they decided to be up further north, like in the North Pole. They just decided to go up there. Like, I don't know. And then they got adapted. Some say it wasn't as cold when they went up there, but it's cold now. And some came across Bering Strait. Some, believe it or not, went over to, and they speak a Finno language, and that's a specific dialect. So they speak this dialect, and those people split off into different groups. Some of them are in the Baltic areas, some of them are in Finland, some of them are in America, some of them went back up to Siberia. So, and some of them
Interesting.
are, you know, but yeah, and
Well,
nobody knows why. I mean, like I said, the only explanation is that the weather was not as bad as it is now because it's cold, but they adapted to it,
So,
you know?
so to answer the gentleman's question, if Dr. Welsing was correct with that banishment, which what I heard Wani say, that could have been true. Um, uh, that then it was not only an economic, it was moreover moral, like kind of like you left me,
yeah. See,
you rejected me.
see, Professor Allen, like, see, this is where like you look at it from Hegel and Marx's point of view, right? Like the abandonment issue is more so like ideas, right? The idea of abandonment, therefore, people had left, right? But if you look at it from Marx's point of view, he doesn't look at it from like ideas perspective. He looks at it like this is the real world.
this is what actually happened. This is like history. This is the material conditions, right? From Marx's perspective. But from Hegel's perspective, it'd be like, yeah, because of the idea of abandonment, that's why these people had left. And then if you want to tie it back further, okay, let's go into the spirit realm. This is where you bring in the Bible and say like, hey, um, God created Adam and Eve, but he punished them by abandoning them or pushing them out of the Garden of Eden, right? Or you want to go take it further, Cain and Abel, right? Or you want to take it even further, you could say Shaitan and Adam. Um, Shaitan said that I'm better than Adam because you made me first. I was made out of fire, right? And you cast me out of heaven. Whereas Adam, whereas Adam
the
was made out
problem
of
This
we're doing.
clay.
guy seems to have a lot of problems with these creatures he's making.
Oh no, I'm just
Right.
using it
So
as an example to like prove my point.
let's go with the original text because like, using the Bible is kind of like diluted and it's taking things out of context. So the story of Shaitan came from Set Typhon. It was Asar, who the Europeans renamed Osiris. The story is Osiris, who is the god of the perfect black. um the God was looked at as a trinity, which makes sense from a from physics standpoint. It was a masculine aspect of God named Asar, which the European renamed Osiris, and the feminine aspect was Aset, a feminine renamed Isis. So as the story goes, Asar or Osiris had an evil brother named Set Typhon, which turned into Satan. um, Set Typhon did a lot of evil things. He was off. Maybe something was wrong with him. Nobody knows. But the mistake Osiris made was ignoring his brother. Just he kept ignoring him, like, oh, maybe he'll get it together one day. Until after his wedding, Set Typhon killed his brother and cut him into 13 pieces. And his wife went and picked up every piece. She found everything but his penis, which was eaten by a catfish. Stop right there. I always wonder, is that why they feed us catfish? Are they trying to be funny?
Pause.
But anyway, didn't wanted to say pause.
May I interject? I'm Lisa Jackson. May I interject? The only thing I want to say is that something I'm noticing is that something is coming to fruition right now. Now I'm looking at this whole thing with Puffy and all this stuff. These things. There's something that is happening. There's a change that's going to happen. I'm not looking back all the way back then. At this point, I don't care. I will tell you, I do subscribe more to the Israelite thing. However, I'm not going to look back then. I'm looking right now to see where we're at. This man is in trouble. Trouble, trouble, trouble. And so many of us are going to be in trouble, trouble, trouble. Now, if I had to look back then, oh Lord, Lord, you would just say, Lord. At the end of the day, you know something? This bestiality, this thing, it's wrong. It's just wrong. And I think now it's showing up at like, I've had enough of this shit. It's just wrong. And I think that's what's happening right now. I'm not looking back to Osiris. I'm not even looking back to what y'all call Jesus because the letter J was one of the youngest alphabets. I'm not looking back to that. I'm looking at right now. This man gonna probably lose everything that he thought he worked for. He thought you thought you was a billionaire, but you really wasn't. You allowed
Thank
yourself.
you for
He allowed
thank you for
himself to become disgusting. You allowed yourself to become this. We didn't do this to you. You did it to yourself.
Thank you for your submission, Lisa. I'm gonna go around the stage right quick because I'm about to call it a day. Let's see. We had a couple new people to come up. Cuz it's what does that say? Cuz it's
Yeah,
Cooper.
you just
Did you want?
I was just listening to everybody talk about Osiris and ISIS. I just wanted to say for everybody to check out this book about it's called Queen Moon and Egyptian Sphinx. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but it talks about how um the Egyptians were really the Kemetians, right? People of Kemet, and they said they learned
Mhm.
everything from the people in the Americas, and those people in the Americas, i.e., being the Mayans, and that entire Isis and Osiris story and that belief system comes from them when it comes down to this woman named Queen Mu. She married her brother lover, being Prince Ku or Ka, something like that. And the thing is, what I find interesting is that a lot of philosophers and historians like Homer and Plato also say that when they were visiting Egypt or Kemet at the time and learning from the Africans were owing everything to the Americas. And I think that's one of the psychological operations that history has played on us in school. Writing this place off as if it was a new world. It has nothing to do with history, no influence here. And I feel like as a black community, we need to look into that a little bit more.
But why would Egypt ask the Maya civilization anything?
Well, you see what I'm
They're
saying?
older. They're older civilization.
According to who? Because
Their
according to
their
the
writings, and they're even
no,
older than that.
no, because according to the inhabitants, the indigenous people of Egypt in Africa, right? They're telling
According
the
to the Egyptian
historians.
people, wait, according to which Egyptian people, present day or their writings?
I'm talking about the oldest, like the oldest accounts of those Egyptian people. So we're talking about what would be the oldest
That's
accounts in our
old.
case, huh?
That's older than Maya.
See, you're missing what I'm saying. The only thing that we say is older than the Mayans is because of carbon dating, right? Even their own inscriptions don't even say that. Because like I said, you say their inscriptions, but according to the European explorers that were learning from the Africans learned from the Americas.
Well, it wasn't America. It was some people say, and again, this is speculation that it was Tameri, but Wani is correct. The Mayans weren't around that long. It was the Mayans learned what they learned from the Olmecs, which had an Egyptian culture or Kemetic
What's the
culture.
source on that?
Yeah, but
But
America itself only got
What's your
started about
source?
200 some years ago.
Hold
That
on.
that's
So
that's
if
the thing. We don't have the correct chronological records of things.
Yes,
We
we
just
do.
no, we don't.
Yes,
No, we
we
don't,
do.
because
Yes, we do.
much of our history does not
Well,
even come
post
from these
no,
people. They come from the
post your
Europe.
Mayan proof of them being older than Egyptians.
I can
yeah, I would
post
love to
five
see that.
I can post five sources on that.
You do that. Post it in the purple pill. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes without saying that the Olmecs were there before the Mayans. I've literally got, had a wedding ceremony by some Mayans. Anyway, I'm not
But
gonna
don't
argue
but don't
that.
get me wrong. Like I'm not saying the Mayans are has nothing to do with us. What I'm saying is that history here in America goes along with our people more so than the transatlantic
yeah,
slave
but it
trade.
was not the Americas. It was Turtle Land. It was a lot of lands
I'm
over
calling it
here.
Americas to keep it simple for people who don't know what we're talking about. We can call it any other name you want to, but I'm just keeping it simple.
F- Appreciate it, brother. FBA Trade Day.
What's good? What's good? My favorite.
What's up,
What's
my
good,
friend?
man? Um, Discussing the white devil and his origins. Um, Very insightful. I'm a Bobby Hemite. He goes into great detail about this. Um, I would recommend his lectures called Human Artificial, both one and two.
Goes into very much a lot of detail. The actual
I'm gonna listen to it tonight when I
it's
go
the
to
shit,
sleep.
bro. I would do part two because it's more refined. Part one it talks about a lot of stuff. It's kind of scattered though. But yeah, he really gets into those sets, not just set typhon, but set typhonians. The whites were called, they had two names, the Tamahu. According to George Macy, that means to create white people, but modern linguists say it's not what it means. But my question is, why would you even say that as a Freemason or whatever? That's interesting. But
That shit gets deep, dog. It was a temple called the Temple of Seti One, Seti number one, and Seti One had that meta netter hieroglyphics. What you're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, had the picture of the original man. I forgot it was called the something, the Tamahu. But anyway, they called them. So they had the brown man, they had the jet black man, and the jet black man was the Egyptian, and they had the brown man, and then they had a Semitic man, a mixed race, and then they had like the brother just said, the Tamahu. It was the white man, the mural of the white man, and there was an inscription at Temple Seti One that said, allegedly said, the worst thing Egyptians did was to create another man. So there's an insinuation there. That's the only regret the Egyptians had, is that they created another man. Dot dot
yes, sir.
dot. Well, anyway, the temple of Setai One flooded in the middle of the desert, so it's not there anymore. Did they destroy it? You know. But anyway, go ahead,
Oh
bro.
man, you hit it right there. Yes, sir. That's exactly what they said. They said we the greatest problem in the world is that we have created another man, and that this man
Do,
does not have a consciousness.
do
He's a
you
devil.
know? Do you know? Which person said this?
This was I got
The
to get the quote from
king.
hold on one second. I got it written down in my notes. Give me one second.
Let me see if this uh, lines up with the kings that they said were aliens. Let me look at your
You
head.
to my
Let me look at
Akhenaten?
your head shape
I
when you
Yeah,
said
I'm thinking.
this.
That's why I'm thinking Akhenaten looks like an alien.
Mm.
I think he was. I think that whole tribe or that dynasty, the Amana period, that head shape. That's deform. It's not a deformity, but it's a head a head formation by the Mengbetu people in the Congo.
and an alien.
They don't know. That's a look. They found a whole bunch of skulls, and they're all 25% heavier. Some of them don't even have that suture. So, yeah, that's not humans. You can't live without your skull fusing properly. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
not
s-
humans.
I saw a documentary during the pandemic. I bought. I had extra money during the Trump administration, so I bought on Gaia, which is a badass channel
Oh,
actually.
yeah, I know it.
And I can't afford it anymore, but
Neither can I.
I watched the doc. Yeah, you know the
I don't
deal.
even
I
buy it.
watched
I
it.
just get the videos.
Right, right. I saw it. They had those you don't know. It has very interesting esoteric channels, kind of like our show we have, and it had a show on there with a scientist, bunch of professors who went to that place. Somebody's putting a mental block on my head. I can never remember. Is it Cusco or where you went? Where you're high in the mountains?
Cusco?
Cusco, and they found some skulls. One skull was tiny as fuck, and they were like, "Is it a fraud?" They sent it off to University of Pennsylvania, and University of Pennsylvania said it had DNA and bone marrow in there, so it wasn't. It was a little alienoid skull, a skeleton that's about big as your hand.
I saw it. And then they try to play it off and say, first off, it's an alien, but whatever. They tried to play
Yeah,
it off and say, "Oh, this just simply has a whole lot of mutations. Like it has like a million mutations." Okay, fine. You don't have to claim that's
yeah,
a
like
real species of human like you do over there with the Flores Flores man. You have to agree that that's not a mutation because it's like a whole bunch of them. But that's the rule in science. If there's not a whole bunch of people running around with it, it's a mutation. Okay, so
wow.
they can't say that. No, this was down in Peru, bunch of skulls, big cone head suckers, And the cone
Yep.
head was not from wrapping. It wasn't from wrapping. And they didn't even have regular skull lines on their skulls like human beings. We wouldn't even be alive if those things happened to our skulls. We wouldn't have reached adulthood if those things happened. So those skulls are definitely alien, but they don't have all those skulls over in Egypt, so we don't know who and what. But I'd be curious to look at the person's face that was talking about we shouldn't have created another man. I'd be curious to see who said that.
Yeah.
Which
And also
dynasty?
they had I have a book one that talks about that. It's Sheikh Anta Diop. Um I hold on, I'll find out right quick. Somebody talk for a minute. I go get that book.
I land. But yeah, the Bobby Hemmings spoke about the Set Typhonians, which means the people of Set, which means the devils. Um, and one thing, like a theory that I've really been kind of thinking about, if they were called the people of Set, the Set Typhonians, then the religions that they bought us, don't you think it just taught us to worship Set, since they're the people of Set? So like,
Of course.
okay, I just wanted to make sure because like just like I mean
Who are the people have said?
uh
There's no other things to bring us but something like that.
that's what I'm saying. So like, almost even like not to be blasphemous or anything, but I think God is set in my opinion, since they gave it to us. I think that's set. The lower God. I think that's why we've been so fucked up in the last 400 years because we've been worshiping set that they gave to us. That's just a
And
thought.
everybody has been doing it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody has been worshiping those gods.
Yeah, I shout out Osiris in my prayers now, but I land with that.
One when you were talking about, or well, you brought up Doctor Chris Wilson when she talked about the whole theory of like the the pale albino babies being
Hmm.
pushed out. I had watched a documentary on that, and then they talked about how like that was like considered like their quote unquote dark ages, um, when the quote unquote like storms were like they were like literally iced out, um, or excuse me, the ice age, excuse me, and where like they were literally eating one another because like they didn't have any food sources, they couldn't grow anything, and like this led
Hmm.
to like the cannibalism and how they made that a part of their culture. Um, so is that also like because like if that's the case, then could it be that like we did like when they talk about how like some of the Neanderthal blood quote unquote is in most of them, could it be that like our quote unquote offspring that we consider quote unquote rejects were the ones that quote unquote made it with them? It's like, is that how that came about? I don't know. I always thought about that.
I'd like to blame the Neanderthal, but no. I'm trying to bring Mikhail up, but it's not letting me. Um,
I'll try.
because a lot of people have Neanderthal, like we were saying earlier, the Australians have a lot of it. The Negritos have a lot of it. Anybody who hung out in Eurasia has a decent amount of Neanderthal and Denisovan. So, um, I can't blame the Neanderthal for that. Seems like a lot of people were mating with that guy, and the woman Neanderthal was pumping out babies. So I'm not sure what was going on with it.
So Wani Setai one was around the reign of Ramesses II.
All right.
So it says circa 1230 BC.
Let me look him up. Ramses II.
So, talking about Ramses, he was in Americas too, and there's a Mayan calendar in those temples down there in Kemet too. So, for a lot of people saying that the Egyptians weren't involved with the Mayans, there's a lot of evidence that says to the contrary.
I
And
didn't.
people,
I didn't say they
no, I didn't
did
say
not
you. I'm just saying
meet.
like a lot of people just
Yeah, in
they're trying to say
general.
that they're very new. You know, they didn't have nothing to do with them. A lot of these cultures were very.
Where you went?
Wasn't the like the pyramids quote unquote used as like not projectors but like portals or whatever, so like they could do that, like they could like go from like one.
They were doing all kind of things in those days. They found some mercury and some hydraulic acid
Yeah,
residue from when they were pouring. I don't know what they were doing
See
with
the
those
the
pyramids.
mercury the mercury goes into I think it goes into high technology because if you look at these documents on these UFOs and the government they say mercury is a fuel source for those UFOs and shit.
Yeah, they were doing things that, we really just don't know what they were doing with it.
Mercury number five
Seven
or some shit that we
Seven
don't
wants
have.
to talk. He doesn't like us talking about, pyramids taking off and flying up into outer space. I don't know why.
I mean that's a topic, pseudo. I mean, right? No.
I mean, Dr. Shake Into the Open had a really good picture of the Tamahu, all what the gentleman was talking about, and I can never find that fucking picture. But I found a picture of the Nephilim
I'm about
in
to
his
post
book.
that Egyptian calendar into the comment
Now let
section.
me ask Seven something. Seven, what would they be doing with liquid mercury and hydrochloric acid, pouring it down this pyramid? Like, why? What are they trying to make?
What? I don't know.
Well, you put your thumbs down like you didn't like
I
what they
mean,
were
well, you're talking
doing.
about they using them as a fuel source. I
I
mean,
I
shit.
didn't say that, but okay.
I
I
mean,
mean, what
but
are they
I'm
doing?
not. I'm not saying you did, but I apologize for that accusation.
I said
But
that
but okay. But what's the evidence?
you
What
can
would you
it's
think they were
literally all over
using?
it's literally all over the internet if you want to get some
Hold on.
evidence of it.
What would you think those two, and there could be more chemicals, but those are the two they found. What do you think they're doing, pouring that down? Uh, why would they find that at the base of a pyramid?
Fuck, I don't know. But to say that it's used for something like rocket
But they
technology, shit,
weren't.
I
They
never
they
say
didn't even
rocket
know how to.
technology. It's
They
it's
okay,
electromagnetism that
but at the
makes hovering.
time that they did that, they didn't even know how to use those chemicals. So who was using those chemicals, and they weren't even identified, let alone to be used.
could you please repeat the question?
I said, who do you think was using those chemicals because they hadn't been, you know, the humans at that point did not know how to use that type of chemical.
It could have been trace elements in the stones they were using to build the pyramids. I don't know. But yeah, but in stones you can find trace elements of radioactive materials. So who knows?
Well, why do
Who
you?
knows the quantities that they were in there?
It was some sort of liquids. It wasn't
You
trace
can,
elements.
well, yeah, you can find mercury in stones. Yeah, yeah, big deal.
Okay, who's next?
Me, I have a question for the professor I'd like to ask.
Go ahead.
Yeah, professor, we were talking earlier about Marx and Engels, and my nature is to follow the money. Where does it ultimately lead? And we mentioned Marx, and we mentioned that his benefactor was Engels. Who was Engels' benefactor? Was it the Rothschilds? Because because I just want to know. I mean, and if it was them, that would be interesting. So I would like to know if you know that.
I wouldn't be surprised. I did hear some linkage between one of those families. I'm not even sure, but that wouldn't surprise me one bit. It's all orchestrated and it's all planned. But I don't want to say it was them, but I feel like it was one of those families. Now, Wani, I was looking for that picture. I'm not gonna find it tonight of the Tamahu, But while I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. But I found the. Remember, I told you I had a picture of the Hottentot, the Venus of.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to put. I finally found that one. I'm about to post it in a moment. Okay, I'm putting it in the jumbotron now. Check that out. Let's see. India.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you guys mention? You guys brought up this a video or audio of Bobby Hemmett. It's something about typhonian something, some sort of video about set typhonians or whatever. Can you guys say that again? Like mention, like bring, repeat what?
The set top
Uh,
onions.
yeah,
Yeah,
what's the video?
yeah. What?
Bobby Hemmett. Yeah, I get it right now. I just go on YouTube and put it in the chat.
Oh, thank
Right
you.
on. Put it in jumbotron, bro.
That's
Okay,
all I
okay,
wanted.
got you, got you.
I'm glad you.
Yes,
I'm glad you
it's
mentioned that.
been it's like three groups of people, and that's one of them. They came before the Grimaldis. The Grimaldis seem to be the last ones that make these Venus statues. They look just like that. Well, let me put it like this: they made it. Another group made it. The Grimaldis made it, right? Then they studied the
Hmm.
Grimaldi skull, and the scientists said this skull is African, and it's a specific kind of African, and the African is a Khoisan person.
Wow,
Literally name the tribe, which is rarely done. I have his name too. And
that's crazy.
these were found in Italy. Like I said, the white people didn't exist, so they can't have been in Italy at that point. So they're making this shape, which is of their particular women that have this disorder. Come on. Nobody has this thing but some women that get born to their tribe. And right,
Some.
a small portion, one every other generation. So when that woman gets born, they take it as she's super fertile because her butt and everything is sticking out all over the place. And she looks different than the other women who are lean and very small frame women. So the white boy got a wind that another white boy said it was a Negro, and then they said, "Oh no, we can't do skull reconstructions on people that age." You know why? Because they're going to be
Wow.
black. So they don't want to do
Oh,
any more skull reconstructions unless somebody can be white. I've told you they're not going to. It's not. They don't exist. They
Didn't in the
can't.
it didn't in the documentary, the Hebrew the Negro, the skulls that they found um, particularly match more so of our skulls, which I thought was really interesting, which would again clarify that nope, they
Even though
don't
I
come.
don't like the word Hebrew, but okay.
Well, I mean,
That's still true.
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
their skulls had
I don't like
I
it
just
their,
either.
thought
their
I just thought it
skulls
was
had
I
not
put that in the
their
jumbo.
skulls had not developed like that yet. So yeah, it can't be them. It's impossible.
well, not to mention like they just like we were talking about the sun, they wouldn't survive in that climate. Like the earth was hotter than right, or am I?
I'm not
Hey,
sure.
Carbon dating history is so crazy to me.
hey, Professor, what do you think about those giants, man?
Hell
Which
yeah.
I
ones?
think I have. I think I found old books, and I look at old books, and I find evidence after evidence of Nephilim.
Which giant
I think there were
are we
Where
talking
where
about? There's
where
Hold on, look
so
at
where were
many of
most
them.
where were most of the giant bones found at, Professor?
all over. Rumor has it these Indian mounds that were burial sites for
So
giants.
so
I
if
don't
the
know. I think that.
Americas,
Sardinia,
my question to you, Professor,
Sardinia has a bunch of them, and so does Malta.
my question to you,
There you
Professor,
go.
if the Americas hold the most giant bones, what does that mean for Scripture?
Nothing.
Oh
Check it
well,
out. Check
nothing.
this out. There's a
Go
bunch
ahead,
of.
Juan.
Not only does Sardinia have gigantic bones, but they have 11-foot uh like tombs that they built to put them in, and gigantic archways that these archways are way too big. Anyway, they have oversized stuff, and everybody on the other island says, "Oh yeah, the giants live over there." Plus, they have some artwork over there that looks like R2D2, and nobody knows why. It's like, who are the? These aren't even, sculptures of human beings. So Sardinia has some weird things going on over there, and I mean super weird.
Hey, what do y'all think about this comparison I found in the jumbotron? This is a Dahomey painting of a Nephilim or a giant, and on the left is an Egyptian. So two things to look at with this. On the Dahomey side, on the right side, that's in West Africa. You see an Osirian croc on his shoulder, and he has his left hand sticking out. On the Egyptian version, he has the flail, which is the opposite, and he's facing the other side with his left hand sticking out. So this is diffusion, is it not? Of the same kind of central idea. And like, what's up with the Giants though? I mean, were the Kings like some sort of like, whatever?
There,
They
Like,
might
there
have
was
because that's
been.
there
the
was
same thing.
giants found to be still living all the way into the Middle Ages in the Americas. There was
They
depiction
have
of them on
giants.
maps.
The Smithsonian has multiple giant skulls in the same identical cave that Native Americans said the giants were bothering them, and so they put stones up on the cave and burn them up. And so people went in there looking for bat guano for fertilizer, and they discovered a bunch of giant skulls. Now the Smithsonian does will show them to you, but they just don't put them on display. But they're not hiding them. They are giants.
Didn't they
And
They
use
they
giants in World War One?
with all due respect, they are hiding them because there's a lot more that was found all
well,
over
yeah,
the
they
United
probably
States.
are, but they do let people see that they were giants.
Where do
That's
they
what I'm saying.
where are they showing them at? Because I don't think they're showing us.
They are.
There was a picture that was that went
They
viral.
admit Lovelock Cave, but they're not showing us those bones.
Yeah, they
There
are.
was a picture that went viral of a man that looked to be like he could have been a giant or maybe an offspring of a
We
giant
have giants.
that
Andre
was
the
in world
Giant.
that was in World War One. I
Okay,
forget
so
his
they
name.
I'm
I
talking about
forget
the
his
giants
name.
that were depicted to be damn near 15,
the
20 feet tall.
okay, hold
Oh
on.
wow.
Relax a minute. The ones they okay, so Native Americans said that the people had 6 fingers and double rows of teeth.
Yeah.
That's a thing. Some people, giants, do have double rows. That's a thing that they have. 6 fingers and double rows of teeth is a thing that a human can is still in our gene pool. Anyway, yeah, well, they may be hiding other skulls because they literally, the guys were saying that they had an appointment to see some Sardinia skulls, and then they reneged on the appointment and said, never mind. But yeah, Smithsonian does have the skulls, and they'll put them next to a regular skull so you can see exactly how huge the skull is. And again, they will still try to act like it's a mutation, like Andre the Giant. They'll act like it's a mutation instead of admitting that it's a group. See, they don't want to admit it's a group, another humanoid. But the truth is, we have multiple. Just look it up.
It was a
We
race.
have multiple hominoids running around that they're saying are not human. Before, Homo sapiens, we had Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other groups, and all different kinds running around. So this is really not breaking news. It's just that they haven't dug them up. They dug up those hobbits and Flores. They dug those up. They're little tiny people running around. And if somebody would have said there's tiny people running around, they would have called you crazy. But no, it's a whole group. They're another hominid species. Hell, if they can have a tiny hominid species running about, they can have a giant species running about, especially when you have a whole island with big tombs that are 11 feet tall. Yeah, I mean, come on. This is not rocket science.
Weren't the original people of Ireland like didn't they have like green skin or something like that with red hair?
Well, they did find two people that had green skin, and they said that they came from inside the earth.
There's there
What it?
there's more evidence of people coming from inside of the earth than we think.
Well,
So
well, we see that in the movies. Like they expose how, and was it was it Avatar or
they
whatever?
said that the
Yeah, the
skin
Avatar.
eventually turned. They said that the little boy that came out, it was a brother and sister. This is written in their history books. So they discovered these two green children. They didn't speak the language. They tried to feed them. They didn't really want to eat. The little boy died, and the woman went on to get married, and she learned how to speak English, and um her skin stopped being green, and she just turned a normal color and got married to some guy and just blended in with the neighborhood. Any other questions? She was green.
No, I'm gonna look into that. Because I feel like I heard about something like that.
Just Google two green children in, was it England or Ireland? One of
Come on,
those.
Flip.
Uh-oh, we're getting on
One
Seven's
great,
nerves again. We can't be talking about green kids. You don't play that shit.
I just want to say one of our great ancestors who just passed, a 115-year-old
I
black
saw
woman.
her.
Yeah, she was just insulted by this guy named Zerka. He has a huge platform, and he just wrote "Black has finally cracked" under
What
her
a little bitch. These people
picture.
are such
Yeah,
ignorant
something.
ass
Yeah, this
motherfuckers.
this is crazy. This is yeah. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, they need some things to happen to them so they'll stop doing that.
Oh, it's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I've enjoyed y'all. I'm gonna turn in the active. You had a couple words.
Yeah, man. Hey, forgive me for keep dropping down, man. I'm out here driving through the middle of Louisiana, so my signal has been spotty. But yeah, I guess the last
I
thing,
get it.
yeah, the last thing I wanted to say, what Wani was just talking about with the green kids. Um, this is something else that I have read. But I heard or I read once upon a time, you know, gold is just really old iron, right? So everywhere in the world where there's gold deposits, under that gold, it's a bunch of iron because it's just hey, the atoms move. That's that alchemy, right? That's real alchemy, natural alchemy. So there was a time when the main metal in our body used to be gold and not iron, and allegedly that is where the green skin comes from. It has something to do with changing the concentration of melanin in us. You know, gold a good conductor with melanin, and boom, now you got people that's so dark they wasn't even black, they was green. When you talk about
Well,
olive tone skin, stuff
my
like
finger
that.
do turn green with certain rings, and that's why I can only wear gold.
Remember
But I
those
mean,
people up in Appalachian? They're blue. Yeah, they are blue blue. They ain't
yeah,
playing.
yeah,
Woo!
yeah.
They got it bad.
Endo, did you get that video?
But yeah, these children,
Oh
they
yeah, I
said
did. Thank you very, very much.
these children said they came from some area where inside the earth where it was twilight, and they just didn't get a lot of sun, and that's where they were green. I didn't see them come out of a hole. I don't know for sure, just going by the story. And they are in the history books over there. They're in their little, register of people. And the brother did die. He just did not get accustomed to that English. English air versus his twilight inside the earth air. Sorry, Seven. Sometimes
Hey,
You sure it wasn't the English food that
yeah,
took him
them
out?
beans
hey,
on toast could have killed him. I know that.
hey, hey, Professor, you should hold a hollow Earth, flat Earth space one day.
It would destroy all my
You mean
credibility.
tomorrow?
I'll think on it, bro.
Hey, I'm just reporting the news from the UK. I'm not condoning little green children. I don't know 100%, but I do look up. I look it up.
Hey, they got the idea of the Oompa Loompas from somewhere.
Oompa Loompas, they have like 40 names for tiny people. That's dedication. Somebody must
The
have been
Oompa-
tiny over in that sucker because you don't come up with 40 different names. Imps, sprites. I'm not going to name all the names, but it's definitely over 40.
How,
They
Fairies,
how
they
about that
Hawaiian.
sound
witch?
something.
How about that witch? The wicked witch of the West or whatever.
That could have been the Queen of England. I don't
Ooh,
know.
ooh, ooh. I mean, she was stealing children.
I think that's what she was supposed to be in the Wizard of Oz.
Hmm. They must be seeing something, and I don't think that, all of those people would just go along with saying that they saw something. So I do believe some of these myths, and especially when they say, we saw this big, I mean, if I showed you the amount of people in the UK that said they saw a dragon or a giant worm, and by the way, I mean, they had all those slain dragon stories, remember? So many towns have a town hero that slayed a dragon or killed a giant worm, which is still a dragon, but they just called it a worm. Do you know that over there they have something called the Jurassic Coast because they have so many dinosaur bones? That that's something I think about.
In England?
Yeah,
Never knew
and
that.
in the UK, it's called the
Wow.
Jurassic Coast because they have exactly the types of dinosaurs that they keep saying they saw. Loch Ness monster, all the dragons.
Is anybody else watching House of Dragons? And because
No.
it's oh my gosh. Okay, because I watched it because I watched Game of Thrones, but just looking at how some of the houses are formed and how they knew they had to throw in black families because it wouldn't make sense in the way that they're forming like the different alliances and whatnot. It's just really interesting because I do believe that whole like dinosaur story was to cover up that like we had real live dragons, um, and
Well,
how
that's all I'm saying. They have a whole coast of fossils, and they have a boatload of people talking about they saw one. So you put it together. They definitely have more stories. It's funny that the people that have all the stories about it are the people where all the fossils are from.
what
Pygmies, for one. Pygmies have tons of stories. Actually, they have literal dinosaurs that they say are alive now. And they actually have those dinosaurs as part of their fossil record. So that's interesting. They don't even know what those look like. They haven't dug them up. They
Re-
didn't reconstruct them, but they're complaining about them
my
to this
friend
remember,
day.
a friend
remember
of mine
that.
from China, he said he's from the country part, and they said they seen all type of stuff over there and whatnot. Um, and I don't. He never said like a
From
dragon.
China? What did he see?
He said he never said like he saw like a dragon, but he said he saw like something that looked like a large bat, basically, and it looked like it looked like a man, and
Uh-oh.
they just didn't talk
Whoa.
about it.
That's not in the fossil record, so that's rough.
Well, I
A
mean could it have been a
Batman?
dragon? I mean,
We
but
don't have a
he's
Batman.
A wyvern. It could be mistaken for a wyvern. You know, that's
What's
a
that?
dragon that just has the wings and the bottom feet. but it doesn't have like it's not a
Oh
four-legged
Lord.
dragon, it's a two-legged dragon.
Oh Lord.
Mm.
But
Okay.
hey,
Anything.
Ladies and
but real
ladies
quick,
and gentlemen,
Professor.
I've enjoyed you. Go ahead.
I was gonna say real quick since you was talking about it. You know, they put this stuff out to us in the media. I don't know if y'all remember. It was a
Yep.
movie called Reign of Fire, and it was about the dragons. And remember, the story of the dragons was that the dragons were actually more ancient than the dinosaurs. So I could believe that.
At this point, I don't know what to
Well, we
believe.
have actual professors and archaeologists saying that they found something that looks just like a Chinese dragon. That's his words, not mine. I didn't find it. It was a dinosaur in China.
I mean, they got the year of the dog, they got the year of the cat, the year of the rat, the year of the dragon. I mean, why would just make up that? Why out of everything, like the year of the
Mm-hmm.
ox, we like all like, and then just
They have a
randomly.
stegosaurus on that Angkor Wat temple.
I'm sorry, Professor, but y'all have really good conversations and a lot of smart people. Because
We're
you
gonna
can't
go.
I can't have conversations with idiots and then just like yeah, this is amazing. But y'all about to keep me up because now I gotta watch this Ring of Fire. But have a good one, everyone.
Good night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've enjoyed y'all. I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta show up to work tomorrow.
Peace out.
We'll be right we'll be right back at you with another interesting space tomorrow. I think we're gonna talk about the music industry a little bit. But anyway, any last words, Wani?
Good night.
Good night, Nikki.